drop bombs. Now let me see you go off like a bomb. Bombs.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine, I got to be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, signing politics and scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room, I don't wanna kill a few with that, this shit that is inside my cop. With the drop, chicken it bigger than now, taking a part of the crowd, don't wanna pop, I don't want anyone down, better be kicking them out, making a box, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own, y'all. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, I'll party on my own. Party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it. Stupid, got my music and I lose it to another tune or two. If I don't get to move it, even real can do it. When I'm cooking, then you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit when you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true when comparing to the nations. Party on my own, y'all. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, I'll party on my own. Party on my own. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, I'll party on my own. Party home.
So high in life, without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high, without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time, 'cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, aching if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time, 'cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Mine is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining like a man. Kind of cancer is how we breathe vapors. Green got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. To power with the power, we trust Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas. badness. Bring the badness.
Yes, so the people right now. Pegboard nerds, mods, have you locking at the sound? All of the gal go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around me, I go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. And when your gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the long-awaited NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for South Asia region. I'm going to be your host, Necro. John alongside with me is going to be a literal goddamn emoji. How you doing, man? It's been a long time. We shared the desk last time.
Yeah, it's been a while, right? And yeah, as you can see, I've upgraded from, I guess, toothpaste to now emojis. But hey, it's good to be back, man. As you said, the Valorant Conquerors Championship is back. All of our favorite teams and all of this lovely action. This time, though, much more intense. So let's just get it going.
Much more intense indeed. I mean, the last time we saw, it was already intense. So now imagine a little bit of more step ahead, a level ahead. It's going to be an absolute chaos. I just can't wait for the grand finals. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we already know the map video, what it's going to be, but we're not going to spoil it for the people that are over here. So instead, we're going to be going with the ROS. We're going to be going with the, like, you know, run a show. So for that, I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be seeing the overall schedule soon in the front. But now, we have an insane matchup coming in. Taking a look at the overall schedule, as you guys can see, it's jam-packed. You guys are not going to be having a single day off. You guys are going to be having action after action after action from all these regions.
Hey, Necro, you say you guys like we have any days off because we don't.
Okay, you know, does anyone care about us? No one cares about us, okay?
No, chat cares about us. Chat loves us. Chat, we love you too. Hey, yeah, as Necro was saying, and this is why I mentioned much more intense, right? Because we have the India Qualifiers and then back-to-back the country qualifiers starting up. Unlike last time, where it was a period of 2 months, we're getting this year started off with a bang because we know there's a lot more to go, and it's exactly that, man. 1 month of just intensity with these teams facing off against each other, and this time, unlike last time, facing off for 2 slots into the international events. Like 1 to 2, it doesn't sound much, but it's freaking huge.
It's huge. It's absolutely insane. I mean, the last time we did it, it was pretty much like a season 1. Now it's season 2, so of course it's going to be 2 slots. So yeah, as you guys mentioned, there we go. We have 2 slots from India, 1 slot from Pakistan and Afghanistan. We have 1 slot from Bangladesh, pretty much the same as the last time, but instead we have 2 slots from Wildcard as well. They're going to be moving on to the Grand Finals playoff and then the APAC Challenger playoff, of course. And as Sia mentioned, 2 slots. 2 slots in the VCT in the future. That's quite a huge opportunity, man. And if you talk about what kind of things are online, slots, of course, and also the prize pool matters quite a lot.
Exactly, and I think that's where I'm really happy about the fact that we're able to consistently give these teams not just the opportunity to represent internationally, but be rewarded for the same. So as you can see on your screen, we've got that prize pool coming up, a whopping $15,000 for that first place. But I've always got my eye on that MVP, Necro. I'm always looking at that one player that can take the 1,500 in the bag.
Dude, 1,500 in the back, just being an MVP. Imagine your team's probably going to be winning the entire competition as well. And you're also going to be the MVP. That means extra $1,500 in pocket probably going to be SK Rossi in the end of the day. But yeah, I'm not going to jump to conclusions just yet. But yeah, overall, the MVP prize pool as well, $1,500 in the bag. Now, we saw the first place gets $15,000. I just need 10% of that, man. Just 10%, and I'll be a happy camper.
Honestly, I'll take 1%, $15. Not so bad itself, you know. But yeah, as you said, I think SK Rossi definitely one of the players that we're looking forward to, especially with global esports being in that opening stage. You can have a look at the brackets. Our first matchup is going to be GE versus God Particles, but it's a jam-packed day because in this particular version, the VCC2 that we have going on, we're starting the stream from the quarterfinals. We've heard your feedback, and I think it's especially important that we get to see these underdog teams come up, especially in our second match, for example, with Tryouts versus True Rippers.
Yeah, dude, it's going to be insane, right? Each and every single... I'm taking a look at the brackets as well. It's going to be a stacked-up game today. We're going to be witnessing 3 games today. The first, we're going to kick things off with Global Esports versus God Particles. Now, of course, an insane matchup, but still, I mean, Global Esports are the defending champions, I would say. They're over here to try and defend. On the other hand, we have God Particles. Kind of feel bad for them, you know. They have to face off against the best out there in the region of India. So let's just see. Maybe they have something in them. What do you say, CA? Did you witness anything about God Particle that really stand out to you?
I mean, definitely. I think we've been having this discussion as well, like outside of the stream, where, in my opinion, God Particles is the best team that is playing according to the meta, according to fundamentals that we see in the big 3 as it is now with Velocity, Global, and Enigma Gaming. So I think it just comes down to how much God Particles can elevate their play to match up against these teams, because, as you said, it's the defending champions, and this is why I've been extremely excited on Twitter. For all of you wondering, it's Fracture for the first map of the VCC being streamed, and I honestly thought I wouldn't get Fracture for weeks, but goddamn, I have to say I love you, Hell Ranger. Thank you so much for making this happen.
It was God Particles. Let's go, Fracture. I'm honestly excited. As CA mentioned, wanted to see this map. Of course, one of the newest map in Valorant as well, and already being utilized. It's going to be quite interesting to see how things are going to be looking like in Fracture. Especially, I want to see some new agents being used, man. And you already know what I'm talking about, Chamber.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the primary discussions we're going to end up having. Of course, a big thank you to our grooming partner as well, Gillette, for making all of this happen. But as you said, I think Chamber versus Cypher, the main discussion here on this map, because otherwise the compositions for it are pretty much set. Raze is the preferred duelist, but we understand if certain teams prefer Jet, so it's between Raze and Jet there. Otherwise, you're expected to play the double controller with Viper, Astra, and then Breach coming in to fill that initiator spot. So the final Sentinel spot, it's between, do you want the extra gunplay with the Chamber, or do you want the extra conditioning, extra information that Cypher provides?
Now, CA, all this talks aside, I've also heard a lot of things going on social media when it comes to global esports. I've heard they're trying out some new coaches as well, all across the board. Now, I do understand trying out new coaches. That means each and every single coach has their own mentality. They like to think the game with their own mentality. So that means each and every single coach will have the way of thinking. Will this affect global esports performance, or will this elevate their performance? What do you think?
So I had the fortune of being able to talk to those players, but hold on real quick because we have a big announcement. The VCC giveaway with some exclusive, extremely good-looking merchandise available, and there's lucky winners every single day. So make sure you participate. Yeah, Necro?
Yeah, dude. And also make sure you guys are tagging, and also on any social media, just make sure you guys are also mentioning hashtag VCC giveaway. And tag NODWIN Gaming in it on any kind of social medias, Instagram, Twitter, whatever you guys like to use, whatever you guys prefer. Just do that, and maybe you guys will have a huge chance of winning it. I mean, us being casters, we're not getting anything. You guys are being prioritized more than us. So please take your chances and try and win these goodies. You never know, man. You might be the one to win all this.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you don't in your first attempt, there's attempts every single day. So just show up to every single stream, enjoy the action, and get rewarded for it with the giveaways. But hey, back to our initial discussion about the coaches, about global esports. They have been trying out coaches. As you said, lots of different styles might affect them, might give them a new understanding of the game from learning those different styles. But what we do know officially confirmed is that their analyst from VCC1 is going to be coming back on for VCC2. So not just is the entire squad going to be remaining the same, It's the same analyst in rec streams continuing on. So they're all together back looking for that two-peat. I couldn't write a better storyline myself.
There we go. CA is the man. He's kind of like a Wikipedia of Valorant. You know, he just has everything. CA is a book, and all you need to do is just ask this man any questions. For example, now I'm going to go ahead and ask him, what do you think, so what kind of mentality is Global Esports going to have in the map of Fracture? Of course, a newer map coming in. Did you see them in the past play on Fracture and absolute decimate teams, or do you think Global Esports is going to be having a little bit of tougher time going against God Particles?
Number one, because again, I have had a slight fortune of being able to talk to Hellraiser like publicly on stream, and I'm always of the opinion that whenever a new map comes along, I love it because I like change. I loved Icebox, I love Breeze, and I love Fracture even more because it's unlike Icebox and Breeze. It doesn't mess with my brain. I actually understand the map very well, and I'm always of the assumption that all pro players hate new maps. Like they hated Icebox, they hated Breeze, but when Hellranger came on stream, he said, no, CA, unlike those maps, I love the map of Fracture. I can play so many mind games on the map of Fracture. So without any further ado, let's get right into it. As we were talking about on stream, Rossi on that raise. This is why I love GE with Fracture, because Lightning Fast is going to pick up that Viper to complete it off. They have the perfect composition in my brain. Like we were talking about it just now, I was explaining, for me, the meta on Fracture has to be Raze, Viper, Astra, Breach, and Cypher. But that Cypher versus Chamber is a question. And hold on, Logi picked up the Cypher, so now I'm really sus about the Chamber coming in for God P.
Knight Rider, it seems like he's actually going for a chamber as well. But yeah, I can already tell Rossi has upgraded, CA. Rossi has upgraded himself. Do you see those letters in the front of his name? Those Japanese letters? Are those Japanese? Are they actually Japanese? They're Japanese, I think so. Those Japanese letter himself can tell that Rossi have upgraded himself. He's like a level above from what we saw last time.
Yeah, definitely. I think showing us that raise especially is going to be crucial for us to witness how that evolution has boded for his team, because the impact Rossi has had on the agent that is Jet, it's very hard to replicate. And if he's able to replicate that on a different agent, then the fear teams have of him being on Jet suddenly just exponentially increases. You're suddenly in a situation where you're continuously wondering, what can this man not do given enough time to be able to grind, given enough time to be able to practice. You can see in the background, their cameraman, I think that's their manager, just giving them the heads up. Hey, good luck guys, let's get it going. Defending champions, baby. You want to start this off with a bang.
Oh, dude, you want to kick things off with a bang. Why not, right? And it's Global Esports as well, the defending champions of the last time of the Valorant Conquerors Championship. They were the one who were able to win it, and now are they going to be able to do it again? That's the huge question, but that's for the future. For now, we are already inside the first map of Fracture CA. I am hyped. How are you feeling?
Extremely hyped, man. You can see what we were talking about in terms of God Particles being very much a fundamental based team like Global Esports itself is. The only difference in composition that Jet versus Raze itself, but already the aggressiveness there from Global Esports trying to capture multiple aspects of this A map. Hellranger picks up that first blood and is the defending champion starting off on the right note.
Oh, there we go. As you mentioned, defending champion starting off on the right note. Global Esports is strolling on the side slowly and steadily, trying to clear things up. Woo! There we go. Global Esports. Hellraiser, though, gets caught off by Scarred God. That's a huge flank from his side. And this time, Global Esports, they're trying their best to try and keep things aligned. But Kappa, he does realize there's a huge flank coming in from this side as well. So still just trying to find some kills. Foggy finds one, skills as well. He's going to get a reply back in style. But Rossi gets caught instantly, but Skill with the 3K is not going to be able to clutch things off. It's Logi instead who just closes things.
And you can see the smile on Skargot's face. He knows how important his role was in securing that round, and a huge round for God Particles, because you have to remember they're going to be feeling the pressure coming into this, given the fact that they're facing off against the defending champions themselves. So despite losing that first blood, they catch Lightning Fast off guard, which again, a bit of a comms issue there, because we saw Hellranger start pushing in off that door, trying to get into sight, but Lightning Fast lagging a bit behind. And now onto that anti-eco. They've got the Spectres online, that Ares meta very much gone, eh?
Oh, dude, the areas made. Don't even remind me about it, dude. Those are like, I would say, yeah, that was kind of broken, but those were one of the most fun days I've ever had in Valorant. Like, I was just taking that areas, just trying to spam through. But yeah, talking about spam, Logi trying to spam through his own. Cage finds one. Looking for the second one, but the flash is there on point. Hellraiser this time trying to shut things down. Missing quite a lot of shots, but finally lands some bullets. Able to shut down Ember.
So far, so good for Global Esports. They've got at least 2 weapons down. Remember, this is a full eco for them. So God Particles need to make sure they minimize damage, but ooh, the mid-range is not great on that Spectre after the recent nerfs and the is coming down for GE. They need to get this retake down without any remaining damage.
There we go, though. Scar got just skills. And now Hellraiser, the only man left in the front, but still gets shut down instantly. It seems like God Particles are kicking things off pretty well.
Okay. A really good start for them. Lost 3 members on there, and it was a full Spectre buy, so definitely a great round for GE as well. This is a win-win round, I would say, where GE most definitely going to be happy. Not only did they get 3 weapons off, they got the plant as well. So they're going to be flowing in terms of the moolah, and now got P in a situation where they can't really go for the bonus necro. As you can see, all 3 players have to go for the buys, and it's only Knight Rider who's able to get an actual full buy. So inherently, Global Esports with a significant advantage coming into this, but we have to remember it's still a 2-0 lead for Godp, and look at this, dash goal! Knight Rider with the only Phantom in their team finds that double.
Oh, that's quite good. They align straight up, but this time we have lightning fast trying to minimize things. Ember gets caught in the cage. Or no, the tripwire. This time instantly backs off, and I do like the aggressive nature being shown from the side of God Particles as well. They're being so proactive, CA.
Yeah, talking about exactly that. Look, they're accounting for this flank coming in for Kappa. Scargod is ready for it, and I don't think Kappa is going to expect that at all. Jumps in, jumps down, that noise. Are you taking away? And Scargod will find that. God Particles are playing mind games with one of the best IGLs we know from this region. This is a fantabulous show from them, but they're all 3 low. Lightning Fast could still pull something off next time.
They can try and pull things off for sure. Lightning Fast, we've seen this man in the past. Now let's see if he's able to do something this time as well. Oh, flicks on, finds one. That's the 3rd kill for him in a row. But Logi is the man who finds him and will take care of him.
And even the way they were positioned, right? In that 2v1, both of them standing in front of each other, one guy crouched while the other guy is standing straight, ensures that even if Lightning Fast gets a headshot, he's not going to be able to kill both together. Just these small things that add up and get them this win. And boy, oh boy, Godp starting to dominate on the map pick of Fracture, picked up by Global Esports. That is a really important point for us to remember. Global Esports, who love this map, who are playing the meta comp on this map, now struggling against God Particles, but hey, onto this eco, we'll see if they're able to at least get some damage through, or if Godp can continue their momentum, because Knight Rider, he's not going to stop pressing the W key.
Oh, the proactive nature from God Particles kind of paid off. Global Esports not able to expect what exactly God Particles are doing. I like how unpredictable they're being. At the same time, they're being really aggressive in the game. Global Esports kind of looking in shambles inside this round as well. It's 3-0. Left with only 3 players alive. They've got a lot of burden, CA.
Yeah, I've got a nice lurk going on though, but this is the power of the Cypher. As you notice on that B side, all of that utility is still very much available. So for Global Esports here, for skills to get onto site, he's going to have to get through those trapwires, which will instantly tell Godp, hey, they're on B, we need to get ready to retake. And here's where the really crucial factor comes in, because notice, Hellraiser has his Rolling Thunder ready. If he can shut off the rotations from his canteen position right here and then play on the Rolling Thunder just like he's doing right now, it could end up huge, because 3 members stuck on Hellraiser's hand and he has all the utility in the world, but Ember comes in clutch.
Oh, Ember!
You want to fight it?
Here at the right moment for his team, try and help him off. Hellraiser's ult as well kind of being shut down. He tried his best to use that, but this time Ember is just being a man who's causing so much chaos in the team. And Global Esports are going to be so frustrated just by that one single man alive. Ember lightning fast trying to pull off in the same place. Is he going to be able to do so? Finds one, but this time it's not enough. God Particles, they get another round in their pockets. Oh boy.
Ember's snake fight there killed Logi, and for a second I was like, oh wait, no, that's not how you want your momentum to end, right? Surely not. And it doesn't, because God Particles, they get the win. A 4-0 lead now in the map of Global Esports Choice. I will say, Fracture in general, definitely with this race composition, much easier to defend with than to attack with. But at the same time, when you've got that Jet Breach combo that God Particles have, just the way they're doing right now on defense, the proactivity they're showing, it becomes that much easier for them to show on the side of attack. But hey, let's scratch that conversation for a second, because Knight Riders on his favorite operator, things are going to slow much more down for God Particles. And for a second, Necro, I do wonder, are they almost playing into Global Esports' hands? Because the rounds we've seen so far where Global Esports are fumbling was because of the aggressiveness. But with this operator, without that aggressiveness, maybe Global Esports will be able to take over.
Global Esports is known as one of the most aggressive teams out there as well. But this time it seems like God Particle are just a little bit more. They're a level ahead. They're able to beat Global Esports each and every single play, but Rocky winning that aim duel. And Logi's going to be a little disappointed with that. Giving up an opening frag just like that. Being a defender, you need each and every single player alive. Already a man advantage given over to decided Global Esports. Side control easily taken. Global Esports going to be a little happy. They're going to have smiles on their faces without a doubt. But Ember needs to watch his back. Side control's already taken. Ember a little bit unaware of that.
Yeah, currently stuck in his ultimate. Global Esports utilizing the multiple openings of that B side from Tower. Rossi holding that plant position, and they are just in a great position to get it through, especially with that Rolling Thunder still available. But the same could be said on the side of Shivy. Rolling Thunder to deny the plant. Ember trying to push in, but the counter Rolling Thunder coming in. Shivy takes out Rossi, but the trade comes through, and that trade is worthwhile because now G knows exactly where they are, and they have the information to get the plant down and play on the boost.
At least they're able to get the value out of those Rolling Thunders. Global Esports, it's a 4-2 situation. Clearly, the mental now seems like they're able to come back inside this. Once the mental game's strong, Global Esports will also get the rest of the game in their hands without a doubt. Knight Rider still does not want to back out without getting any more value. Scargott finds one, but instantly gets straight off by Hellraiser. But Knight Rider this time is going to catch one, slipping by. And instantly going to back out. He did realize they've at least got a decent amount of guns off of Global Esports' hands. So even the economy damage has been dealt. The God Particles finally just letting loose one round, and Global Esports going to be having a little smiles on their faces.
Yeah, and I have to come back to the point I mentioned at the start of the round. Is this operator really worth it? When you've got that 4-round lead going, when you know that you're punishing the other team on the basis of your aggressive, proactive nature, why would you intentionally slow it down to just bring in the operator? I mean, to be fair, I do know that Knight Rider is very, very, very comfortable on the operator, but again, it just feels like a recipe for disaster, playing the way Global want to play this map, which is that slow nature. You saw even in the last round, they went for the walk-in through the tower, barely giving any information. Like, the strength of that double controller where they're able to deny information perfectly being done by GE, but this time much more proactive. Necro, Rossi with the satchel already, trying to find the entry for his team.
Oh, this time Rossi trying to counter that aggression from God Particles. Keep this in mind, they were able to save that operator. They're trying their best to use it as aggressive as possible. Knight Rider already, we saw him pushing out of his limits.
Spike planted.
All the way. Their spawn, the attacker spawn, Global Esports. They've gone successfully spiked down, but now it's time to defend. And are they going to pull it off? That's a question.
Looked away.
Yeah, looked away in the wrong time. Knight Rider misses his shots. That was quite a crucial one, and now here comes the backup from the side of Global Esports. Finds one. This is where he needs to try and retaliate back in style. Skills, though. Finds Emperor instantly and just somehow able to spam him out the smoke. And Global Esports, within a blink of an eye, just get a 4K and just clean him up.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad that Knight Rider died there. I did not want him to get to save his operator once again. Great shots, alright? I mean, he missed the first one, which was kind of hurt them, but I do think that Kaupi really need to pick up the pace. You can't just give GE this bit of confidence, give Rossi especially, right? Because Rossi's gone from being on the 0 kills mark in the first 4 rounds to now getting that entry, the crucial kill in the last 2 rounds that Global Esports has won. And we're seeing this similar modus operandi for Global Esports, where if Rossi starts popping off, it feels like the entire team is able to get into sync. And let's see if GOTP have some sort of plan to shut it down, some sort of blueprint, because right now, Global Esports are showing us exactly why they picked up this map in the first place.
Trying to set up some things. Global Esports taking this for executing, but here comes the 2K. Kick things off, but Hellraiser gonna reply back in style. Able to find one. They're still ready though. Breach utilization is on point for both the teams. Still not really able to deal much. One man's able to sneak past through it. It's going to be the Viper. Lightning Fast finds one. A little bit of info shortage from Shivy, but that's fine. Got Particles. It's a 2-on-3 situation. It's still doable. Shivy just equalizing things with that frag. Lightning Fast taking care of Astra. Cosmic Divide comes through, but Logi is a little too quick on his reflex. Finds easy 2K.
Talk.
I'm sorry, I was gonna just deliver a long list of analysis and then Shimmy on that breach like talk. He's almost baiting me to talk. But what I was going to say was really confused about that ultimate from the side of GOTP. If I'm gonna be honest, this round purely done on the basis of individual strengths, like the initial double kill from Ember and Knight with that push, then Logi finding the instant flick towards the top side of that A site. That was the reason they won that round. But Scargod's Astral playing there, the ultimate, very, very sus. It gave Global Esports the entry into the site. It blocked off the viewpoint of his defenders. The only way I could see that being a team decision was if they're like, you know what, let's just play purely on retake. Let's surprise them, give them the entry, but surprise them with how quickly we're able to be ready on site for the retake. And that did kind of happen with Logi just surprising them from that A-drop position, getting the jump on them and finding those 2 kills to make it a 5-2. And now that we're almost away from the half mark, the quarter mark of the entire match, the half mark of this first half, Necro, I have to start wondering, right, what is a good enough scoreline for both of these teams? I think for GOTP, it has to be an 8-4 given their start.
Exactly. It has to be 8-4. Considering Global Esports are already able to sneak 2 rounds away from their hands. And now GOTP, they're all the way up with 5 rounds in their pockets, but still Global Esports, they're one of the teams you can never underestimate. So God Particles will need to make sure each and every single move they're making, CA, has to be calculated.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a bit of a technical break, which gives us a moment to really talk about the calculations you mentioned, think about how God Particles could look to maneuver around the way it is, and also talk about the compositions for a bit, because you can see the way that Breach is set up with Shivy on the side of defense. He's a pure pivot on this map. His job is to react to wherever the attackers are giving and literally just give support, the long-range support he's able to provide with his fault lines, with his aftershocks, with his flashpoints. Just try and support the players, as anchors who are playing on site, which is the Viper and the Astra. Now for Global Esports, what they have in advantage is that raise. So what favors them is that slow pace of taking bits and pieces of information, using the boombot to clear small angles, while faking out one site and maybe looking to rotate. So both of the teams here on very different ideologies, even though the compositions are quite similar.
Composition, yeah, it's literally a mirror comp. But I just like the proactive nature from God Particles, the way they're able to play it. But somewhere down the line, Global Esports were getting their grip on it. But now, again, with that being said, God Particles able to stop the momentum that Global Esports was trying to build. That's going to be helping them out quite a lot. With this technical pause, maybe that momentum will be hindered.
Yeah, we'll have to see, Necro, because it becomes a question of which Global Esports are we going to see. If you remember VCC1, the Global Esports we saw in the initial qualifiers were not as great as the Global Esports who won the entirety of the VCC. They're very much a team that grows and evolves, and that's what they need to do in this map right now, because look at Ember, he's got way too aggressive. He ran there for a second, so gave away the audio cues, and yikes is all I can say, I guess.
Audio keys leading to God Particles' demise.
Spike planted.
Aggression all the time cannot work out. Sometimes you need to hold your horses. And this is what God Particles need to realize somewhere down the line. Scargod, though, Finds one. SK Rossi being taken care of, but both the players are quite down low. Maybe they should take things a little slow and go for a save, and that's what they're exactly doing. Backing up from this one, do realize it's pretty much a gone case around. So after this round, Global Esports are going to be having 3 rounds in their pockets. God Particles will start to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, and we talked about the favored scoreline for God Particles. We also should start wondering what Global Esports have in mind because, again, they've built up that Breach ultimate. This, though...
An off angle. And Hellranger, his head gets cut off. Just slaps him right in the face. Hellranger taken care of now. But still, God Particle, they have impressed me, CA.
And look, Knight slapped Hellranger so hard in the face that his webcam turned off. And he was like, nah, I'm not showing my face for the palm mark on it. Like, nah, you guys don't need to see me anymore. But one really crucial point, right? Again, why I love GE on this map. Alt orb control is so crucial on this map because unlike any other map in the game, you've got double the amount of alt orbs available to capture. You have 4 alt orbs. On every single entry across sites, you've got an alt orb available. And because of that, you can see the way GE play, the way they like to take proactive control, they get a minimum of 2 alt orbs every single round, and they recycle their ultimates really well. Now Hellranger with the Rolling Thunder ready again. It was a call made from Godfrey to stack that B site, but it hasn't worked out since now GE get a free A site. And against the Rolling Thunder and a Raze ultimate on the retake, that's going to be a hard one.
Oh, that reminded me of my matchmaker. Decided to stack aside, and it never just works out. Yeah. Rolling Thunder out, and that's going to stun quite a lot of players. God Particle, kind of screwed. But Scar God just finds 2 players. That's 2 huge frags being taken care of, and now it's a 3-on-2. Global Esports, they need to hold their horses now. They need to be on a little bit of defensive page, but still Ember able to find another one. SK Rossi still alive in the game. He can make some insane plays happen. Here comes the party. We'll take care of Knight Rider. And now it's all down to Ember. Ember, I'm pretty sure, is just going to be on a little bit of back foot.
From snipers to RPGs, this man can do it all. Ember left arm Johnson. The screen goes black, just like the dreams of God P for a second right there. But still, they have the lead, you know? So I will give them the benefit of the doubt with respect to being able to pull it back because I do believe that last round was an eco, but Global Esports looking much, much more coordinated. But talking about just that, like you can still see the fact that this is a new map of weighing in on these teams because a simple thing right there towards A main, right, where Global Esports used that Rolling Thunder, started pushing in, but they went a second too far, forgot about that door entrance that Scar came from. Given the fact that the rest of their team is playing heavy, deep positions in the side, trying to play completely post-plant, you don't want to push past that door line because you can get flanked. So small communications issues still very much possible on Fracture because no team has perfected it just yet, which is why for both of these teams, in my opinion, this is huge because they get to get some really good games going on this map, get some really good practice. For Lightning Fast doing his best Nats impression, just W with that smoke, he's got entry into the site.
Oh, there we go, as you mentioned. That's 2.0 play right there. And now Global Esports. Again, just so many Rolling Thunders being utilized to try and counter the pushes, but still Global Esports, they have the site control in their hands, and that's all they needed. As the Viper takes the control of site, God Particle, the control of site's kind of fading away from their hands. They're not going to be happy after that. Stun being utilized as well. Below just catches one. Knight Rider going to follow it up, and just like that, within a blink of an eye, that's a flawless round.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, I did say I will give them the benefit of the doubt with respect to being able to pull it back, but do it in a flawless manner? I have to say, I'm surprised as well. And God Particles showing that they've come here to fight, showing that they're, you know, not a team that can be taken lightly. They might have gotten a tough draw, but that doesn't matter to them because they're going to show their best version of themselves and not go down without a fight. Right now, they're giving one hell of a fight to our defending champion. So, God Particles definitely in control, especially now with Ember's Viper Spit ready once again. I expect him to just shut down one side altogether, and the way it's looking, it seems like he's going to shut down that A site, but Global Esports so far, the intentions have been pretty simple. They've rarely gone for the excessive rotation, just instead looking to punish that aggressiveness that GOTP showed in the first place. But this time it might not just happen because Kappa, he's isolated, he's stuck all alone.
Oh no. Man being isolated all by himself. Knight Rider, hopefully he's not going to expect him to be there, and he's not.
I know exactly.
And Kappa able to sneak one kill away, and instantly neural theft being utilized. A lot of intel being conveyed in Global Esports.
One enemy
They're going to
remaining.
work off of it. There we go.
Kappa?
It's just a blockchain. It just keeps on following.
Actually, right there,
Last-
small thing. When I talked to Kappa earlier, he said he likes his name to be pronounced Kappa. So I'm gonna try to do that, even though Kappa is how I've known it for all my life through the emote. But that round itself, Kappa, it felt like he said, I know exactly where you are after he killed Knight Rider, but it's almost like the dude knew exactly where they were even before he killed them. Just waiting patiently, expecting them to not peek. That's what comes from experience, Necro. That's what you learn about the tendencies of the player. And Kappa, it's gonna take me a second to get used to that. But still showing us why he's one of the best support players in our region, continuously able to deliver with these performances, and already a 6-5, a 7-5 itself, I would say, is a decent half for Global, given that 4-0 start.
And also, I feel like God Particles are being a little too readable, but Knight Rider able to catch that kill and instantly back off and dash away. And Ranger, is he going to expect him to be still there? Missing out a little bit of shots, bullet not landing. Hellranger capitalizes on it. Chibi as well, instantly there. Rolling Thunder out. Flashes trying his best to try and buy off some time in that push, but Scar God on the aggressive pace finds Kappa. He's able to sneak that kill away. Lightning fast trading things out, and now it's a 2-on-3 situation. Top Particles do have the man advantage, and look, Logista able to sneak one more kill away from their hand. Lightning fast not going to expect him to be there. That's a little questionable way. I feel like the info should have been conveyed.
Yeah. You can see, like, this is what really differentiates. This is why we say Big 3. We don't say Big 5, we don't say Big 10, we say Big 3 for a simple enough reason that for most teams, being able to pull off rounds, being able to secure momentum is a hard factor, but at least they're able to secure the 7-5 GOTP, right? So now their biggest test comes on this attacking half, because Global Esports, on every single corner that you can imagine on this map, and trust me, there's a lot of corners on this map, they have a ton of utility to shut it down. They have that raise especially, but they're gonna be like, you know what, if GOTP got aggressive, well, we've got that Rossi Hellranger combo, baby. It might not be the Jet Breach combo you're used to, but we're gonna get it done with the Raise Breach and make it that extra teensy bit explosive, because here comes the party. They're already pushing it in towards that B side. GOTP instead though, Necro, they have their eyes set on the A. With the double anchor setup, this is getting really intense.
Oh, this is intense. 3 people just pushing on the A side. They need to take care of the Cypher. Cypher being taken care of now. Knight Rider going to be a little happy man. Logista able to catch another one. Skills goes down. Global Esports seems like the round slipping away from their hands. And the pistol round, God Particles are easily able to take care of it. Side controls being given away by Global Esports, trying to be a little aggressive this time. ScarGod is just dinking them out this game. But Global Esports Hellranger able to trying his best to minimize things, but this time, let's go. It's just going to be Logista who's able to close things off, and the first pistol round in the second half goes on their name.
I have to give props to certain players of God Particles that have really caught my eye, because I wasn't expecting this level of lurking. For example, from ScarGod, the game awareness is just absolutely nuts, and he's not doing it in like 1 or 2 rounds, right? Every single round, he's made himself a nuisance in the eyes of Global Esports. They're continuously trying to shut him down, but every single time, he takes down 1, if not 2 players. And the same, I want to say, for players like Logi and Ember, because Knight and Shivi, these are very much seasoned professionals. We've seen them on top teams before, but Logi and Ember recently shifted on to the game of Valorant from CS, and they have a point to themselves, and they've done so brilliantly. But exactly the players I was talking about, ScarGod once again starting it off for GOTP in a astounding manner. They're pushing their lead further and further.
Skills might just have a really prime positioning. Even if he's able to get away with a single frag, that's going to mean quite a lot for Global Esports. But instead, it seems like that's not the intentions of God Particles. A little bait move coming out from their side. Try and bait out Global Esports from their spot. That's what exactly happened. Easily fleshing them out, and while the Spectre are clearly visible, But still, that's not going to stop guard particles, at least for now. Skills now is just going to walk into Ember's crosshair.
Man, Scar is on a tear right now. He's just unwilling to give up that determination almost that he seems to have ingrained into himself. He's like, I will not bow down. And he is just on an absolute tear. You can even see it in terms of frags. And Astra on top of the leaderboard, this is almost like my matchmaking when I'm playing Astra. Definitely not on top of the leaderboard there, but hey, this is what I'm talking about. I think for me, don't even look at the fact that Shivi is on the bottom, because he is the reason they're making these reads. He is the IGL. Yeah. He is the one who is giving these hauls, and that's what we really love about Gopi, how they come together as a team, how they cover each other's weaknesses and build on each other's strengths, and ooh la la, Gopi just delivering beautifully on there, but what a flick!
Oh, just turns around and slaps him out the game. Logista being shut down as well. Hellranger just doing Hellranger things. Just raining down hell and terror on God Particles in this round. And now it's a 3-on-4. Single-handedly able to shut down that push coming in from the back lines. And now Global Esports are in way better and comfortable spot. God Particles, kind of an awkward page. Lightning Fast wins these kind of aim duels, and he should not be challenged single-handedly like that, one by one. But Knight Rider, it seems like he's a little step ahead.
Last player standing.
A decision by Kappa that almost cost him the round. Should not have taken that fight where he lost to Knight Rider, but Skills manages to get one back and put Scarguard in a 1v2 situation. And you have to remember, right now, even if Scarguard loses this round, for them, it's a win already because of the simple fact that the economy is broken from Global Esports. This was a bonus round for God P, and they've already taken away 3 weapons, potentially 4, but Scarguard trying to go for the Galaxy Brain play. He's going for the full last-minute rotate, which means that even if his plan gets delayed by a couple of seconds, he will lose the round. But if his mind games are right, because you can see on the map they are Global Esports rotating towards A. He's got this B side for free. He gets to pick his plant and his post plant with plenty of time available.
Spike planted.
Oh my god, he's able to sneak through both of them. Global Esports have just been played, and they finally realized that. Scargod, a young boy, but with complete demonic plays. This time, let's just find out if he's going to be able to clutch this one out or not. Hellranger moving in from the right. Skills in the front. Skills quite low, so the Spectre should be able to take care of him easily.
Pulling them in.
Smoke being utilized from their side. A beautiful pull. Try and pull out.
One
Skills
enemy remaining.
But Hellranger in tower gets caught, but Skills this time is not going to back away. Spectre doing that damage, but it seems like Skills' Phantom is just a little too quick.
Absolutely. But at the same time, while Global Esports should be happy that they're able to pull off the round, because for a second it looked dicey right there. Gopi, they will take this round. 4 guns taken out, and honestly, without that insane flick, it should have been all 5. Like, that round should have been God Particles. But you can see, that's why Global Esports still able to maintain that little bit of decorum and get it through. And again, I have to reiterate, this map pick is Global Esports, so they need that. But hey, this is the guy we were talking about, the winning analyst from their first VCC victory. That Extreme's calling that timeout, and I'm hoping that the information he's giving right now is that, guys, I feel like you're getting a little too disconnected. Try to stay on the same note, because even for that simple rotate, right, in that position 2v1 Necro, I feel like their priority has to be, let's stay together, let's make sure we don't lose any other weapon in this round.
Priority has to be the weapons as well. Economy, one of the most important factor in the game of Valorant. But again, I mean, I'm absolutely surprised with the way God Particles are able to show themselves up here, CA. And that is just, I'm mind blown. I'm mind blown. The proactive nature that God Particles are doing, they're showing the aggressive nature. And you know, I'm a man of aggression myself. I love aggression to death.
W only, Necro.
But yeah, again, God Particles are able to kick things off pretty well. A huge lead, not really a huge lead, but yeah, decent lead, I would say.
Get out of my way.
That can keep Global Esports on their toes and keep them unsettled. But still, God Particles, they're trying to figure things out. Now they realize they cannot just be predictable with trying to do same things over and over again. So slower approach from their side, CA.
yeah, look at this. They've left Logi on the Cypher to mark the aggression that they're expecting from Global Esports, and that's exactly what's happening. Rossi and Hellranger trying to push out. This is all about timing right here, because on the other side, God Particles are executing onto side. ScarGod's got that opening kill, that entry fragger, top fragger, Astra on her tear. But Skills is like, you can do one, I can do it better. The Jet nerf though, we can see it in action. Hey, the right click doesn't give you the lives back anymore.
But the amount of scars that ScarGod have given Global Esports, they're going to be able. It's going to be hard for them to bounce back from that. And now Lagusta using the Neuro Theft, Hellranger's position being compromised, and ScarGod just giving them scars one after the others. Just take them as love bites.
Oh boy, Necro starting to get real deep into his idioms right there. But hey, as you said, right, like ScarGod he's giving them some trauma right here. He's being like,
yeah,
man, I get that you guys like Fracture a lot, but are you really sure about picking it? Like, you know, because we've got it prepared too. We're ready to get it done too. We have a top class IGL to make the calls for us too. So what exactly are you guys expecting? Because right now, God Particles, this is their map to lose, Necro.
This is their map to lose. 10-6 the scoreline. God Particles looking absolutely insane. Global Esports pushed on an eco. Global Esports, as you mentioned. A lot of emotional damage for sure given to Global Esports. And to try and bounce back, as I mentioned, it's going to be quite difficult. They need to try and take care of a man like ScarGod. And then you also have Ember to try and put on so much pressure over and over again. Oh, Flash, perfectly used. Global Esports able to find one. That's a huge frag. But the instant retreat call coming out as well. That's beautiful. Stun, ultimate being used. Here comes the party, but instantly being shut down. ScarGod again, just able to put a lot of pressure on Global Esports. Global Esports somehow have a man advantage. But still, the Astra, which is lightning fast, taken down quite low, so that's not going to be a good news for them. ScarGod is just able to get these frags somehow.
30 seconds left.
Still a 3v2 right now though, and Global Esports, I don't think they recovered any of the weapons from their aggression, so while they have the man advantage, the weapon advantage is still in favor of God B. Having said that, a 3 HP Vandal, I'm not so sure. Yep, no.
You're welcome.
He gets caught out by ScarGod, but before that, lightning fast finding shit. So at least one weapon gained by GE right there in a 2v1. They should be able to pull it off against a 3 HP Scar. But you never know, Scar is on an insane run of form right now. Oh, never mind.
So, I'm sorry, I just found that really funny. Everyone who's watching that home,
Comedic timing.
CA tries to set it up as if he's gonna pull off some insane, like, inhuman clutch, and then he instantly just gets shut off with a classic burst.
Yeah. The last two words especially make it funny. Like, just get slapped with the classic. Like, no, sit down.
Sit down. Just know your place, man. 3 HP. This is reality right here. You're not living in some dreamland. But yeah, 10-7, still a huge scoreline, still a huge lead, I would say. And ScarGod just giving them so many scars with 21 kills all the way on top. SK Rossi somewhere down the line, not really performing as we expected.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest question we had before the match, right? Can we see the same level of impact that SK Rossi has on Jet on his race? For now, the answer is no, because ScarGod just seems to be shutting down any lurks that GE might have every single time. Look at that Astra on the map. She's all alone and using the power she has on the map where she's able to set up the utility for her team from anywhere in the map to get it done while lurking still. And now with the Rolling Thunder, they've got the site, but Chivy had the spike. That's a little sus. They're gonna get the spike delayed now, Necro. That might end up hurting them. Guess not, actually, because the mind games these teams are playing are honestly boggling my mind as well.
I'm confused. I'm not gonna lie. Throughout this whole matchup, I've been so confused to know what exactly is going on, because the defenders are pushing an attacker side, and then the attackers are easily able to get the site. Like, I don't exactly know what's going on. Look at this, ScarGod just peeks out, easily slaps away Hellranger, taken care of, but SK Rossi there, who just realizes that there is a flank coming in from the back, so he's able to take care of that, but still, The pressure, if you talk about, is being applied over and over again by God Particles and Global Esports. They just have a lot of scars, and to try and bounce back from it, it's going to be a little tough. A lot of emotional damage, but still, Global Esports, it seems like they're able to bounce back finally. They're able to do something, but no, instead, we have God Particles again bouncing back because skills. It's just skills. I don't know. I don't even know what to say at that point. But still, classic burst to close things off again. A classic way to close out the round.
How cold is this lad? Look at his face. Just zero emotion. Like, yeah, I don't fake that.
Now that's what you call experience, right there, CA. That's what I call experience. He's like, I do this for my dinner, dude. Like, this is too easy. I do this on daily basis. What are you talking about?
He's like, you guys went ahead and died? Don't you worry about it. I will just get the defuse. No worries, we'll get the round. And we're making like jokes about it, but think about it. 10-6, we said the map is God piece to lose. They lost an eco. They lose a 1v2, like a ninja defuse right there by skills. The trauma is going to start building up. The psyche is going to start getting affected. And somewhere along the line, they have to start wondering, but hold on. This might be a bit of a mistake because you see the players from Godpeat took the ropes to move from one spawn to another, and given Hellranger's position, he would have heard the audio cues, so he can now tell them, guys, there's nowhere to win that side. Kappa can start making those aggressive moves while they hold on to one side, but Skargod he just won't give up. He is on a tear.
I want to see SK Rossi be really aggressive, just like how I saw it last year. And we need to see him back. Ember. Finding one, fighting two. Good for a 2K. Ember's just delivering on mark with Skargod. It's like their combination is working perfectly. A young lad, as I mentioned, with a demonic plays. I do want to see now what Global Esports, what kind of game plan they have. The coaches certainly kind of have affected Global Esports playstyles here, and I can clearly see that. Global Esports aren't as aggressive as we saw last time. They're trying their best, but they're just being shut down easily.
Yeah, and you have to start wondering, right? Because given the way this site is set up, I was about to just talk about the man himself, Skargod. The lurks he's able to pull off, he's like, hey, you might aggress one angle, you might aggress two, you cannot aggress two angles.
That's a huge frag.
What a flick. He even has the VCT champion skin, which lights up when you're top fragging. So it's light up for him. His gun is going to be all glowing, and I love that skin when, at least when you're fragging. Like, as you can see, it's all glowing. It has that extra look because he's the top fragger. It just makes you feel extra motivated, helps you pull off some nasty shots like that.
Hellranger, now that's a definition of getting turned on and just getting absolutely slapped. That's gonna be That's gonna traumatize Hellranger for sure. But yeah, still 11-8 is the scoreline. God Particles are able to just pounce through. They're able to just tear them apart in Global Esports. Their mental seems kind of weak, missing a lot of shots. Hellranger, it seems like this time he's not really able to connect shots. Bullets not landing. Global Esports are going to be a little disappointed. Skills though finds a connection, but instantly gets shut down. Now it's a 2-on-4. And Global Esports, the round has slipped away.
Though it's still a 2v4. Might try to quite low, so maybe if they can shut him down, they can find some hope. But just a Spectre and a Frenzy in their hands, so most definitely difficult. And Scar just, as I think you said it best, just getting all of GE's players with these scars that they're gonna remember for a significant portion of this tournament, if not this year itself. You can see him, he's starting to groove to the beat of the sound of victory right now. God Particles, oh so close, Necro. They're on match point, just one round away from beating GE, beating the defending champions on the map of their choice. And this is what I call a killer performance. You know, Astra has a line. Whenever she kills Brimstone, she says, bye-bye, Boomer. And right now, it feels like that's what Scar is saying to the entirety of GE.
Okay,
like, yeah, you guys are the old people.
I mean, just rubbing salt in their wounds, man. Just rubbing salt in their wounds. Yeah, kicking things off, able to at least get the man advantage equalized. 4-on-4, 12-8 scoreline. One more round, God Particles will seal the map in their hands. And Global Esports, it's looking quite tough for them. Ultimate being used just for that one single man. Hellraiser. Oh no, blinded. But Shivi has to smoke instantly right there. And this is what I like to see. You see the team coordination from the side of God Particles. It's looking on point right now, CA.
That's a very interesting interaction because Shivi had to commit all of that utility because he could not afford to die since the spike was right next to him. All Global Esports committed was one ultimate. So suddenly entering the site might prove a little difficult for Gopi right now given the position that Kappa has towards that tower. But he gets stunned and Ember finds the kill. Precise coordination from the side of Gopi, delivering them potentially their first map victory in this series. A 4v2, surely Gopi have got this in the back.
Oh, they have got this in the back, and Scargot just humiliating Global Esports. At this point, this is humiliation. This is Ultra Instinct mode Scargot has went through. And oh my god, this reminded me of Dragon Ball Z.
I mean, I will certainly agree in the sense that Scargot seems to have gone like Super Saiyan mode. Now, if he's able to pull this off in map 2 and 3, I'll say he's gone Golden Ape mode. You know, like the ultimate evolution for these players. But boy, what a map from God Particles. What a performance. This is exactly what I wanted to see, starting us off in our VCC with a bang. And it's been a discussion amongst us about the same thing, about how VCC 2 a lot more open than VCC 1, and we see that immediately in the first map.
And we're also seeing new teams coming up as well, right? God Particles, of course, being one of them. We did not see them in the past, but Scar God, I'm pretty sure it's going to be so hard for Global Esports to get rid of that Scar in the next game to try and heal off from what just happened. But yeah, Scar God, even though I saw his aim kind of shaking, and I feel that. I have competed myself in the past, and that shake is there. That means you're really nervous to play against. Even though Scar God, he's nervous. He's having that shaky aim, but so he's still able to connect those kind of insane shots. That's huge. That's absolutely huge.
And it's not just the mechanical prowess that we witnessed, the game sense that this lad had so many times, able to get his team out of a dangerous situation because of his lurks, so many times able to just continuously read what Global Esports are likely to do and find advantages for God Particles because of it. The fact that he's able to do it on the map of GE's choice, this could spell the fact that we might just see an upset right here. I still have to give the benefit of the doubt to GE because, again, they are the defending champs, so we assume they might be able to pull it off. But this card P doesn't look like they came to play against defending champs. They just came to play their game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, dude. After this, as soon as this whole show ends, I'm gonna go on Scar's Instagram and I'm gonna follow that man. I'm gonna be the biggest fan he's ever had, okay? The way he's playing right now, it's impressing me because coming inside this, we all predicted Global Esports 2-0. Let's be honest. That was the reality. Everyone was thinking that, okay, probably Global Esports going to 2-0 this. They're just going to slap him off the game. But instead, now it's just God Particles giving them a tough competition. And somewhere down the line, SK Rossi not able to wake himself up. But in next game, hopefully, SK Rossi is going to wake up.
Yeah, and a brilliant point mentioned by you, Necro, because you have to start wondering, despite Scar's performance, is it more of a Rossi not being present effect? Because we've seen this in effect before. When Rossi has those poor games where he's just not able to turn up, it feels like the entirety of GE almost goes in panic mode, where they're like, wait a second, do we help Rossi get back his confidence, or do we just try to go for plan B, if they even have a plan B? So that's the simple equation here. But Scar, I have to praise that man. Just said, you're going to become a big fan. You're going to follow him. Hey, been there, done that. I have seen this player just evolve from, he used to be a duelist, to now come on to one of the most difficult agents for a duelist to master, in my opinion, is that Astra. Pulling off the lurks, pulling off the mechanical shots, the insane flicks. I mean, what can he not do?
Yeah, the presence of mind from this lad is absolutely huge. It's out of my brain, not gonna lie. But yeah, overall, the scoreboards as well, we saw that in the front of us. And take a look at the damage dealt, 14.84k damage. And on the other hand, Global Esports clearly lacking numbers to try and keep up. They're trying their best to keep up, but somewhere down the line, it's a little tough. There we go. We had a little bit of our Hindi desk as well. You know, it seems like they're also trying to break the game down. It was an intense game. Everyone's shocked. I'm shocked. CA's shocked. But yeah, I want to see Rossi being activated the next map.
Yeah, and I think it really does become a big factor, not just for GE, but a big test for GOTP too, to now take this momentum, this insane momentum that they have, and be like, with or without Rossi, we don't care. We're going to play our game, because remember what we talked about in the start of the pre-show. Raw Particles, the best of the rest in my opinion, not in the tier 1 teams before this match. I think I might have to change that after this match right here. But before this match, we loved them because of how good they were playing with their fundamentals, how good they are playing with the communication they have in the team and the chemistry they have in the team. And it's not like, yes, Scar got popped off, but it's not like the rest of the team was just idling around. The chemistry was very much apparent, and I love the fact that they're pulling off some big upsets already with that.
Big upsets indeed. I mean, the way Skargod has played, it has impressed me. It's hard for me to get my mind off of it, right? Let's be honest, the previous game was quite confusing. It was so confusing that, look, even my camera is blurry right now. It's that confusing. Like, it's literally just out of my head. It was so confusing, but still somehow the aggressive nature that God Particles was showing, that was working out. Sometimes they were kind of stacking sides and defending side, which wasn't really working out, but thank God they were able to make up to it in the attacking side, and that's what really meant quite a lot. Global Esports, it clearly was seen that they were surprised. They did not expect God Particles to be that aggressive.
Yeah, a really good point you mentioned, because it felt like, even though after those initial 4 rounds where God Particles slowed down, and like I feel it was a bit about the operator, they didn't like really take it into their stride, in the sense that they didn't get affected by it. They took it into their stride. They're like, you know what, we might have made a mistake, but we know how to correct it immediately. And that's a big showing off top tier teams. But right now, talking about rewards, not just for God P, but for you guys as well, some massive giveaways, some exclusive merchandise. Hey,
Oh man, I know you guys already know. Hashtag VCC and tag NODWIN Gaming on any of your social medias, and well, you guys have a chance to win this exclusive merchandise, and you might just be the lucky winner, because I myself don't have Valorant merchandise. I might need to try and look for someone who can hook me up. But yeah, you guys are lucky. You guys have a chance to win it. We cannot win it, even if we do try to apply it. Like, even if I do try to hop in the chat, and if I try to apply it, I'm pretty sure NODWIN Gaming is going to be like, no, Necro, you're not eligible for that.
Hey, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Chat
man.
very much deserves it, and the series is not over just yet. So we have a couple more maps left to go. So I think we're about to go get ready for just that.
Yeah, we're about to go get ready, and just after this short little break, we'll be right back with map 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that traumatizing game 1, we're over here back in the NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for the South Asia region. As always, I'm going to be your host, Necro John. Alongside with me is going to be the emoji. And now today, of course, first game was absolutely insane. Fracture map, something unexpected happened. Something absolutely insane got pulled off. I do want to see what's going to happen on the second map, CA. Any prediction, like going inside the second map?
I feel like making a prediction now is just literally digging a grave for myself at this point, because I even just texted Scar. I'm like, bro, can I know what you had for breakfast today? I need to do some rank climbing of my own. You see, the MMR has kind of messed me up in this act, so maybe with that breakfast I can get back to my original
That's a breakfast, man. That's what the most important thing is. The first thing that you eat when you wake up. It's going to be the breakfast. But yeah, overall, it seems like Scar God was able to just dominate through the first game. Now, moving inside the second game, what do you think? So how's Global Esports mentality going to look like? Are you going to expect SK Rossi to just, activate himself up? Are you going to think that SK Rossi is going to be having a little bit of more pressure on his back, realizing that the first game he did not really perform as everyone expected him to?
So I think the two biggest issues that Global Esports had in that last map was, one, they danced. Like, God Particles literally made them dance, like, tatai, going here, going there, and you have no idea where. And at that point, it becomes the fact that we know how GE like to play, right? They're a team that they're like the bully in the playground. They like to do it their way, or suddenly they look a little weaker. If they're being forced to play someone else's way, they're not as strong as the GE we know. So that's the number one thing they need to change, and that ties in directly to your question, because to do that, you need Rossi back on Jet. You need Rossi back on something comfortable that he can be like, you know what, guys, let's go back to basics. Let's go back to how we control the game, and let's make this win happen. Afterwards, we can try to evaluate what went wrong, because I don't think Rossi was deactivated as much as his role just was so different that the team just was not able to find that right groove that they normally find with him on Jet.
So do you think that's kind of like the new coach's tryouts kind of affecting them? But yeah, I'm going to hold on to this question. Let's just directly move on to the agent selection. And let's just find out what exactly is going on. We're seeing Rossi back on Jet. And we're also seeing Kale.
Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. I need to pinch myself real quick. I got Fracture in map 1, KO in map 2. Like, am I dreaming? Has VCC actually started? What's going on? Like, more? But hey, Global Esports 2 with that change in composition, something I was talking to you guys about earlier. They're not going for that breach anymore. Instead, playing much more controlled with the double controller Sky for Kappa composition. So we'll have to see how that works out, because, again, that KO is brilliant against this composition. You pull out the Jet knives, nope. You try to set up some sort of Cypher cage, try to check the camera, nope. You try to get the Viper ult going so you can play on post plants, nopety nope. So every single thing that KO is doing is to try and shut down GE, and this is a direct challenge, because you have to remember, this map was picked up by God Particles, and Split is what we used to know as Global Esports Fortress. Unfortunately, they fell apart against F4Q, and since then, it's not been known as their Fortress anymore. But still, like, picking up Split against GE, it's like throwing down the gauntlet, don't you think?
I do want to see, as you mentioned, picking up Split against them. We have seen them in the past. They're absolutely insane, overall. But I do want to see what God Particles have in their pockets. There's a reason why it has been picked, right? Maybe God Particles, they have found the kryptonite. Maybe they have found the kryptonite strategy against Global Esports, and they're just about to use it. Now, we're finally seeing SK Rossi back on Jet as well, and that KO utilization, that kind of caught me off guard. So what do you think? So how are they going to start using the KO inside this?
So there's multiple ways to play that KO, right? Ideally, you want to condition your opponents with specific null points at the start of the map. You want to set up the information aspect. Use them almost like a SOVA, like you were using certain recons for 2 to 3 rounds. Before then, you start pulling back and using it more reactively. You start understand once you get information of where Global Esports defaults are, what their positions are, then you can do that. A very simple example would be, as you can see on the map right now, the Hellranger has set up his wall to block off mid. Now, God Particles can do right here is throw that null point towards the vents. It shuts down Hellranger from being able to activate or deactivate his wall. He loses control of his utility, and just like that, it's a small advantage you can gain on to burst that mid. And once you take mid control on vents, well, I don't need to spell out what happens, but hold on. We talked about SK Rossi being activated. Misses the first couple of shots, still able to do a decent bit of damage. I think you'll like the aggressiveness GE already showing.
Oh yeah, I definitely do like the aggressiveness they're showing, but God Particles, there's something cooking in their minds. And that's what I want to see, what exactly they're trying to do. On the attacking side, the aggressive nature always pays off, unless if it's pretty much for no reason. But here we do see God Particles just trying to go inside the B side. They're going to be finding themselves an entry, lightning fast, kind of backing out. They're going to go for probably a retake play. Rossi in the front lines, trying to take care of a couple of things. He's also trying to grab a little bit of more audio cues, but the Sage Wall is going to be creating a lot of issues for Global Esports. With that being said, wall being taken out that easily. Knight Rider is right on top of the wall. Falls down, unfortunately, the wall got broken. But yeah, Global Esports, they'll need to try and make something happen. They need to try and hit some insane shots. But talking about insane shots, it's God Particles who are going to kick things off with that. Global Esports able to easily just try and minimize things. But Lightning Fast is going to find another one. And it's just trades happening back and forth. But somehow God Particles are able to come up on top.
Yeah. Once again, I believe all of the pistols so far won by God Particles. Yeah, they won both of the pistols in Fracture. They pick up this first pistol going into this second map of Split, and I just noticed Scar is on that race. This is one of his OTPs. This is his bay, you know, almost. And how Rossi is to Jet is what Scar used to be to Raze before he started adapting for his team. So our top fragger, our killer performer, the guy who says bye-bye Boomer to Global Esports, now bringing the party to them. We'll have to see if he's able to replicate that same performance he was able to bring out, because it certainly looks like Gopi is able to do that. And look at this, look at the Viper already starting to make those aggressive moves. The conditioning really starting to pay off, because all of Global Esports back towards this mid side, trying to find some sort of damage against in this eco, but they just lost first blood, and instead now with the flash going to push in. Was that a fake flash?
Yeah, that was kind of like a bait flash, but still Scar God able to find himself a huge 4K, and now Global Esports. The round's pretty much given away. Skill's going to try to play for his life. But is he going to be expecting the flank coming in from Logi? But no, that's not going to be the case. A clean wipe coming out from the side of God P. Another round secured in their bags.
Man, the spray for the side of Scar just perfectly timed. I believe with the molly coming out from Shivy as well, expecting the push with the flash, they just like, you know what, we'll shut off the choke point with the molly and we'll spray to make sure they don't push in. And which is why I feel like, I don't think it was an intended fake flash. I feel like Global Esports just caught off guard because of that spray. Scarguard finding himself a 4K. It's almost like he's listening to us. I was just questioning, can he get the same level of performance? Already 6 out of 8 on those out points, ready to bring the party, the double satchel in. He finds the entry for his team, and this is where conditioning is so important, because in the first 2 rounds, that Viper was lurking here. Now they use the fact that they're going to think the Viper is lurking to get this A side for free.
But look at Shivy though. He's holding an alpha angle. Rossi crosses through. He's able to catch the planter easily. But still, there are a couple of players in the... Oh, there we go. Rossi being activated, able to get that easy 2K and going for an insta-quick defuse. He's going to stick his CA, and he does it.
Last player standing.
Well, Necro, you wanted to know if Rossi is going to get activated or not.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. It was like, wait, I'm not going to tell you guys. I'm going to just show it to you. It's like, let me just retake by myself. Huh? What? Okay,
oh
boys. That's the SK Rossi we know and love.
And that's the SK Rossi we really needed as well. That 2K only has 2K on his name, but those 2 impactful kills helped them win that game. Just a quick dash inside the site, able to gain a lot of info, also able to catch that planter off guard. And flicks as well. This is why now I feel like I'm back home, and this is why I feel like I'm watching the GE. But look at Lokista though. Interesting play, but the Cypher cam is just too good. Play being easily caught in the camp. Is able to sneak past through all the eyes. Certainly. Do you want to see what?
One enemy remaining.
That's going to be your. A bit of a technical issue.
Yikes, a bit of a self-flash, fanatic flash right there on SK Rossi. But it's all good because now he's got that ult orb. The Blade Storm's online. We've seen this so many times, Necro. The one Blade Storm changing the face of not just the round he's able to pull it off in, but the map itself. Can Rossi do it again?
If you talk about Matt's potential, definitely has it. Same thing I'm questioning as well. The Boombot spots him. Rossi gets a little scared and a little shaken. Needs to back off. That's a beautiful Boombot. And now Global Esports with Rossi being sent on the back foot. He wanted to make some impressive plays happen, but just because that little Boombot is being sent on that back foot, but still being pretty aggressive with that Blade Storm. And there we go. Out of the Blade Storm. Now he doesn't have anything to work with. The only thing he has is that little classic. And 30 bullets of pain from that Phantom. Knight Rider will take care of Rossi. Him being out the equation now, this leaves them in a 4-on-5 situation. Knight Rider, Kappa.
And the biggest issue because of these repeated losses for Global Esports is the lack of an operator later, but hold on. Hellranger and Skills still have something to say about this particular round. Still a 2v3, but Hellranger with that Vandal picked off, finding a huge kill onto ScarGod. Now the retake is definitely on because that player under health taken away, and just like that, Shivy in a very difficult position needs to win this duel.
Oh, he needs to win this duel.
Standing.
But guess who wins it? It's Hellranger. Just handing out haircuts with a huge 4K. Able to secure that round, and maybe GE. They're able to get this momentum going in slowly and steadily. Hopefully the next round, Godpete doesn't win it if Global Esports want even a chance.
Man, I got goosebumps after that round because I felt deja vu, you know. My mind went back to the grand finals of
One enemy
VCC,
remaining.
where in the map of Breeze, Global Esports were in a similar situations. Their first few maps hadn't gone so well. It felt like they were crumbling. It felt like they were falling apart in the map of Breeze itself. And then Hellranger pulled off a 34K in that map to help them secure the win. And well, that was, the rest is history.
Yeah.
Rossi, of course, pulled off that last map, but it was that crucial factor, the IGL stepping up in a time of distress for his team to pull it back, but oh no, it's like the Coster's curse.
Oh,
The
no.
minute I start praising them, like, nope. See a reject.
They found my wire.
4 and 5. God Particle. Pretty good. Global Esports need to keep this momentum going. If this momentum stopped, that's not going to be that good. Cop able to get away with 2 massive frags. Ember, they're able to try and equalize things. Lightning fast with the neural theft. A lot of info being conveyed. Now they exactly know what Godp's thinking. Resurrection comes through. The Sage. Just so handy in these situations.
Yeah, they couldn't protect the bodies there, GE, so instead electing to just take a step back, play on that time. But with this null point coming out, now they know the Hellranger is towards their back, which means they know that the players are isolated. All they need to do is move as a unit. Even if they get killed by lightning fast here, as long as they find the blade, it's all good, but not even a single kill. Hellranger needs to support his body right here, but nope.
That was awkward. That was a little awkward fight. But just as always, Hellranger is able to catch skulls. And as long as he's hitting shots, that's all Global Esports need. Shivi's position is quite interesting. Is Hellranger going to expect him to be there? That's a question I'm wondering. Shivi playing this really safe. Does realize this round means quite a lot. If they do win this round, that means the momentum of Global Esports is going to be stopped by Caudelot. There we go. Now he's not going to be able to use any of his abilities. KO being utilized to perfection. And Ember able to shut down Hellranger. Look at this. The solo plays is being made quite a lot by both these teams.
Yeah, it's giving us a very pleasurable match to witness right here. Think about this fight itself, right? The attackers are fighting from the backside of the ramps, while the defender in Kappa is stuck towards the where you enter from the attacker side onto the ramps. Like, the roles being reversed because Rossi continuously aggressive. Hold on to your horses, ladies and gentlemen, because, well, we've seen Raise Rossi, we've seen aggressive Rossi. It's time for the operator, the recon operator, the infantry operator Rossi coming in. This is what won them the championship. Can he do it again?
Oh, Scar God, though! Just as always, able to give a lot of scars.
Wow.
2 quick kills inside the B site. Just flooding in. And Scar God with that shaky aim, and able to get another one lightning fast taken out of the equation now. Logista able to take care of skills, and within a blink of an eye, Godby somehow just win this round. And SK Rossi with the operator, only man left surviving. I feel so bad for Global Esports. Their defense is in shambles right now.
Exactly. I feel like at this point, Global Esports are going to start questioning themselves, because maybe you can make some excuses about Fracture saying, you know what, we got caught off guard, we don't have as much experience, we are not sure, Godby just played it better, and they had it better prepared than us, and so on. But again, you can't say that for the second map in a row, because if you drop this, you're out. You're just out of Qualifier 1 in the quarterfinal stage. That's a big, big drop from being defending champions, and that's definitely going to start playing in their minds. Like, how do we play around this? How do we get back from this? Because right now, God Particles are unrelenting, Necro, continuously pushing their advantage. Scargod on his form, I can see the hints of a smile coming through on his face as well. And you know what? Like, very much deserved, because with this, you can see just the moment he gets that third kill right here, I think, the Vandal starts lighting up, telling him he's a top fragger, just like he was in that last game. It just feels good to see that Vandal just light up, you know?
Cool little skin feature right there. But yeah, Global Esports. Rossi is always aggressive on that operator. Not able to do anything. Misses 2 shots. Almost could have gone taken away. The Scar God, a little too aggressive, but also is able to make quite a lot of space. Lightning fast position compromise. Catches one. Shivi out the equation. Knight Rider catches another one. Kappa, but I do like how, even though things were kind of slipping away from Global Esports, they're still able to keep it together. And now Global Esports, the chances are looking highly that they're probably going to win this round as well. 2-on-4, Ember able to catch one. Oh no, solo engagements is not what you need. Ember walks out in the snake bite, even though he's taking a lot of damage. It doesn't matter. That instantly backs off. Lightning fast, the only man left on the site, going to be having a lot of pressure because he's able to isolate these fights.
Isolated is Lightning fast picking up the 3K as Global Esports pick up their third round. And you know what? I guess I'm not gonna lie, it genuinely does feel like the teams are listening to us. Every time I ask a question, they just answer it. Like, I was like, how is Global Esports going to come back? They're like, don't you worry, we got it in the bag, buddy. And they're showing us exactly how. In this particular round, I think the fact that GOTP have gone for 4 back-to-back bursts now into sites, they've gone AB in alternate rounds, starting to affect them. They need a bit more of that lurking coming in, which is why now back to the defaults we saw in the Pistols Necro. 1-1 on either side. They're playing that 1-3-1, trying to get that mid control as the Viper tries to find some lurks. Oh my.
Oh,
I felt that.
Heavy mid presence from GOTP though. Even though they're short on the man, still a heavy mid presence from their side. Just trying to get their entry onto heaven. Man's president Wentz as well. So many utilities being utilized, but with that initial kill, ScarGod is able to try and equalize things, but Hellranger's aim is a little too good on the map of Split. Taken out, ScarGod, and now Shivy there to try and equalize things as well. It's a 1-on-2. Global Esports left in a really awkward situation. Logi from the back. Kappa catches him. And threat being neutralized, but he still needs to take care of the guy on site.
Both of the guiding lights used to try and ascertain where Shivy was, but neither of them spotted him. So now in a bit of a confused situation, Kappa giving away audio information of exactly where he is, and Shivy in a brilliant position to catch him off guard. Kappa is not even checking behind the boxes. But Shivy, oh boy, he's being patient as always, just holding that narrow angle, waiting for Kappa to peek. Like that caught off, and I have to wonder about the decision making there, because the first guiding light cleared off the main default plant area, the second guiding light cleared off behind the pillars, so you have to assume he's somewhere near CT, near the defender side spawn exit, but he didn't check behind the triple box. If not check, at least spam that double box right there.
God Particle, man. The proactive nature is just always paying off. Holding some off angles. Being at the positions where they're being least expected. And Global Esports, that's why they're being caught off guard. And of course, the upcoming superstar, the man himself, ScarGod, is just feeling himself right now.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Once again, I have to give props to this GodP team. What a brilliant performance they've shown up with. It's not just a one-map thing. It's not just a two-map thing. It's, for me, I think, in general, the biggest thing that we usually miss from teams that haven't necessarily made it so far is discipline. You know, discipline is so rare to see outside of teams who have, like, say, an organization. Because you have to remember, God Particles, they're just a team of friends that came together. This is not an organization in itself. But the discipline they have to be able to pull off such defaults, to be able to continuously communicate with each other in a brilliant manner, they're really showing up and sending out like a flare to every single organization out there looking for a team. Like, yay, yo, we're up for grabs, you know?
6-3, and an expected scoreline. And the story is, as I mentioned, a lot of scars on Global Esports. And ScarGod again, the superstars looking to strike. Gravity Bell in the front, that's why I bought a decent amount of time, but still, that's not going to stop ScarGod's aggressive nature. Finds one, that's a quick opening. Finds another one, they're just walking in his crosshairs, but Rossi able to put a full stop on his aggressive nature.
They're still trying to set up the Viper's Pit just so they can get out of here. But that will give a moment to Global Esports to recover some weapons, Necro, and then try to push back on the 2v3. Now, with that Viper's Pit gone, God Particles are going to have to rely on their Astral Wall from the Astra to pull it back. But I wonder if they just stop right here and have Ember go for the lurk through mid. No, instead, they're going to group up. I think this might cost them. I would have liked to see that lurk just to shut off the rotation, because you have to expect Hellranger's not going to group up with Kappa. He's instead going to push through the Viper's Pit, give his Sky the information. That's exactly what he's done. And now Kappa knows they're on site. This position so crucial.
Oh no. Oh no, the shorty doing some damage. Gun retrieved in his hands. Kappa can do a lot of damage, but no, not today. Says Lugistan. We'll shut him down. And GodP. What a performance. What a performance. I'm left speechless by these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, the really important point to talk about is, again, the prowess ScarGod is showing, right? Like, when you think about this composition, you don't have the Jet, so the Raze is very often going to be left alone. A lot of pressure on the Raze to find the entry and the space. And usually we expect him, maybe he'll find one kill, get traded off. Maybe he'll find, maybe even like create a lot of space and get traded off without any kills. But continuously he's able to deliver the frags and the space for his team. An absolute killer performance from Astra to Raze. Two of the most colorful agents in the game, and an absolutely colorful performance, an explosive performance from Scar himself. But look at this. getting ready for an execute. They even have the lineups for the molly and the flashes to clear off angles.
Oh no, look at the minimap. Every single player is present over here. Intentions are pretty clear. They just want to execute on the A site. Miss Satchel's coming through from ScarGod, but it's fine. The aim can try and recover what just happened. Easy side control. They just have no other choice rather than to try and back off. Cosmic Divide utilized. Viper's Pit as well. The Global Esports, they're just able to put so much pressure on the God P. The pressure is just increasing as time passes by. Global Esports, Rossi, a little bit of misdash coming in from his side as well. Takes a high ground on top of that. And what? Rossi able to connect that no-scope right on the Knight Rider's face. And somehow, Global Esports, they just win this retake. What?
Again, Global Esports, brilliantly done, but I have to point out the impact Scar has on rounds in general. As you pointed out, right, the missed satchels, meaning that he's not able to get onto rafters, meaning he's not able to shut down the retake angle from heaven itself. All of them stuck onto side, giving Rossi this opportunity, just buddy hopping his way into the Viper's Pit, puts a bullet into the head of the Sage, and Knight Rider is like, yo, don't you just count us out just yet. But this is why, for God Particles, if they're not able to get those entries, they needed that Astral Wall to come down much earlier so that Rossi wouldn't be able to get that first kill he got for the retake, so that Global Esports wouldn't be able to push in immediately. So you can see, even though Godp with a brilliant performance, this game very much on a knife's edge.
Wow. Just baiting out that shot from Rossi. No other option than to back out. That's what he exactly does. Operator in his hands. Still trying to find a little connection. An opening frag can mean quite a lot for Global Esports. A huge lead is already being taken by GodP, but these kind of peaks are not going to help it to try and take it down. Instead, GodP, with the opening being found, that's a huge opening. That's going to give them such a huge confidence boost. Snakebite there to try and stop, or at least to try and buy as much as time as possible. But ScarGod, I'm pretty sure, is going to try and do something insane. Missed shot from Rossi will be taken care of. This time, not really able to say goodnight to anyone else.
Player standing. Spike
Wow.
down B.
Last player alive. It's all down to Kappa now. Kappa on Sky. Doesn't really have a lot of utilities to work with as well. One flash. Cannot make a lot of things happen. I personally am not going to be having huge expectations from Kappa inside this clutch. It's a 1-on-3. And he will need to try and clear out so many angles. That one flash, now he has two. He can try and utilize, but still the way they've positioned the crossfire is too good.
Yeah, literally every corner covered with respect to how they could have closed out that round for God Particles. They had the crossfire set up. They had Shivy on the KO coming in on the ultimate wraparound, going through mid, coming through heaven, just in case Kappa manages to break that crossfire somehow. He's not going to be able to shut down Shivy's lurk. And just like that, the 8-4 has been secured for God Particles in their attacking half. Going on to the defense, I will say, for both of these teams, it's one more similar situation. Maybe a bit of Butterfingers right there in the production half.
Maybe the production just declared.
I can't have. But hey, this is why I was saying, like, for GE themselves, given the aggressive nature with which they were playing in the defense, the attacking half is bound to be a lot more comfortable, but this is where the power of the Sage really comes in next.
The power of Sage. And pistol round. The wall's the most annoying thing you have to go up against. And I know this, man. I'm a solo Kirin ranked myself. Was stuck in gold for quite a long time. But then finally was able to get out. Now I'm a happy plat player. But yeah, anyways. Global Esports. A misstep from Rossi. Gets welcomed right on the other side of the wall. Lining fast. Able to follow it up. But still, GodP, as always, just having the man advantage, and they're able to work off of it so well.
Remember that Global Esports have not won a single pistol so far in this series. Every single pistol going to GodP, and the way this round is going, it seems like that trend is just going to continue.
Look at that, beautiful suppression coming through. Knight Rider, easy tap. Easy there, soldier. Just GodP proving Global Esports unparalleled on all the different grounds.
30 seconds
Global
left.
Esports, though, trying their best. Every single player from this side of Global Esports will need to try and wake up. Some rookie mistakes indeed. But again, the chance to come back is still there. There is a little bit of glimmer of hope that's alive for Global Esports. And we have seen in the past them pulling off some insane comebacks as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Global Esports do pull off something like that. A lot of damage being dealt indeed, but being a little too over-aggressive, Shivy has a knife in his hands, but this time Knight Rider, with just that crispy aim, just going to hand out a haircut to Hellranger.
Oh, and a bit of nervousness, possibly, in the faces of the God Particles members, because, you know, so far throughout the first two maps, there are barely any hints of emotions. I mean, there's barely any even right now, but you can see the closer they're getting to the victory, they can taste it, they can smell it, they can hear it, and they're just like, man, we really want this victory. 4 out of 4 pistol wins for God Particles will mean now a 5-round lead going into this next round, and oh boy, I can smell the desperation. Global Esports going for that force buy. This is now or never, do or die.
And I also like the expressions on Ember's face. There are no expressions.
Yeah, exactly.
The man has his game face on since the start. Actually, it's not even a game face. He's like, please end this game. I just want to go and sleep. I just want to lay on my bed. When is this going to end? That's what Ember has to face right now, and I kind of feel him.
Hey, look at this. An aggressive push towards that B main. Denied that lurk for Hellranger, which means that they've been denied B main, they've been denied mid. The only area where they've got some control is towards ramps, which they have to pull back from because they've realized that the Viper util is here with that Cypher trap, so they can't really entry for free. Instead, now trying to use the Trailblazer to get access back into B site. And remember, once again, a force buy for the side of GE means that every single duel counts, Necro. Every weapon won or lost on either side can be a huge factor in which side is able to push forward with the economic momentum.
But still, this round matters quite a lot to Global Esports. It does.
30 seconds.
Their lifeline depends on this round, even though they don't have the economy to work with. But if they're just going to keep lining up like that, it's not going to help them out to win this round. And look at the aggressive push coming in from the side of Skargot, this time being shut down by Kappa. But it's fine. Ember's got his back. It's like when Skargot doesn't step up, it's Ember. Just leave it up to him. And he single-handedly wipes out the B side, and Global Esports, they're put down to sleep.
Again,
Look at Ember. Just look at Ember. Just chilling, dude. Just chilling.
Like, all in a day's works, guys. All in a day's work. Hey,
It's just it's just another day at office. See, I don't know what to say.
I mean, it is for us. I didn't think it would be for him too. But hey, the force buy, the money's all down the drain for GE. And just like that, God Particles, this is 11-4 almost guaranteed because GE have to go for an eco, and GE with their backs against the wall, they need to bring out the defending champion form right now. Otherwise, God P will secure their spot in the semi-finals, and boy oh boy, taking down GE, that'll put them on the map.
That'll put them on the mat, 10-4. Huge lead, huge lead. And Global Esports, they're going to be having a huge trauma as well. If you talk about emotional damage, that's on a maximum level right now. Especially with these 2 opening frags. So we'll scratch that, make it 3. Knight Rider follows it up with another one, lightning fast. And now the rest 2 players are only on B side. Walking up slowly, Ember's crosser is trained. And he will take care of Hellranger. 2 missed shots. And that's not going to be good for him. With that being said, a flawless round. Just not surprised. God P are delivering right now.
I'm just vibing to that finisher music from the VCT Vandal.
Yeah.
Let's go. I like that music. But hey, like you said, God P, they're just on a tear. Right? Skargard on the lead of it. it's not just Scar. Scar, of course, grabbing our attention because he's been continuously consistent. But look at Knight Rider too. Look at Ember. These players are able to deliver in different roles. Knight Rider used to playing that duelist, usually shifting onto the Sage. He's like, well, it's not a normal Sage, guys. It's the battle Sage coming out, playing absolutely phenomenally. But this might as well be match point right here, Necro. This is the buy down for Global Esports. They lose this, I feel like the map's over. The series is over.
Oh, bullets landing from Rossi. An easy spray transfer and a quick 2K. And Rossi, this would be the best time for you to activate yourself, but this time Scar God just catches him. And there we go, the man advantage now neutralized. The threat as well being taken care of, and GodP are in a really good situation. This retake's looking really possible and easy, for at least for me. So yeah, I think if Kappa gets caught over here, if Ember's a little too proactive, it would be good. But no, the problems continue for GodP. But Shivy from the back finds an opening. That means that'll be a little bit of sigh of relief for them.
So G have a star on the plant itself, which means they can deny with the gravity belt, but they haven't activated it yet. Shivy is just going for the diffuse. G, what is going on? Oh no! I think they might have been suppressed right there. I want to see a replay of it to find out if Shivy actually threw a null point, because I didn't see it on the map. So the only reason I can think of why the skills wouldn't activate that gravity well is because he was suppressed. But let's take a look in this replay. No, not a single knife. So yikes! What just happened there? GE throwing away a round that they should have won by all rights.
I feel like G is as shocked as we are right now, CA. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. God Particles, they're just not leaving a single room for error. But this time Rossi's aggression catches one. Rossi, be in your hometown, buddy, because this is where you really do deliver quite a lot. Another dink to catch Scarcott. 2 quick kills to start things off. Another one to follow it up. Ember taken care of. All these star players of GodP are falling down. And now Shivy, the IGL, will need to try and make some clutch happen. But no, he gets shut down as well. The only man left alive, Knight Rider, does have the resurrection available, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to utilize it inside this round.
Man, don't get me wrong. I love Knight on the op, right? I've seen him ever since his Jet days, his Sage days, one of the best op players in India. But we saw this in Fracture too. When they slow down with Knight's op, they lose his fragging power with respect to holding down a particular site. He's not able to contribute the same way he's able to in other rounds, and it helps GE able to get some control of the playstyle, get some control of the playground back in their hands, and you don't want to give GE that. Having said that, when this happened in Fracture, God Particles learned from that. They improvised, they adapted, and they overcame. So I want to see if they can do it again, because they have plenty of cushion. You know, they have plenty of room to try and make this happen. 7 back-to-back rounds is what GE needs to push this to overtime.
As you mentioned, 7 back-to-back rounds is what GE needs. But again, chances of that happening are quite unlikely. But we still have seen GE pull off some insane clutch, especially if Rossi just keeps him playing the way he played that previous round. That's going to help GE out quite a lot. That might just be a little bit of confidence booster as well. Timeout taken, a little tactical timeout, and it's going to be from Scar God. Interesting. Even the God piece doing that great. They're still using this timeout just to try and play with their mental, I guess.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I don't think they ever used this timeout in Fracture, so I 100% agree on your point. I feel like this is more of a, let's mess up their psyche, let's try to deny their momentum kind of timeout, you know? Where like, let's just slow down the game once again, because we have those 7 rounds, and I love that. I think mind games through every resource you have, including social media, is excruciatingly important, and it's something that we see usually a lack of in our South Asian region. So Scarguard, even if this is an actual timeout where they're discussing, oh, they are, you can see the IGL clearly giving instructions. I just like the fact that they do it as soon as Global wins a round, because it does shut down a bit of that momentum.
Oh yeah, it does. It does. Buying a little bit of time off from GE's hands, and as you mentioned, that affects quite a lot in the momentum as well. Global Esports, 5 rounds in their hands. They need to win some back-to-back rounds. They need to get this momentum going. They need to kick it off right now. It's now or never. If they're not able to do so, they're going to be pretty much out. And that wouldn't be a good sign, especially for a team like GE. Rossi this time taking things a little calm and safe. Understandably, you cannot be aggressive at all the times because your aggression might just be easily compromised.
Ember gonna get spotted and stunned by the Trailblazer, but the gravity well just perfectly timed, gets Rossi caught out, and Shivy able to pick up that first blood. That game changer, that X factor for Global Esports shut down, and with Hellranger at half HP, could this be the end of GE in Qualifier 1, Necro?
Could this be the end? That's what I'm wondering. Opening kill being found, Godp. Morale's looking all-time high. Smiles on their faces for sure. One more round, CA, one more round. This is where they will probably draw the line, and they will be the winners. Aligning fast, able to try and get another one, but Skills finds another. It's a 3-on-3 now, man advantage being neutralized. Things looking quite equal. Global Esports. This is their chance. This is their chance. Skills find another one. 30 HP only. They don't really have a lot of HP to work with either. Global Esports, even though it's a 2-on-3, but the HP on the side of Global Esports, that's not looking that great. So Global Esports will need to play things a little safe. Here's the plant coming through. All three players on site. It's the 1-on-3. Knight Rider, is he going to go for it? It seems like the intentions are quite clear. He is going for it, CA.
I mean, he has to at this point because can't just go for back-to-back saves. At least look for exit frags. I don't think he can pull off the actual round in itself, but he needs to at least try and damage Global Esports economy because the way this round started, right, in a 4v5, you would assume that with SK Rossi gone, entry is nigh impossible for this Global Esports squad, but they pulled it off with lightning fast getting a crucial kill. Because of that, they get a ton of information and trades. This is what I wanted to see from Global Esports, where they were getting caught off guard solo in multiple rounds before. This time, Skills is there to trade on Scar God's kills. So every single time they find a trade, because of the Cypher's hack coming off, Ball Cypher able to give them as much information as they need, and that allows Skills to cut off the player in the defender side spot from the player on site and isolate the kill for himself. But just like that, it's still on a nice edge, Necro, because all it takes is one bad round or one good round for Godp to finish this off.
You can clearly do see economy is starting to hurt on Godp's side. Bulldog's out, Phantom out, just some light armor. Let's see if Godp are able to do some decent amount of damage inside this round. Mid wall goes up. The Vipers playing quite an instrumental factor inside this whole matchup in the map of Split. The Vipers are the most important key inside the defense of both these sides, especially Godp. Scar God again as aggressive, finds the opening on Rossi. Rossi losing that aim duel is going to be hurting his ego.
And his team. Because just like that, again, 4v5 on the map, but this op is isolated. This op is alone. If they can win this duel right here, maybe they can pull it off, but no. Knight Rider's like, finally I get some action. Let me show you how it's done. Picks up one, going for the quick scope too. Doesn't find it, and the boom misses entirely, but Scar God's weapon will not. Global Esports look like they're about to collapse in a 2v3 now, Necro. Skills and Kappa just completely isolated. No idea Logi's behind them.
Missed showstopper, but it doesn't matter. You got guns to work with, and that's what Godp are relying on heavily right now. 3-on-1. It's all down to Kappa, the only string alive for Global Esports. Trying his best to bounce back. Finds one head. Looking for another one. That would save Global Esports chances. He finds second one. He's on a 3K.
No way.
And there we go. The final man's position being revealed. Has a Bulldog to work with. Will Kappa close it out? He does! A 4K! Somehow able to do that. And Kappa, the saving grace of Global Esports, they're still in it.
Oh my goodness gracious! I died. What just happened? Huh? I mean, okay, to be fair, I want to point this out right here, right? Kappa is one of the players who's received a ton of criticism from the community. Like, there's been a ton of talks about how G need to do this roster change, that roster change. Kappa just be like, haters, get out of here. Keeping GE alive with a miracle. Why am I still calling him Kappa? He's Clutchpa. Jesus Christ, that was an insane round, and boy oh boy, you were talking about how like ego is gonna hurt for Rossi with the duels lost. How about God P after that round? Because look at this, G, just they seem like they've been lit up. The engine is started.
Oh, there we go. Just like a well-oiled engine, they're looking that great. And in that previous round, I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat started throwing GG. But as soon as Kappa clutched it out, Kappa was like, that's cap. That's not GG yet. We ain't done. Global Esports are still in it. GE fighting for this last breath that they have. And Rossi, oh, even he's lit up now. GE, they're feeling it for sure. And God P, with that lose, I'm pretty sure God P's mental is gonna be shaken.
I can't like sit in my chair anymore, man. Like, holy moly, that clutch. I am rarely speechless. I mean, for that fact, we are rarely speechless, right, Necro? But that clutch, it left me choking on my words, and I think it left Gopi choking in their dreams, because if this ends up going to overtime, I don't know what you can call it besides that choke. And given what we've seen from GE on the other end against FOQ and the LCQ, they're going to be certainly feeling void about their possibilities, because look at this. It's exactly as you said it. They're on fire. Lightning Fast picks up that first K. They've taken mid-control, and GE fighting indeed.
Yeah, GE fighting indeed. The most important key of the map already in the hands of Global Esports. Mid-control taken. A full control as well in their hands. God P, mental shaken. How are they going to bounce back? That's a question. Shivi being caught as well. Ember trying to bounce back, but Rossi's activated. Someone find this man a CDP to try and shut him down. But this time, Ember with the huge 3K might just make something happen. Ember spotted. Lightning Fast from the back a little too unaware of Logista's position. Logis able to shut him down. And 1-on-2 again. Hellranger left to clutch this out.
Hold on here now. Because Hellranger, he has a lot of information to himself about the positioning of the players of God Particles, whereas it can't be said the same for God Particles regarding his position. Now, Hellranger still has all of his utility up, the wall, the poison smoke, as well as the snake bites, to try and set up a brilliant post spam for him, and he's going to try to do exactly that, using the wall to cut off the defender side spawn. The screen's angle as well as the heaven angle will give him the opportunity to go over towards a main and play on the post plant, but no, instead electing to play on site, and this means that he's going to rely purely on his aim. I'm just wondering now, where is he going to set up that poison cloud? It's going to be towards that choke point, so needs to try and just use the snake bite. So shut it down. What a shot! 1v1 now, Necro.
Another one. He's able to isolate these fights. Ember's quite low. And what? Global Esports somehow are alive. It's never a GG game. And I'm pretty sure in the chat again, there was GG spam going on. But there we go. Hellranger able to shut each and every single each and every single viewer's mouse with that clutch. And he clutches and keeps GE alive. Indeed, this is the right meaning of GE fighting.
Oh boy. We need a second, because Global Esports got my blood part.
My throat is gone. My voice, I've lost it. I've lost my voice, CA.
It's the first match of the day, guys, and we're already getting such intense action. I got up out of my chair. I can't sit down anymore. This is way too much energy to be sitting down for. But hey, back to the round. SK Rossi trying to make some moves, trying to get his team into a great position. But look at the way the spike is set up. Rossi's just no pressure anymore. He's like, guys, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to get the entry for you guys, because I know for a fact that the players I have in my team, the experience I have in my team with Hellranger and Kappa, you'll pull it off. Don't you worry.
Oh man, just hanging on the ledge. Global Esports keeping their hopes and dreams alive. Just look at this. This is the calm before the storm, CA. And I can already tell there's something has to be cooking up in Godfrey's mind as well. Look at Star. This time just get run through, just like a casual stroll on a summer's day. Skill's able to steal that kill away like a thief in the night, and now Global Esports left with something to try and pull off. I mean, Godp didn't really have the guns to support him in that previous round, but it's fine.
You can see round by round, the hopium for the GE fans increasing as the copium for the God Particle fans decreasing. It's getting closer. The comeback is most definitely on, but you cannot say it's done till they get a couple more rounds till they secure that overtime. But this round just as crucial. The economy situation a
God.
little sus for the side of God Particles right now. They should be still able to afford buys even if they lose it, but with Rossi on that attacking operator, I'm starting to remember the map of Ascent in the Grand Finals, Necro. When we thought it was done and dusted, GE reminded us why their hashtag is GE Fighting, because they will never give up, they will never stop.
What I exactly said. This is the right meaning of GE Fighting. If anyone ever asks, what is the meaning of GE Fighting? Just show them this match and they will understand. This is the meaning of GE Fighting right here. Ladies and gentlemen, on the biggest stage ever.
They found my wire.
Fighting for their lifeline. Are they going to be able to pull it off? 10 to 12. And God P, it seems like inside their hopes and dreams of winning this map are fading away slowly and steadily.
Look at this push though. Rossi, even though he's not able to find the kills, his updraft tells him that a couple of players pushed out towards ramps. This should give the information that the Wens player as well as the B player are isolated. So Global Esports trying to push in and just get in onto the B side, and they managed to do exactly that. Now it's all up to Logi.
Oh, aggressive push did come in through Vents, but this time it's being shut down. Rossi being activated, connecting those insane shots. Rossi with that 2K. God Particles being completely shut down. Hopes and dreams being shattered. God Particles, it's like someone stealing the food away right from their mouth.
10 seconds.
But Knight Rider still able to shut down
Resurrection.
Rossi, but Kappa, I'm pretty sure he's going to win this duel, but no, Knight Rider is a little too quick to react. But he doesn't have the HP to support, or at least the HP to try and clutch this out, CA.
An interesting decision here. Chooses to not use the resurrection so he can save it for the last round. And honestly, like, the call is purely subjective because he's making the call like, hey, I don't think we're going to be able to pull off the 2v3. So I'm just going to back up, try to get the operator that's there towards the mid side that SK Rossi died and dropped, and then use that operator to continue on playing for that next round. So,
Oh, man.
did he? Wait, hold up. Did he not pick up the operator though? I don't think he did.
No, he didn't. I'm having goosebumps right now, CA. 10 to 12. After this, it's going to be 11 rounds. Global Esports somehow managing to come back with such a huge lead that God Particles had. It's like they were able to bring down a huge tower all by themselves.
30
You
seconds.
can see like just hints of that frustration that Hildring just being let out even after he knew he'd got the kill, just spraying through, you know, driving his point home like, all right, calma, just calma. We'll show you what we got. Double operator. Oh, here for the side of GE. I do want to clarify, I think they have more than enough money to have a couple of Phantoms and Vandals just lying around. So I don't think this means that they're just looking for a double operator push, rather looking to play slow, find picks using that operator, and then move on inside after by picking up their Phantoms / Vandals, whichever weapon they've got on towards the back. Because of course the eco doesn't matter anymore. This is that last round. But it also makes us look at the ultimates available, Necro. The Viper's pit for Hellranger is especially crucial. It means if they get entry into any particular part of the site, given Hellranger's propensity to pull out clutches out of nowhere, I feel like that Viper's pit is just an extra bonus. But, and this is a big but, that KO ultimate, the null command, the ability to just shut down all of this utility before it's popped, it's all about the timing here. Will that KO be able to find the right suppression?
11 to 12, man. Technical break as well from God Particles. This will definitely hinder the momentum that Global Esports has going for themselves. This technical timeout, this technical break. CA, this is getting too intense. Too intense. Even I can sit back and relax and we can just talk about what Global Esports, or at least what God Particles can do to try and change things a little bit. Because they definitely do need a change in the pace, without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was pacing my floor till now, just walking around and talking because I just couldn't contain the nervous energy I am feeling. I mean, I'm just casting this match and I'm feeling so much nervous energy. Imagine what's going on for all 10 of these players. this round is so crucial because if Global Esports lose this, the comeback, it won't matter. The GE fighting, it won't matter because they'll be out. They will be out. Whereas if God Particles lose this, yes, they go to map 3, but after going up against a 7-round comeback, and if you lose overtime, you go to map 3, then you're suddenly questioning yourself at every single move. You don't have that confidence anymore. So this round also crucial for both teams.
Round's crucial. Everything's crucial at this point. One more round for God Particles to win this, and one more round for GE to tie it up. Such calm nature right now from both these sides. No one's overstepping their boundaries. Do realize
Ember?
This time they have to take things a little slow.
Ooh. Just a matter of milliseconds right there. Ember peeking out just when the strafe from Hellranger went towards the left. He did get spotted out though, and that should tell them the Astra anchoring over towards B usually is alone on the site. Now they're going to set up the Viper Split, but I think this is a complete fake. I don't think they're actually going to enter the B site unless they get a pick, pulling all of their attention here while they take mid control. Lightning Fast got that first kill, and now all of the attention towards him is where they look to make the entry.
Oh no, jumps at the wrong time. Scar got able to catch Lightning Fast, and now Rossi left to try and make some impossible things happen.
Seekers?
Things are equalized. The down KO needs a hand. Is he going to get one, though? That's the question. Seeker's out as well from this guy. Flashes to try and make the entry happen. Ember's still alive. Ember's a man of clutch, and he can make some clutch happen if he stays alive for the late game. 11-12, keep this thing in mind. One more round for God Particles to win this one, and one more round for Global Esport to try and tie things up. Ember moves in slowly. The Viper's utility is just used to perfection. That's going to buy so much time, but the Cosmic Divide as well from the side of God Particles. That will help them out quite a lot to try and make this retake happen. Ember, the only man left alive, a solo man on a mission, a one-man army. Can he pull this off? Flash is used. Ember does not expect. There's a man in the back, and Hellranger peeks out the right moment and strikes.
Just perfectly coordinated, like a small point right there, but usually with the Astra Wall, the Astra Ultimate, it blocks out audio too, to a major extent. So what you can do is just try to stick it all the way through, you know? But they couldn't do that because notice the positioning of Hellranger. He's behind the wall, behind the pillar, so he will hear when the spike gets diffused. He's the one who calls for the guiding light to come out and then wraps around, fully expecting Ember to think that, hey, they're just going to push through to the wall. But no, that's not what happens. Even in those individual situations, playing the mind games, and I mean, 12-5, we thought, surely not. Like, surely this is the end, but nope. The defending champions showing us exactly why they are that. Pulling off a 7-round win streak off of the back of 2 insane clutches from Kappa and Hellranger to now push it to overtime. But the ordeal, it's not just over yet, Necro. They have to win 2 more.
2 more. We're going to OT, boys. Tactical timeout from Hellranger, the IGL himself. They have something cooking up in the back lines. Behind the scenes, 12-12. Setups coming through. Viper wall as well. Do you want to see what they have in their hands? Look at the wall from their side as well, from the side of God Particles. Quite interesting. That's going to be blocking so many eyes. They will have a clear walk-in. They will have a clear pathway directly in the side, but still, the problem will be Hellranger. And if Hellranger gets shut down, the A side take will be quite easy for God Particles.
Yeah, and you know, like how in football games, like there's always fans who walk off in the 70th or the 80th minute thinking the game is done for, and then they get to their trains going back home and they look at their phones and they're like, wait, what? There were 2 goals in over extra time? This is exactly that. For all the fans who left the chat thinking it was GGWP, welcome back, guys. We are still in the map split, 12-12 overtime, and the game is not even close to over. It's now about both teams to try and reset, but Skills, he's playing so aggressively, lurking in the smoke. Hey, it works out because Lightning Fast holding that mid. They're putting so much resources, GE, to hold down this mid area, and it pays off for them. Because even with the 1-for-1, Godfrey don't actually get much advantage. They are stuck in that mid area, unable to push into the sites.
Man advantage equalized from both the side, 4-4. I do like how safe things are being as intense the game gets. Everyone's just prioritizing their life so
30
much. Each
seconds
and every
left.
single peak has to be a calculated peak. And it must lead to some astonishing play or either some stellar performance in the future. There we go. Entry comes through. God Particles able to just flood in the sites and open the floodgates. But Global Esports, they're able to shut down that
10
over-aggressive
seconds left.
nature from Scar God. And now they will also get the spike planted. Ember just hiding in the backside. Global Esports, they have no info to work with.
3v3 situation here, and here Knight Rider's in position insanely crucial. Needs to find the 2k ideally, but a 1-for-1 trade not so worth because now his team can move in. But the trigger control for no! No, he swims.
Oh no, whiffs. Bullets not landing, and God Particles will have to pay the price for that. We're going another round, and it's Global Esports taking a single round lead.
Yo,
Just turns around and slaps him.
I don't know how much I could take of this Necro.
I can't. This is...
My heart is just boom, boom, boom right now. Like it's almost like there's a freaking showstopper shot into my heart. Cause, sheesh,
Last
this
player
is way too intense. This is our first BO3. This is our first BO3 in the quarterfinals. We have 2 more to go in the day. So clearly we're gonna have some long days here, Necro. I like that.
Gonna be having some long days. Rossi just being a classic Rossi. Aggressive in the site. Instantly dashes and updrafts on the heaven. But Scar God is ready for him. Just welcomes him into his arms. Global Esports though is fine. A lot of space being created by his side. But Ember is really aggressive. Finds kills. And also Scar God will find
spike planted.
lightning fast. Oh my god. What's going on? This is too much for me to handle, not gonna lie. Red Ranger doesn't have the HP to work with. One single bullet will take care of him, and that's what exactly happens. Global Esports, they're trying their best to fight back, but this time it seems like God Particles will certainly win this round, and they do.
For a second, I was like, is Kappa gonna really do it again? Like, really? In a 1v4 again? No. This time, much more calmer in the God P camp. They're able to pull off the win, and a lot of aggressiveness shown from the side of Ember, especially in this round, to pull off that active lurk, like to get the information and the frags for his team to secure that particular rotational disadvantage in his hand, where his team is then able to push in into side and retake much sooner than they would have been able to without that lurk. And this is where I feel like confidence becomes a big factor, Necro, because in certain rounds when the comeback was coming back, we saw Ember thinking about making the same play, but he didn't go for it. Now when they have nothing to lose, he's just like, yeah, I'm going to trust my instinct, I'm going to trust my gut, and make the play that I feel is right. And hey, that worked out, so maybe that's what GodP need more of. Just go into their instincts, because they won map 1 on the basis of that. They took a astounding lead in map 2 because of it, so maybe, just maybe, they can close it off just here.
Oh, look at Rossi though, he's getting a little impatient. He wants some blood on his hands inside this round. Understandable. Why not if you're already feeling yourself? 13-13 being the scoreline. God Particles giving a tough fight to GE. GE with that astonishing comeback. God Particles as well kind of shook. But again, we are inside OT, and anything can happen in overtimes. And here we go. Knight Rider might just get welcomed by Rossi. A little bit more peak, a little bit of more aggressive nature from Knight Rider might just lead to his demise. Oh. There we go. Rossi misses shot, but the second shot isn't going to miss.
30 seconds
Rossi
left.
able to connect the second shot, and now he does realize maybe there's another man coming through. And that's what exactly is happening. GE are just lining up bodies right now. And Rossi with a 3K. Able to close things up. And again, just as always, Global Esports have a round lead.
So far in overtime, the defensive half for Global Esports has been pinpoint. Especially now, Rossi with the operator momentum back in his hands, looking absolutely killer. But hey, they need to pull this off back to back. And look at Rossi here, going for that attacking operator as well. Really really putting all of his cards in one box. And you know what? It's worked out in the past, so I'm not even going to question it. But it is going to come down to whether GodP can shut it down or not, Necro. Because once again, that slow default playstyle that Global Esports are playing is what we get to witness. But unlike usual, it's not a 1-3-1 setup. Instead, this time going for a start of the round 1-4, faking that mid-heavy presence to then start walking into this B site. Remember, as long as they're able to isolate Ember like they have done multiple times before, their post-plant on B is usually pristine.
There we go. G already kicking things off inside this round with the 2K. Rossi, I'm pretty sure he's going to start lining up bodies as well. Oh no, initial shot missed. Not a good news, but a quick reflex shot coming through from Rossi. And he hits that one. And I feel like that's it for GE. They should probably win this one. They should be able to close this one out. Unless Shivy again just pulls off an insane play. There is a flank coming through in the back. Does Shivy realize what's going on over here? Operator in hand. We do see a man walking up heaven, and he's going to get taken care of soon. And that's what exactly happens. Lightning Fast puts the final nail in the coffin, and God Particles will be sent home on the map of Split.
Such varied emotions in the team you can witness. Look at Hellraiser, he's like...
They're laughing. It's like Global Esports are making it look like as if it was scripted. Look at their faces. Even though they went through such an intense moment, even though they went through such an intense matchup, they still have smiles on their faces. How? Was
Man,
this
if it
actually
was-
scripted?
If it was scripted, then we should both get like gigs in Hollywood because we are damn good actors.
Yeah, we're
for
actors,
it.
yeah.
Because that was insane.
That was insane.
The emotions, especially for not just for us, but for GE, you could see Lightning Fast just still not able to smile because of the pressure. And slowly it will just digest into him that they won the map. But more importantly, I think what you could see was the rally call. All of them got up out of their chairs. They're going to just take a walk around, get back into a huddle, and make sure they remember, guys, this is not the end of the series. They were able to pull out map 2 from the clutches of God Particles, but they need one more to secure their place in the semifinals.
One more to secure their place. I mean, I did not expect this to go 2-1. I did not. I didn't even think we'd probably go to the third map. Because GE, I was like, okay, just seal it. GE 2-0, right? And then God Particle just comes in like just an absolute insane team, and they're just able to wreck through Global Esports in the map of Fracture. It looked really insane in the map of Split as well, but Global Esports just able to make that clutch happen. And I want to see what's going to happen in the third map. But yeah, here we do have the scorecards in front of us. And just as always, ScarCod able to top the boards in his team. But this time, SK Rossi clearly being activated.
I mean, activated definitely, but I think this map for me, SK Rossi definitely the MVP, no doubt. But this map victory, it goes to Kappa. It has to go to Kappa. Like, he is the reason they won this map. It doesn't matter what his KDA is. It doesn't matter how many frags or assists or whatever the heck he got. You pull off a 1v4 against Matchpoint, you're the reason they won the map.
You're the real MVP. Yeah, you're the reason why your team is still alive. And Kappa, he deserves all the love in the world for doing that, for pulling off that insane play. But yeah, taking a look at the damage as well, 19.4k from the side of Global Esports and 18.28k. Not that huge differences for sure, but if you take a look at the headshot percentage, clearly high from the side of Global Esports. So yeah, if you talk about cracked aimers out there, they have to be one of the players from Global Esports. But yeah, the second map, quite an intense play. I'm already losing my voice, CA. I don't know what to say.
I mean, I think we're going to appreciate the short break we have coming right up because, yeah, I definitely need me some tea right now. I'm going to go grab that real quick in the break. But, guys, hold on to your horses. We're certainly going to hold on to ours because the first series itself isn't over. We have 3 series for the day. And the first series, I feel like the third map might just go to overtime because we're going to head on over to Ascent, a map where both of these teams are uber comfortable.
Oh, man, that comeback, it just looked like Global Esports was just like the unstoppable force of nature. But this is a head-to-head comparison between SK Rossi and ScarCod. And look at this. ScarCod, if you talk about the consistency in the first game, it was absolutely insane, right? But then later on, it's just Rossi started topping the charts.
And you have to notice, like, look at around the 14 to 16 mark, the insane highs from the side of SK Rossi coming through after the clutch from Clutchpa. Like, it shows you how important like one player's performance can be with respect to the momentum and the confidence of the entire team. That clutch that Kappa was able to get, it just lit a fire in global esports. Like, guys, this guy just pulled us out of hot water. Now
Yeah.
it's our job to deliver.
Not water, that was magma. He pulled him out of hot magma. But yeah, overall, I would say Kappa was the saving grace for GE Fighting, and I'm gonna call them GE Fighting from now on. I'm not even kidding. I'm just gonna call them GE Fighting from now on. Moving on to the third map, CA. Any predictions from your side, dude?
Yes.
I know we still have a break coming, but still, I just want to hear. I'm so excited that it's hard for me to control my excitement.
I feel the Necra. It's all right.
Yeah.
We're on the same page in that regard as well. I think the chat will be with us there too. But hey, as you said, talking about that excitement, more to deliver, because it's not just the intense action they get, right? They get all of this cool merchandise that they can pick up for free. All they need to do is participate in the giveaway.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a VCC exclusive merch giveaway for all the viewers tuning in. To enter the giveaway, make sure you subscribe to our channels. All you need to do is post on your social media handles using hashtag VCC giveaway and tag NODWIN Gaming with your post as well. And maybe you can be the lucky winner. Yeah, maybe you can be the lucky winner to win all this VCC merchandise, CA.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can be.
Yeah, we
but
cannot.
Hey,
we cannot.
you certainly can.
Yeah.
But hey, talking about the prediction you mentioned, all I can predict for the next map is it's going to be one killer matchup, but I do feel somewhere in there that the momentum is excruciatingly in favor of global esports.
Yeah, momentum's definitely going to be excruciatingly in their favor. The mental game as well is going to be looking way much more strong. But with that being said, that's going to be it for second map. We're going to be back after the short little break. I'm pretty sure me and Sierra are going to go and grab a cup of coffee because we need our voices back for the third game.
One enemy remaining.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds, mother, have you locking at the sound? All of the gal I go pass them when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting ya. Better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting ya. Better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and they fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for the South Asia region. I'm going to be your host, Necro John. Alongside with me is going to be CA the emoji. And, well, we've had a great performances all throughout the day, man. We're going on to third map, CA. And what are you expecting? Are you going to be expecting any, like, kind of curveballs? Because all the teams inside here, they will have to hold their nerves with their guns.
I mean, yes, but I don't think there's going to be on Ascent any curveballs. I am expecting mirror compositions for both teams with the Breach Sova to come out, because while, yes, Global Esports have shown us the Sova Sky as well, and while I know that even the side of God Particles are capable of playing that, both of the teams, I think, are feeling comfortable when they're able to be proactive, and there's no better composition to be proactive with than the Breach Sova.
Breach, so interesting composition without a doubt. Yeah, moving on to the third map as well. As I mentioned, especially God Particles. Now, even though we talked about emotional damage on the map of Fracture, but after that insane comeback, I feel like there's going to be way much more emotional and mental damage for God Particles to try and get back from it. So what are your thoughts on that? And especially the way the IGLs are making callouts, what do you think? So from the side of God Particles, is there going to be some like insane switch-ups?
No, I think they need to go back to fundamentals. I feel like that's where they really lost out on Split, where they were trying to complicate it a bit too much. All they really needed to do, for example, when I pointed out in the Agent Select, remember, where in the initial stages of the map, you can use the KO proactively, but as you go deeper and deeper into the map, it needs to be more of a reactive KO. Like that null point especially needs to be used to try and shut down plays rather than make them. And I feel like that's why I want them to go back to the Breach, because it didn't feel like Shivi was comfortable being a more reactive player as compared to the proactivity he is able to show in his attacking half. So going into Ascent, I just want fundamentals from both of these teams, because honestly, it's what they're best at. It's what they look at their peak at. So let's get it done. Let's make it a banger.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Ascent is a classic map, so sticking to your fundamentals, that's what is going to be really meaning quite a lot. And what are you going to think? Are we going to see some KO being pulled out? Because we saw KO being pulled out in the VCG Champions. What do you think so? Will KO be pulled out? Because that's a huge point. And I feel like if KO is being pulled out from any of these teams, that can be such a huge change in the pace. But with that being said, it's time to end the overall all these speculations that we're having. Just straight up jump inside the Agent Select and let's find out what's going to happen. Take it away, CA.
I see Scarguard hovering the raise. No, please don't do it. Just for reference, if Jet raise is low, okay, thank God. If they go for the KO race, alright, I love that. We'll talk about that in a second. For GE, it seems like they're going to go for the Sky here, which I'm honestly quite surprised by, because it tells us that GE want to continue playing that slow playstyle that hasn't really worked entirely for them. The rounds it's worked, it's where I feel like they're able to take the initiative, and it's much harder to do that with the Sky. But it also brings up the point where Breach versus Sky, when you talk about against KO specifically, the Sky is much better because it offers Ono. Never mind. Forget all the talk. Please, Scarguard, don't do it.
It was a bait. It was a bait. I remember from last time in the previous VCC, there was a team that used to just like everyone used to select KO. And we used to get so excited. Oh my God, we're probably going to be seeing KO being played. And then they were like, psych, no, you're not. And then they used to just like go and stick to their normal things that they like to do. Cage is being pulled up on both the sides. Kappa is probably going to be locking in Soa as well. Mirror compositions again.
I'm sorry, but like, I'm going to make a prediction right here, Necro. I think this is 2-1 GE. I don't think there's any possibility of beating a team like GE with a Jet race composition and Ascent. You don't have any flashes. You don't have, like, your comp is the most one-dimensional comp you can play in the game. And while 100% I want to acknowledge the fact that Scarguard has been an absolute beast in this series, you're putting way too much pressure on the fragging power of a particular player, or even a few particular players like the Knight Rider Jet and Scarguard's race. This is purely relying on the form that these players have and not the fundamentals we talked about, because GE, on the other hand, with their Sova Sky double initiator composition, they've got a plethora of options. They can do whatever they want. They can play defaults, they can play slow, they can burst. I'm just not sure that this composition is good enough to beat a team like GE.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering as well. And the problem is they also have no flashes. They literally have no flashes in their composition. Flashes are so important inside every single map just to make those entry happen in the sites as well, especially if you're not going to be having any flashes to work with on the map of Ascent, which is known to be one of the most classic maps out there. That's going to be a little problem, and I'm pretty sure problems will start knocking their doors. With the double duelist composition, they're pretty much going for a full aim play. And I do want to see, are they going to be able to pull it off or not? ScarGod has already made his entry all the way deep in mid. And now is slowly and steadily walking in deep side. But this time, he will be caught and Skills will take care of ScarGod. ScarGod's aggression being taken care of. Rossi popping off with the Sheriff as well. Shivy not connecting shots that he needs to. It's a 3-on-2 now. It seems like finally inside this entire series, we might just see Global Esports win a pistol round. And this is where Global Esports would also get their momentum going. Rossi with the Sheriff was able to find one. He's looking to find another one. He's looking to continue the killing spree. Is he going to be able to do so or not? That's the question. Head Ranger with that frag, that's going to be opening up so many things.
One enemy
And
remaining.
just like that, we're left with a 2-on-4. And Global Esports, within a blink of an eye, they will take care of those two final men. Nails being put in the coffin, and Global Esports starting things off pretty well with a banger. Just game faces on from the side of GE, as expected. Nothing special. Replay as well. Take a look at this. ScarGod got really aggressive, forgot to check the logs, and he got taken out from that sneaky little angle. But still, God Particles, that's their first pistol round that they've ever lost in this entire series, and that's going to be affecting them even more. Talk about emotional damage, talk about mental damage. This is what it is. G kicking things off pretty well. Sheriff still in the hand of SK Rossi. Look at the confidence that this man has. Looking absolutely insane. Do like the stack coming in from the side of God P as well. Lucky stop being in the front, peeks out. But SK's Rossi's crosshairs quite trained. And this time he will take care of Logista. Man being shut down. The first opening frag being found. This is where God P is looking really great. God P though still trying to bait some shots out. Ares comes into play. And this is what Soas are really known for. The final man is right there on trees. And he should be taken care of in no time. He has a Marshall to work with. He connects that crucial shots. Skills being shut down, CA.
Just like that, the momentum factor, Necro, for Global Esports clearly apparent. I'm just happy we finally get to see a Ares, because I've been waiting for a few maps to talk about the changes to the gun, right? Because yes, while the OP Ares meta is no longer there, it's still very much a viable weapon, especially for Sova players on maps like Ascent. And since our first two maps have been non-Sova maps in Factor and Split, we haven't got to see that. But hey, talking about the weapon itself, the reason it's still so good is because they removed the spin-up, which means that the fire rate is consistent from the start, and then they went ahead and increased the fire rate from 10 to 13, which makes that weapon insanely good to just control sites. It becomes an almost defensive warhorse for its price in 1600. So hey, love seeing that Kappa is using it and pulling it off brilliantly.
It's such a viable weapon as well, considering how much money you're actually putting into it. Head Ranger just stalling it off. And now Head Ranger gives away the mid-control pizza being given away. Ember peeks out, and Rossi's crossers are trained. Stop it, Rossi, you got to be kidding me. Connects those two insane Marshall shots, and now looking to get this third one. Finally, Logista able to stop the menace that Rossi's creating. But it's fine. Anyways, GE won that round.
And towards the end, doing what every solo queue player does ever, you know, trying to try out a couple of different skins. Like, do I want the Prime? Nah, I think I want the Reaver. No, wait, I want the Glitch Pop, guys. Who has the Glitch Pop skin? Come on, give me.
Do you like the Glitch Pop Vandal or not? I personally am not a fan of Glitch Pop Vandal. I like Reaver. Reaver. I don't know why.
Prime.
Reaver just feels like really. It just feels like really smooth and lightweight.
No, so I like Reaver when I'm popping off. I like Prime when I'm not popping off. For me, Prime just feels better when I'm... Because I don't know, Reaver is for me headshots only, whereas Prime is not as great on headshots, but it feels like it's much better with the spray. So if I'm not popping off and I can't hit headshots, I prefer the Prime. It's not like I have either though, so I have to rely on whatever my teammates have. So.
Rossi has his Blade Storms up as well. Is he going to utilize it in this round? That's the question. Game sound certainly missing for us, but it's fine. Here we go. Lightning fast turret is going to be opening things up this time. It's this turret who opens things up. They connect a little bit of leg shot right there. Kappa able to find one. ScarGod finds another one. Kappa being shut down instantly. Global Esports, but it's fine. The man advantage working in their favor. God Particles are just being held off at bay. They're not even getting a chance to just flood inside the site.
Exactly, and this is the issue we predicted with this composition, right, Necro? Where this composition insanely one-dimensional. Oh, Rossi just pushing himself on lobby. But yeah, like, there is no way to enter you can't really play normal defaults, because if you use your boombot, for example, to gain information towards A main and B main, then suddenly you're losing an entry tool. If you use the way Knight Rider is trying to get in now, you end up getting stopped by the holding utility that GE has. Like, that turret itself finding the kill because of the gravity well that came in and made Knight Rider vulnerable, combined with the damage, so it does double damage. And it's able to make sure that Rossi stays alive. All of these combining, and hold on, scratch all my analysis, because it's time to go brrrr, Odin time. Let's go.
There we go.
Let's go.
The Odin goes brrrr. It's time to see, especially everyone we do see on the side of God Particles as well, just heading inside the B site. And this is where Odin might just be at his prime, but no, Kappa being shut down. Knight Rider is the man who finds the opening frag, just dashes in through. Hellranger
Spike planted.
going for a little bit of an interesting play from the back. Finally, if you talk about being holed off at bay, God Particles has found the kryptonite for GE's defense on B site, and they're able to flood through. They're able to open the floodgates. Site control is there, but again, retake is not impossible.
Exactly, because again, in this post plan, they're all stuck in this tiny corner, so the spray, Logista's position incredibly important.
Oh!
They needed to hold on to those choke points, and they do exactly that, but that's why we love the Reaver.
There we go.
Precise
Beasts
headshot.
awaken from their sleep, CA. Beasts are awakened from their sleep, and in the map of Ascent, the vision's a little bit more clearer. God Particles don't want to give away this fight. Don't want to give away this game without a fight.
How many rounds do you think they're going to be able to pull off those aim battles? I mean, if they pull it off, it's honestly one of the most marvelous feats that I think even better than their Fracture win, even better than the astounding lead they were able to accumulate in the map of Split. Pulling off this a good attack on this composition, because all of the issues with this composition, they start evaporating to a certain extent on their defensive half, because there you're no longer as concerned about the lack of flashes. The Raze's utility can be used in a great manner in terms of holding power on a particular side, delaying itself the entry for that team into the site. So it's always about how much utility you're able to maximize for your advantage on the attack. And talking about utility right now, using that Killjoy lockdown to try and get into side. They spotted out skills, so it's just going to be a 5v5 retake situation here for GE, but do they know Lightning Fast is still held?
Lightning Fast as hell. I'm pretty sure they haven't cleared it out, but there we go. Turret again, another one. I feel like we should also have a turret kill counter at this point. The way Lightning Fast's turret is able to rack up these kills is insane. But yeah, Global Esports are able to just shut that push down. And Odin, in the end, does it work. Classic Odin player Kappa is going to able to shut it down.
And again, like, I don't want to rub salt in the wounds right now, but can you imagine if they had a Sky or a Breach or a Phoenix, for that matter,
That's what I
on
said.
their team?
When
The
you were
turret
gone, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but when you were gone, this is what I exactly said. Flash is missing in the composition of God Particles. They really need a flasher, and that's why they're not able to open the floodgates inside the site.
Because even this turret by Lightning Fast, right, it gets so much value because they have to just shoot it. There's no other way to deny that. I mean, you could invest a star and fake smoke it, like do the dissipate smoke, the F smoke that Astra does, and it'll give you a 2-second window where the turret is not able to hit you. But that's literally 150 credits being invested just to shut down a free turret. And that's because they don't have any flashes. So you can see why the turret is able to get so much value combined, like the Astra KJ combo that we've witnessed for well over a year now. As soon as Astra came out, we knew that these two agents would work very well in tandem. And it's because of that, the gravity wells combining with the nano swarms in the turret, they do insane amounts of damage. And God Particles, they're feeling that damage.
Oh, they're definitely feeling that damage. Technical break as well from the side of Global Esports. Interesting. Even though the momentum's looking pretty great on their side, God Particles, clearly the lack of flash hurting them in trying to get the side control on the attacker side. So God Particles, they will need to try and find out a new way, a new strat to just flush Global Esports out their comfortable spots. But yeah, overall, Global Esports are looking really good. Technical break was there. Technical break was being seen. But CA, it's time to throw you under the bus. Do you think God Particles are going to make a comeback or no?
No.
No?
No hesitation. I'm sorry. Like, I love Scarguard. I love all of these lads. Like, they're one of my favorite people to talk to in general. But I've been very vocal even to them about my dislike for this composition because, look, again, it relies on their aim to be able to pull it off. Right now, though, Knight Rider is able to do that. But the Odin goes whir, and Kappa shuts them down.
Oh, just a brrrr effect. Easy. Everyone just walks in the spray. And Kappa effortlessly just taking them all down, just lining them up. He's like, all right, just come here. Just get in the line because you cannot really pull off anything else. Kappa just cleaning those kills away, just adding them in his account. And oh my God, Global Esports, 6-1. I did not expect this outcome, especially what I saw in the first and second map.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, this is not what we were expecting, but especially with Scarguard at the bottom of the leaderboard, you can see how much their psyche has been affected with that comeback that Global Esports made, and it just feels like Rossi is back in familiar territory. This was the map with which they picked up the win, but hold on, Caster's Curse very much real. Ember and Knight Rider picking up a kill each, and now with the Hunter's Fury, Shivy trying to cap off one for his zone, but he's not going to be able to. Still, advantage for God P.
Advantage, indeed. But does that really matter? G can afford to give these rounds away. They also have a lot of economy stacked up. So it's fine, even if another one of those rounds slip away from their hands. But I'm pretty sure G is going for that economical damage, and that's going to hurt quite a lot in God P to God P in the longer run. But it's fine. Scargod's flicks are on point today, even though he's got the shaky aim, but it's fine. He's able to hold his nerve with the gun. And now Global Esports left with a lot of pressure on their backs inside this round.
Spike planted.
Yup.
There we go.
Pick it up. Knight Rider. He'll finish off that round, Necro. And again, a similar story to the other round that they won, where B side seems to be the side where they're much more comfortable in executing, but it is just executes. They need a player to just pop off in those executes, get them those entries, and then they're able to play on the post plants with the heavy the utility that they have in the Raze, in the Killjoy, and of course in the Astra being able to provide whatever is necessary. May those be smokes, may those be stuns, she's ready to give. But again, as you mentioned, side of Global Esports, they have a prolific economy. They're not going to be feeling the weight of losing these rounds just yet, but maybe a couple more and it might happen.
Look at the A side. Look at the utility that's stacked up on A side. It's like, there's no way in A side. No way. You have the Killjoy utilities, you have the Astra stars the line there, you have the Killjoy turret as well. If you do try to go inside A side, it's pretty much like next to impossible to flush out those utilities. So Global Esports defense looking really strong on A side, but on B side, they're just going for a complete Odin play. Rossi shuts down the aggression, follows it up with another one. He's looking to get another one as well, just trying to get the momentum shift going in his hands. Feeling his flicks, feeling his hand. Two players already being shut down, and now, there we go. God Particles again left in such an uncomfortable and awkward spot to try and fight back. Pretty sure Logista will be spotted with the turret as well. Info given away. Rossi, crosshairs trained, just waiting for him to walk right into it.
I have to say,
30
hold
seconds
on to
left.
that thought for just a second, because it looks like God Particles are making their move into side. Knight Rider able to find the pick onto Hellranger towards defender side spawn, but they don't have as much time, and Kappa, he's in a crucial position. As long as he holds on, pushing in is going to be impossibly difficult. Kappa.
10 seconds left.
Oh, Riga
One enemy remaining.
Oh no,
Spike down.
just playing around the boxes. There we go. Spike falls down. Logista with a lot of pressure, a lot of burden on his shoulders to try and carry a huge bag on his back. but not going to be able to do so. Defenders already won, ran out of time. Unfortunately, God P's efforts were there, but just were not able to beat the timing.
And I guess I could call that Ringa Ringa boxes instead of Ringa Ringa roses. Because you can see what Kappa did right here. Just running around, knows he has to play for time, able to even take down Shivy. So
One enemy remaining.
at this point, Necro, 7-2. Timeout taken by GE too. It's like we talked about this for Scarguard, right? Like rubbing the salt in the wounds, playing with the psyche. Is like, geez, like maybe they're gonna get it done this time.
But we cannot forget it as well.
Yeah.
That's what kind of led to their demise. After that, they started losing Keck W. But anyways, maybe this timeout will actually work out in GE's favor. You know, that insane comeback. As I mentioned, emotional damage as well. Always got to mention emotional damage. That's what's really important.
Yeah.
Has happened to me quite a lot of times. Yeah.
This is
Let's not talk
slowly
about it, though.
turning from VCC stream to Necro's therapy sessions. We might not want to visit certain aspects of Necro's therapy sessions because it might turn the stream into 18+.
Okay.
Back to the game itself.
Back to the game, yeah. Let's get our heads back in the game. Rossi, just like always, has the operator in his hands. Gravity Belt was there. That was quite a beautiful one as well, but the dash just saving Rossi. All the way in the back, though, on Heaven. Operator in hand. Just going to collect the ult orb. As I mentioned, going inside the A site has to be one of the most difficult things. So many utilities being used on the A side. You have Killjoy playing, you have Astra playing as well, and now Rossi with the operator, just to add a little bit of more pressure, is playing with the operator on A.
Ranger getting pressured a lot though. A recon, the nade, as well as Knight Rider's position here, all committed towards taking down Hellranger in the market, but they've been unable to do that so far. You can see though, Knight Rider holding that angle, trying to find some damage, and with this way this Killjoy lockdown is set up, it's all about a fake, but they're not executing the fake in the right manner, Necro. They're making too much noise in this mid area for GE to ever think that they would go towards A with that lockdown, so GE just hold their position. They're not perturbed at all by that lockdown fake. It's just an ultimate down the drain for Godfrey. Oh, what?
Whoa! Out the way, son! Sit down! Scar God! You talk about scars, that's one of those scars that's going to be really hard to recover from. And now I understand why his name's Scar God. He took a scar on himself with that shot. But now still we do have God Particles trying their best to fight back in this game.
Oh no.
But is that possible? That's the question. Answer is going to be no. CA just is an astrologist now.
No, I actually said oh no because I thought for a second Kappa was going to knife. He had the opportunity, but look at this. Scarguard doesn't even get to finish his sentence. He's like, fire in the... Oh wait, there's a hole in me? Oh, okay.
Moving on. 8-2 being the scoreline.
Hey,
just Scar God being deleted out the game. And it also seems like he's also being deleted from top of the leaderboards, or from top of the scoreboards. But this time, certainly, Flick's not connecting Rossi. But it's fine. Man's got the reflexes to work with, and also sure aim. Rossi will connect the third shot on the third man. Follows it up with another one. What's going on? This man is in helmet! Rossi, are you kidding me? What? With a quick 3K.
Round in the half.
Somebody call 911. We need an ambulance in this map now. Because they're getting destroyed, man. The Godfrey are just getting absolutely shattered. The bones are being broken. The morale is being destroyed. The blood is being extracted. Like, I feel the pain on God Particles right now. They were so close. They were so close. And now they're so far. Right here.
I need water. I need water, please.
Alright. While Necro grabs himself a drink, we'll witness the end of this first half.
No, I'm here though. I'm here. I cannot leave this matchup just like that, CA. Come on, okay? Even though I need water, My throw can just go for a little bit more longer. But yeah, Kappa, Knight Rider being shut down. Always that way too aggressive nature. Yeah, it did work out in the first map of Fracture because it's kind of a new map and still people are not used to it. Ascent is a classic map and you can never make mistakes like that because Kappa's Hunter's Fury will catch you. A lot of damage dealt and it's going to be hard to bounce back in GE. They're just able to storm it through.
Wait.
Oh my god. They're just looking like an unstoppable force of nature.
Yeah, Necra, I just realized what the issue was.
What was the issue?
Well, they're not going to get help if we call 911. This is India. We need to call 100. So that's how the ambulance comes. That's how the stretcher will be able to. Hey, alright, no shade though. Like, I need to clarify that I can say these things because these Guard P members, this will not be the end of the journey, even if they lose right here.
Of course.
Thankfully, we have 2 India qualifiers,
2.
which means they will be back because I would be heartbroken if we lost this team right here and now because this team, they've proved that they deserve a lot more. It's just these small issues of consistency when it comes down to the emotional damage that you keep talking about, right? When they take so much trauma, like our hearts can't deal with it, but they're actually playing. So you can see their hearts, they take a beating too.
Respect. I want to engage with the chat as well. Hashtag plus respect in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, for God P. They have given a tough competition coming inside here. No one expected that they are going to be able to put on an absolute show, but they did! Talk about put on a show. Rossi's a man who never disappoints with that Sheriff in a pistol round, and he will deliver again. For the second frag, misses a little bit of shots. Alarm bot triggered, instantly shut down. But this time it's Chevy, who is on a quick move as well. He's too quick on his feet, but Global Esports are just easily able to flood through inside the site. There's no stopping GE now. Oh,
Spike down, B.
first, second, maybe. First comes through. Yes, he does find the second one. First in those close ranges, Classic. Remember CA? Last year in the VCC, I said Classic has to be one of the best weapons out there. But yeah, Classic now in pistol round is the strongest weapon.
30 seconds left.
I mean, Ben has it not been though. Like you say Classic in the pistol round now. But by the way, is Global Esports about to win their first pistol? Because both of the guard
They won the previous one as well.
in the second
They
half.
won in the second half, and even when the map started Ascent, they won that pistol round as well. So it's kind of like the momentum broke.
Oh, so maybe this means that Guard Particles winning this pistol again might be able to pull back the momentum. I won't say it's a comeback, but it's at least like 10-6, 10-7 maybe.
The magnetic aura.
Yeah, but I do appreciate this. I want to point this out again. Plus respect, as you said in the chat, for these God Particles players. In their highs, in their lows, they are like literally game face moment, right? They have their game face on. They're always ready to try and put out their best performance, and that is the hallmark of a professional player. I have to give respect to God Particles players for that, because whatever happens at the end of this map, they've proved that they are most definitely pros, and they have come here to really make a name for themselves, and successful in that regard at the very least. They've certainly made a name for themselves and proven that, well, again, if any org is looking for a decent team, this is one to look for.
As you mentioned, orgless. I'm pretty sure they don't even have a coach, right?
No, they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Orgless, coachless, and still able to put on a show against the defending champions, Global Esports.
Exactly.
Able to take it to map 3. That's quite impressive in itself. But be careful from that turret, please. Turret being shut down. I gotta mention turret being shut down as well now, because turret has been a huge threat for God Particles. Maybe that can be the same case for GE as well. You never know. Turret is always kind of like that surprising factor and can come up with some astonishing plays. But Skill's able to open things up. Knight Rider, the duel is shut down.
Just like that, though. Global Esports will be able to burst inside the drone, leading that charge. Ember, though, even though he spotted, he makes sure he takes down 2.
Seconds left.
Possibly 3. No, scratch that. Kappa Kappa will be able to find the kill, pick up the spike, close the door, move his way in, but nope, denied by Logi, and now a 2v2, and Rossi in a weird position since he's all alone. Hellranger relieves some pressure off of him, though winning that fight, but Rossi's still playing against the clock.
Ooh. That pop flash from Hellranger was quite beautiful.
Yep.
So now Sky has those flashes which are birds, so you might as well pop birds. Call it like pop birds. The pop bird from Hellranger was pretty huge. That helped him secure that kill as well. Because as you can see, Shiwi was able to isolate Hellranger in that same position for a really long time because Hellranger knew there has to be someone who is waiting for him to cross over. But with that pop bird, that was a huge pop bird, like, you know, overall just unleashed from the cages.
Oh boy. Pop bird. I think that might not get out of my head. But I might have to because like I don't want to pop birds.
Of course, no one does. It's a video game.
True. We can't afford to pop. But Sky will be very angry at you. She likes her birds. But to be honest, she bursts her birds herself. So not so sure anymore. But hey, 11-3. And again, a timeout called by the side of Global Esports. Perhaps it's time to acknowledge the respect Global Esports themselves are giving to God Particles, right? Like utilizing every resource they have in their bag to make sure that there's no hope of a comeback from God P. Understanding that this is the same team that made them dance around in the first map, that almost finished them off in that second map. This is the same team that ensured that Global Esports going into the semifinals will think about the fact that we can't take any map, let alone any team, lightly.
11-3. God Particles. Personally, I think there's no coming back from this. Global Esports, they're just keeping them on their toes. They're just keeping them on their knees. And Rossi just always punishing them. For now, at this point, Rossi is just like a regular day at office. And he's able to pull this off all the time. He's not even scared of them anymore. He's just dashing in the sides, collecting these frags as if he's playing against some newbies. But of course they're not, because they don't really have the economy to support them inside this round. Trying to set up a crossfire, Logista just trying to bait the man out. Lightning fast, misses a lot of shots, but it's fine. The spray transfer will shut him down.
Just like that. Match point for the side of Global Esports as they look to cap off an incredible comeback story. What started off as a disappointing loss in map 1, what looked like it was going to end off as a huge upset in map 2, now gonna come down to the real deal in map 3. And I just want to point out real quick, Lightning Fast with the suave emoji too. I personally use that one, the Yoru, the one where he's, you know, putting the comb through his hair and just being stylistic as hell. So clearly, Lightning Fast, the man of style.
That's the thing, right? Yoru's got the looks.
He's got only the looks, though. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No one likes to play. No one likes to play him. Like, he's just got the looks. You know, as people say, you can only be good at one thing.
Oh my!
But Kappa! Oh, that's a huge Hunter's Fury. 2 men being shut down. Head wall just like that. Just like that. Somehow, what? God Particles are able to shut down GE's push. And now it's all down to Kappa again. Old man himself will be able to put the experience on the line. But still, Shivy, the IGL of God Particles, is able to shut down the old man.
Right, still very much alive here, God Particles. The Hunter in Kappa did his best, finds the double kill with his Hunter's Fury in the start of the round, but you could see Knight Rider and Logi, I believe, positioning themselves very, very well to understand that on the basis of the Hunter's Fury, there's going to be a push coming in from A short, where they're then able to shut them down. So you can still notice that despite the precarious position that God Particles are in, they still have their minds on straight. They're still thinking about the game to the best of their capabilities. It's just the confidence factor which I think they're missing right now, but you can see how important that confidence factor was.
Trailblazer out to try and clear out mid. Info revealed. All the way in the back is Knight Rider. With the Blaze Storm popped, of course. Oh, watch out from this man. Easily out the equation now. Blaze Storm easily being taken care of. That was one of the threats that GE was scared of, but now that out the equation, GE will just be the beast unleashed. But the flank from Shivi is just in perfect timing. Finds the beat on the timing there as well. And now Global Esports, they will be bleeding inside the round. It's a 2-on-3. Are they going to be able to pull this off? That's the question. They're trying their best to try and neutralize the threat. But that's not the possible case over here. Global Esports now left with only the one last man alive. It's going to be Skills. And this is the right time to put his skills on the test.
He spots out Logi. I think trying to get the trigger control there, but unfortunately the turret spoiling his plans. Gets one kill, but immediately traded out by Ember to make sure that God P is still very much alive. I'm getting a little.
How is Scar God happy? Scar God has a smile on his face. I want to know, like, if I'm playing a ranked game like this, you would see me raging. You would see me depressed, sad, if I'm losing a game like this. With such a huge difference. But still, Scar God has a smile on his face. Absolutely beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, and I think it caps off what we've talked about this team throughout the series, right? The chemistry they have between each other, their ability to, make jokes and continuously keep each other motivated, it's huge. And with an IGL like Shivi as well contributing to exactly that, it's why this team has their game face on at every single point in the map. They are the true definition of professional players, upcoming professional players. So 12-5 is where that happened. That's what I was talking about with the deja vu, where Global Esports, round after round after round, they made the comeback dream true. They gave the hopium to their fans, so now it's GodP's turn.
Oh, B-main. It's just a huge push. It's a flood. It's the Chi flood coming through. Easy side control in the hand. Shivi with the Hunter's Fury finds an opening on his Skills. That's a huge opening as well. As the controller out the way now. Skills as well, utilizing the recon dart perfectly. Knight Rider's position being revealed, but guess what? A man passes eyes, passes through. But still, it's fine. They can always try and just hold off and play for the post plants, even though God Particles do have a huge man advantage, they still need to try and breach in through Global Esports defense. And how are they going to do that? That's a question I'm wondering as well. They will have to land some nutty shots. Oh! Talking about insane shots, it's lightning fast, putting on a show and just lighting things up. And continuing to do so. Rossi, Blade Storm's out. Was not able to do much, but it's fine. At least he's able to buy a lot of time. Emperor having such a huge burden on his shoulder, baits him out. And Emperor will be taken care of by lightning fast. Popping off in the final round, and what else do you need? Global Esports are going to be your winner against God Particles of the first match ever of VCC 2022. Oh my god.
For the first streamed match.
First. This is the first match of the entire VCC tour as well, right? But yeah, overall, Global Esports, man, the defending champions, they are looking really strong. Having smiles on their faces. Look at Rossi too, such a beautiful smile, man.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the biggest storyline I'm going to take away from this series, I guess two biggest storylines. One being the fact that this series very much proves what we were all considering, what we were all speculating, which is VCC2 very much more open as compared to VCC1, which also proves the point that our region in South Asia deserves that extra slot that we're getting now into the APAC Challengers, because it's not just our big three, it's not just our big teams. We have teams out there like God Particles who gain that respect, and that's my second point. Win or no win, God Particles, like, insane respect and a big heart for you guys. Yeah, exactly.
They won our hearts. I just want to see a heart spam coming through in the chat, because hashtag respect God Particles. Coming inside this, as I mentioned, none of us expected this. Even the casters on the indie desk, they were like, all right, we think so. It's just going to be like a 2-0. God Particles, they don't stand a single chance against Global Esports, but they're able to just surprise us with astonishing plays, especially a man like Scar God, even though he wasn't really able to pop off in the previous map of Ascent. But it's fine, you know. Overall, he has been able to put on an absolute show. And hopefully God Particles in the India Qualifiers too. I want to see them back.
Not with the Jet Race composition, please.
Yeah, please use it. Please get a Sky or something in your composition, because you guys really need a flash on this sense.
Even Phoenix, I'll take Phoenix. Even Yoru, for that matter, I'll take it. It's not great, but I'll take it. Like, at this point, for them, I feel like they're just a team that needs more options, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, taking a look at the scorecards as well, if you take a look at this, damage numbers absolutely way high from GE, 13.12k, and then from God Particles, only 9.82k. But the headshot percentage, somewhere down the line, God Particles leading the charts in that. But frag wins, of course, Global Esports going to lead that. Overall, it was a 13-5 matchup, and Global Esports, they just stomped through God Particles in the end.
Yeah. Still, though, you can see the skill of the GOP players. As you mentioned, the damage and the headshots especially clearly showing us that they've got what it takes. I feel like the comp limited them to a certain extent, and it was, of course, the fact that the momentum for GE was so high after an insane comeback. It felt like GE didn't really give them much of an opportunity, didn't really let them dictate the playground the way they prefer to. But surprise. It's SK Rossi is the MVP.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? With 16 first bloods and the ACS of 273 and econ rating of 64, SK Rossi has managed to get himself 61 kills, 51 deaths, and 13 assists, putting up some high numbers. And it seems like someone's already getting pretty close to that MVP money.
Yeah,
$1,500, baby.
Yeah. You can see how much we want it ourselves perfectly synced up.
Look, man, everyone wants money, okay, in their life. Everyone's pretty much out there for money. So, yeah, it's understandable. Rossi, as well, is just working really hard for that.
Hey, but you know what? I would pay money to see a match like this, so...
Oh, me too. But I wouldn't pay $1,500, no. I would not pay $1,500, okay? Look, I don't even have that much money in my bank account, let's be honest. But yeah. moving on forward. Take a look at the scorecards of this entire series that we had of the best of 3 against God Particles. Global Esports, of course, able to stomp through in the end in the final map of Ascent. But overall, God Particles, as I mentioned, also put on a huge show. And SK Rossi with the 101 kills, then with 101. And then you have Lightning Fast coming in with 93, Kappa as well with 68 for himself, a Hellranger with 69, and GE Skills with 64. Overall, Global Esports, stats as expected. This is what was expected from their side. But as you mentioned, the criticism that Kappa was getting throughout the past, this should have shut the haters' mouths without a doubt, because Kappa was the saving grace of GE inside this Best of 3 series.
Yeah, man, I think Kappa is just proving the point, right? And I have to mention also the player. He's taken all of the criticism he said with such a stupendous level of grace. He's just like, yeah you can send all you want. I know why the team has kept me. I know what I bring to the team, and I don't care if my support player is not able to frag out or win deals every single map or every single round. He's pulling out 1v4 clutches.
I mean, he's called support for a reason, right? I mean, he's there to support his teammate. He's kind of like the backbone of a team, and he's able to play that role perfectly. So Kappa, he definitely does not deserve all the hate that he was getting in the past, and I'm pretty sure with being that saving grace of GE as well realizes how important of a link Kappa is for the entire roster. But yeah, overall, respect for God Particles. Scar God is definitely one of those players that has stood out to me, and he is probably one of the upcoming rising superstars.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I also want to give props to Ember and Logi, because unlike for Scar, Shivy, Knight Rider, who played in VCC1 with F1LS, Ember and Logi, for them, this is the first major tournament they're playing, and they had brilliant performances. The consistency that these players are able to show, I think they are also a few of the upcoming players that we need to keep our eye on, because again, I have to remind everyone, this is just the start of 2022. There's a long journey coming up ahead, so I'm sure this team and those particular players, they will end up just rising and rising up and up.
Oh, man, of course, rising and rising up and up. And as you mentioned, God Particles being a team who doesn't even have a coach, and they're going against the defending champions who have everything in their back. They have a coach, they have an analyst, they have everything they need to try and help them win each and every single game, and still able to take it to map 3 against a team like that. A team of friends who are just playing together every single day to have fun, and finally even having fun throughout the day. We saw smiles on each and every single player's faces. Even Scar God in the end, even though they were losing really badly on the map of Ascent, that smile also put on a smile on my face itself. So CA, man, overall, huge respect. It's really hard for me to get my eyes. Even the Global Esports won this best of 3. We knew this was going to happen. This was going to be the outcome. But overall, the performance that God Particles put, it's really hard for me to take him out of my heart.
Yeah, I don't think we have to. Like we mentioned, right? We have another qualifier to come. So, Gapi, don't you worry. You're going to be safe right here till the India Qualifier 2 comes along. And good luck for that. I'm excited to see more of this team in the future. But for now, it is Global Esports. Once again, our defending champions moving on to the semifinals. And with a wake-up call. Like, this has to be a wake-up call.
This has to be a wake-up call. Indeed, has to be a wake-up call. But that best-of-3 series was definitely one of the most memorable things out there. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be sticking in by, like, all the way going to be there in the back of my head. Especially, as you mentioned, they have another chance. God Particles have another chance to try and bounce back in the India Qualifiers too. So that's where I'm probably going to be eyeing out for them. And I do want to see them back in there. But overall, Global Esports, being the defending champions, they're able to pull off some insane plays. Rossi was not really able to activate himself in the first map, but then later on in the map of Split, with that insane clutch from Kappa, kind of helped him, made him realize that, okay, maybe it's time for me to pop off as well. And he just got that operator, was hitting some insane shots, some insane reflex shots on the enemies. And Rossi's just doing some Rossi things, some crazy no-scopes as well. If you remember that Viper Spit no-scope that he hit on Split on A site, that was insane. Just updrafted through in, easily was able to connect that no-scope and just shut down that entire Viper's pit. It was insane, man.
I mean, if you want to go over to Ascent too, the fire in the, and then the whole ending up in Skargov's body with that insane flick, like from stairs all the way to above Cubby, I think Skargov was just whoop and just instant shot. Like clearly you could see Rossi, it felt like he maybe woke up late for today's game or something, slept late earlier, but as soon as Kappa pulled off the clutch, he's like, oh wait, we're in official match. Okay. I'm on now.
But yeah, now we have Global Esports moving forward. Taking a look at the brackets, of course, God Particle lost to Global Esports 2-1 in the best of 3 series, and now the upcoming match is going to be against Tryouts versus True Rippers, and I'm pretty sure that's gonna be a ripping match as well. I cannot wait for that. What are your thoughts on the upcoming matchup, CA?
I thought that match was going to be the most exciting match of the day, but after this match, I'm not sure how they can beat our expectations, but I'm very much welcome to it. I think both of the teams very close.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But again, it's time for viewers as well to try and restack up on their popcorns. Just sit back, relax on your couches, because even the upcoming match, as CA said, that was supposed to be the most exciting and close matchup. But with the GE matchup already making it so close and exciting, I'm pretty sure you guys have ran out of your popcorns as well. And talking about ran out, we have a huge giveaway for you guys, only for the viewers. If you guys are watching, if you guys are tuning inside the stream, you have a chance to win this exclusive VCC merch.
Yeah, don't miss out on the chance. As you saw as well, it's every single stream, every single day. So it gives you plenty of opportunities to get it done. But for now, as you said, the viewers need to get their snacks ready. We need to get our teas ready. And we'll be right there with that second match, right, Necro?
Exactly. We'll be right there with our second map. Go and restack up on all the food supplies that you guys want for the second game, because it's going to be a fun and exciting game. We'll be right back at this short break.
Getting high on the weekend. Slow down, I'll party on my own. Party on my own. I'll party on my own. Yeah, that's tight. Max Rossi, Tony Romero. Party on my own.
So high on life, without you I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want to want you back, so it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want to want you back, so it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
One enemy remaining.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brain is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Green got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. With the power, with Charles Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to you.
Bring So the people right now, pegboard nerds matter have you locking at the sound. All of the gyal go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. Better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man.
Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot, keep coming. Hey, I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for the South Asia region. I'm going to be your host and caster Necro. John alongside with me, CA. I'm not going to call you emoji this time because I know just a joke over and over again gets kind of overwhelming, so I'm not really going to be going for that. But yeah, overall, now we have another matchup, a fresh best of 3 series, man. What are your speculations on this?
So Tryouts versus True Rippers, we were talking about how we expected this matchup to be one of the closest matchups in this 3 series that we have today, and I don't think that's going to change at all, especially considering the fact that I think both of these teams have some of the best young guns in our region.
Exactly. As you mentioned, both these teams have some young talent that's waiting to dominate in the future. As you take a look at the brackets as well, now it's Tryouts versus True Rippers. Yeah, there are some exciting games in the future as well. VLT versus Reckoning, but that's for the future. Right now, our main focus is going to be Tryouts versus True Rippers. Now, see it, there has to be some kind of interesting factor that stands out to you from both these teams. I want you to tell me about what you really find interesting about Tryouts.
So Tryouts have been a squad that initially came into Valorant together. It was at the first point, it was Ghost, Wimp, and 3 other players who are not with them right now, but these 2 players were the core of the team, and then they all separated and went different ways. Ghost went over to Enigma, Wimp went over to join the EXO and Samurai squad, and then so on, it went on till they finally came back together. But hey, just as we dreamt about Fracture never being played, this is a map that is much more standard here, Necro. Fracture Breeze being taken out. We do get to see 2 brand new maps that we didn't get to see in the first series in Haven and Icebox.
Honestly, Haven has to be my all-time favorite map, including Icebox. But yeah, Haven and Icebox being picked out from the side of Tryouts, and I do want to see how things are going to be looking like. Now, this is a Tryouts pick, and then instantly you do see True Rippers pick as well. On the right side, it was Icebox. So what are your things? Like, what do you think? Is Tryout really a team that will stand out to True Rippers on the map of on the first map, or do you think like True Rippers are going to give like a really good competition to them?
Oh, I expect all 3 maps to go insanely close. I'm not expecting either team to dominate on any particular map. But having said that, like continuing on my point, like they only got back together like less than a few weeks back. So it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to be able to set up defaults. But yesterday I was like trying to do some research, pre-VCC analysis on my stream, and Wimp showed up and just told me that, hey, we have all of our defaults ready. And that gave me some hopium. I was already in the Tryouts bandwagon before in the matchup. I do know in terms of predictions, the rest of you, both the Hindi casters and you have gone for True Rippers, but I have a feeling that Tryouts might edge this out.
Okay, I mean, let's just see how things are really going to be looking like, right? I mean, we pretty much went for the safer bets. Over here, you were the one risking things, which is quite understandable. But as you mentioned, Wimp as well, you also give him a little quick shout-out as well inside the VCC. Quick shout-out to Wimp, doing a fantastic job. As you mentioned, Wimp, he did mention he's looking quite ready for this matchup. Talking about individual players' play style, what do you think? So which player is going to be the player that's going to stand out against other player?
For True Rippers, Paradox, 100%. One of the most cracked aimers, I think second only to Deathmaker, and I'm including SK Rossi in this list, you see? So you have to understand the level at which I'm trying to hype this player up. But the issue being that True Rippers, the entire team, they are such incredible players with such incredible potential, which unfortunately they've never realized. Like they've never reached the peak of their potential, and it feels like that's where maybe this time they can actually push it all the way. But from Tryouts, I'm going to give it to Ghost.
Okay. Okay, Ghost, of course, we've seen this man in the past. I mean, we've seen him play in the past, and he's, of course, a young talent. We talked about him so much in the VCC last year. Ghost was able to do so great. He's one of those, of course, duelist players coming in. He's young. He has the young reflex as well. Makes a lot of sense. Man likes to play Jet. But this time, do you expect... Now, we do see the old kind of like Enigma lineup over here. So do you expect anything kind of like switching things up that we saw in the last time or no?
Yeah, so as you said, right, it's a mix of the old Enigma and the old EXO lineup where you've
Old
got
EXO
Wimp
lineup, yeah.
and Ghost, and then Easy, of course, he was also in Enigma, Vexy also in Enigma, all coming in to make this brand new squad, Blackhawk, formerly EXO. So they have the experience, is I think what I'm trying to point out. They've played on some massive rosters before. But having said that, this True Rippers squad, they've been together for a long, long time. The only player changing has been Bones coming in for Crosshair. And Bones himself, a great impact player. He's able to play multiple roles with some astounding efficiency. So I think player to player, these two teams are incredibly well matched.
Okay, so overall, you're saying it's this is really going to be a close competition. Now, in the past, we've seen, even though we've expected some close competition, sometimes it's just being one-sided, and it has happened. Now we expected, for example, we thought that maybe GE is probably just going to stomp God Particles, but still we went for map 3. But I'm going to hold on to my words. These are the viewer rewards, ladies and gentlemen. Rewards for all of you watching at your homes. Well, a huge chance for you guys to win this exclusive VCC merchandise. We've got a VCC exclusive merch just for you guys. Just to enter the giveaway, all you need to do is just make a post on your social medias, be it Instagram, be it Twitter, be it Facebook, whatever it is. You guys need to tag VCC. You guys need to type hashtag VCC and then tag NODWIN Gaming in it, and you will have a chance to win the beautiful VCC merchandise.
Yeah, and it's a chance for you guys to get creative with your posts. You know, maybe show us what your viewing experience is like. Do you
Try to
watch
be
it on
unique.
TV? Huh?
Try to be unique, I said. Just try to
Yeah,
be something
exactly.
unique,
Maybe show some of your art. Maybe you can sing a song for us. I don't know. Whatever you guys would like to do. It's not compulsory. It's just something that at least I would like to see. And if you do that, like, you can tag both of us too. We would love to see some of your content.
Exactly. If you guys want to talk, of course, you guys can tag me as well. NEKR0U on Instagram. A quick shout out. Sia, you wanna just wash your hands in the water flow? Okay.
I'm a caster, so CA caster is simple and easy.
I guess I'm not a caster anymore. Okay, CA, I like where you're trying to. Well, I like where you're going with this. But yeah, with that being said, True Rippers versus Tryout has to be one of the most interesting matchups. And as I mentioned, hopefully you guys as well are stacked up on your popcorns or whatever food supplies you guys need, because this is going to be an interesting one. And trust me, this is where things get really, really good. Of course, we're going to be having Heaven to kick things off, and then Icebox to move on forward. OG maps. Anything else that's going to be standing out to you on these maps?
I want to see if teams start using Chamber. Because
me too.
So I remember from the Twitters of these True Rippers players, I don't know if this was the bait or not, but they posted a screenshot of them practicing using the chamber traps to set up a certain word. Now I can't say the word on live stream because I might just not be on the next live stream because of that, but they were using chamber in their scrims. At least in that picture is my point. So I want to see if one of the players actually picks up chamber in this upcoming map.
Exactly. Chamber just brings up so much value, right? You can also have like a double operator setup going in. Of course, Chamber's op is way better. It just feels so smooth and light, you know, overall. It just feels really good to use. And then you also have the Headhunter ability where you have that little pocket sheriff coming out in the pistol rounds that can also help you out quite a lot. And if you talk about Chamber, I would say if you want to save him on a lot of economy, Chamber is the player to go with, because of course you can just use the ults, as I mentioned. If you're really falling short on an operator, just use Chamber's ultimate.
Yeah, but having said that, I would be very disappointed if Relic or Killer, as his name is reversed. So Relic is how we know him. Killer is what his initial IGN was. He is one of the best Cypher players in India. He has the most unique setups, always able to find new cams, new cages. So I would also be a little as much as I want to see Chamber, I feel like missing out on Relic Cypher on a map like Haven, where Cypher can be insanely influential.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, Cypher can definitely work things out so well on C side and A side especially, and he's able to like just, you know, hold on. Cypher's great ability is that he's able to buy so much time with those cages and those tripwires, and also if you do get spotted in those tripwires, of course, you're pretty much screwed, right? Because the cage instantly goes up. That's when you're completely trapped. You don't know where exactly the tripwire is. You're looking all the way around to try and shoot it off, and that's when you might just get spammed. But with that being said, Ares buff as well in the past, and I feel like on the map of Ascent, in Garage, somewhere down the line, that has to be one of the most interesting things that I'm eyeing out personally.
You mean Haven? It's all right. Though,
Yeah.
Our brains are still clearly processing the insane plays
Haven,
that we
yeah.
saw in the first series, but I 100% agree. Not just Haven, right? I think if we go back a little bit towards Iceland, if you remember the plays Lakia was able to show us using his Odin, the number of wall bangable spots, especially considering that quite a few teams like to play that Killjoy in the map of Haven, it can be used very effectively, not just to shut down her ultimate, but to take down certain aspects of her, like say the turret or the alarm bot or even certain nano swarms. So the Ares can be quite an influential weapon on this map, and again, a map where Sova is one of the agents that has never left the meta from this map. So clearly a map that favors the Ares simply because of that.
Soa, as you mentioned, Soa is pretty much like a character that is crucial on every single map, other than maybe Split. Okay, I mean, it's quite understandable because Split, of course, a close, congested map. But yeah, overall, I do want to see, as you mentioned, Soa being used as well. Any chances of KO in here that you can try and squeeze in? No?
There has been situations where Paradox picks up the KO and Relic goes for the chamber to compensate for the lack of the jet operator, because Paradox usually plays with the jet. So definitely the possibility exists, but I feel like when you're going against a team like Tryouts who've just recently formed, you want to stick to comfort, because it's not like they're going to come up with some insanely complicated strategies. They're going to stick to defaults, fundamentals, the foundation of them as players. So I feel like if you take off a player like Paradox from his comfort in Jet, it might be a recipe for disaster.
Might be a recipe for disaster, as per as you like to say. But yeah, KO I feel like can be interesting choice as well sometimes. That can shut down so many things. Especially Heaven is the map with 3 sites. You do know each and every single piece of utility is really important. And especially if you're not really able to use that utility, because of KO, that can hinder you quite a lot. That can hurt you quite a lot. So I feel like KO as well can be sometimes really useful. But again, it really depends on what kind of team composition you're having, if your team's comfortable with it or not. It just comes down to so many things, right? Because as I mentioned, when it comes to a professional team, they have a lot of thinking going on in the back. Especially they need to think about IGL as well, if he's able to, just overall get into it. But yeah, it's time for us to stop talking a little bit too much, and it's directly time to move on inside the map, Vito. And guess what? We're going to see a chamber pulled out. Oh, that's huge. That was quite quick, though.
Yeah, it's like production is just trying to keep us in suspense. Okay, production, I see you. But I will keep my attention more on the chamber. I want to see the composition, because I saw a chamber and then I saw a breach, if I'm not mistaken. So a little confused, but I think that means that Relic is most likely playing the Astra for True Rippers, because it would make a lot more sense for him as that Sentinel player. Like Astra, of course, not a Sentinel, she's a controller, but on the defensive half, she can very much be used as an anchor, play that defensive anchor position, continuously make sure you're alive for your team. And on the attack, we saw a Scarguard showing it to us in the first series, where the lurking potential with Astra, because of the simple fact that her abilities are able to be used worldwide or map-wide, as you would like to say, will mean that it gives them a lot of potential to pull that off. But from the side of Tryouts, on the other hand, very simple composition. I expect it is going to be Wimp on that breach, easy on the Astra. I want to see, or if it's Wimp on the KJ.
Yeah,
Also,
pretty much.
Wimp plays a lot of agents.
It's pretty much kind of like a comfort pickup from the side of Tryouts. Don't really want to go for anything unique, but yeah, the chamber play is definitely going to be something that I'm going to be eyeing out for, because True Rippers, it's time for them to live up to their name. It's actually time for them to rip them apart.
Just trying to take main control. Master will find the first peak and perfectly synchronized. They just shut them down. The spikes dropped as well, Necro.
Oh, as you mentioned, perfectly synchronized. Those sync peaks coming through. And both of them able to shut them down just like that. Bodies line up. Back-to-back, 3 players already taken care of. God Vexy there in the back. Seen this man last year in action. And I'm really excited to see this man in action again. Still do like the guts on this man. With only 12 HP, he's able to speak out that well. But yeah, the final 2 shots connect, and that's going to be it. It's going to be True Rippers to kick things off.
Hold on for a second. I just realized Paradox is playing that chamber. This is insanely interesting because it means that I don't think One Tap God is ever gonna op. I do think Paradox is much more comfortable with the op, and I don't mean just the chamber ultimate operator. I mean like the actual operator. Because I have seen a lot of players utilize it on chamber because of the way his TP works. It's not the same as a jet dash in the way it's instantaneous, but it's very, very close where you can use your teleport to just get on out of there after you get that first peak. So I want to see if One Tap God picks up the operator on his jet, or if it is Paradox on that chamber, who is the player that we usually see on that jet. But hold on for a second, it is going to be a standard Eco B execute right here for Tryouts. They got the site, but will they get
They will probably get the plan as well. Got the side control as you mentioned, but still try and hold off onto it. That's going to be a little problem. But Ghost just causing a lot of ruckus in the players. And now here we do have Tryout with a huge man advantage, and it seems like they will also probably get the round in their hands. 3-on-1. One Tap Godville has a lot of pressure on his back. Is he going to be able to clutch this out? That's the question. Does have a Spectre in his hands. Isn't really on max HP, but still fine. He's looking quite healthy. It's sneak past through a man's eyes, but still True Rippers. Unfortunately, this time will fall down in second map, or his second round, my bad.
Yeah, and just like that, this is the gist of what we talked about in our pre-show, right? The intensity of this match very much apparent in the first 2 rounds itself, where True Rippers, you expect, like, they picked up that first pistol round, they're just gonna continue onto their momentum. That's definitely not what happens. They from the side of Tryouts, they get those buys through, they make it work, and the close nature of this match showing up in the first 2 rounds as Tryouts equalize that scoreline, make it 1-1 on the board already, forcing True Rippers onto an equal.
Do have another round starting up. We already do see Tryouts being pretty aggressive. Moving forward, but easy this time. Is gonna catch One Tap God. That was a beautiful bait from Ghost. Instantly fade away as well, coming through, but Ghost just lines up the bodies. He's able to catch another one. Easy, a quick 3K for the players of Tryouts to clean out the side, and True Rippers, they're just falling apart.
Planted.
Like that, the plant is well done, and slim chances of anything being done here for True Rippers unless One Tap God, or rather Ghost, just throws his body out. But so the entire kit of VCT Champions, the skin kit, actually I'll get back to that in a second. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. As you can see, it lights up when you're the top fragger. It's not just the Vandal, the Karambit works too.
Exactly, Karambit works too.
Flawless.
And just like that, final man put down to sleep, and Tryouts are easily able to roll over True Rippers in the first 2 rounds. 2-1 is going to be the score lines, and Tryouts looking pretty strong. Of course, all the players are well-known players. We've seen them in the past fight for the victory, but unfortunately couldn't really make it through in the final stages, but it's fine. Maybe this time in the VCC 2022, they have a huge chance as 2 slots are going forward.
What's your favorite knife skin, Necro?
Oh, I like the Glitch Pop one, Glitch Pop Dagger. The first ever Glitch Pop set came out. Yeah, that's what I love. And I have it as well. I was waiting for that thing to come out in my shop for such a long time, but finally showed up and I bought it. But yeah, I'm going to hold on to my words for now. A quick teleport back to safety.
And that's what I was talking about. Like, of course, not with the operator right here, but you can see the similarity in terms of impact with the Jet Dash, where he takes a quick peek and he's able to just get on out of there. I want to see that impact with an operator later in the future. But for now, all of Tryouts stacking up onto this C-site entry. They don't have like an ultimate that they can use to execute, and they've left the spike in C cubby while they look to now go over towards garage and set up a split execute maybe. But this is where the chamber straps come in so damn clutch. You can see the way they're set up, especially in the garage behind those wooden boxes, which means that the players won't be able to take them down easily without Bones here playing the window, able to utilize the power of them. So just like that, the control True Rippers have. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. True Rippers. That opening being found quite huge as well. Bones
What?
Opens up the fray, but there we have Paradox lining it up. And unfortunately, a little bit of TK coming through. Not a good news for Tryouts right there. They're just gifting away this round to True Rippers. True Rippers, this might just be a flawless round if neither of the men fall down inside this one. Wimp peeks out, takes care of one, but instantly looks away. Even though he spot the second man, decided to kind of ignore it. Quite questionable.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, I guess he thought that the round was done. Maybe trying to,
30
you know,
seconds left.
maybe trying to just make sure that
Enemy remaining.
he's able to get more than one
Spike
kill. A
down.
little greedy, but hey, that's okay. Back to this round, right? So the traps itself, I think that's really what is important right now for Tryouts to try and dictate as to how those traps work. But because you have to take them down early. It's very similar to the way Cypher trap would work, in the sense that if you leave it for a mid-round, late-round execute, you're always going to get punished insanely by it. Even though they didn't get activated in that last round, you can see continuously Paradox is changing his positions. But hold on to that talk, because already the first block picked up, Ghost taken down, one tap guard, showing that, hey, it might not be Paradox on the jet, I can still make it work.
That was such a questionable push from the side of Ghost as well. Being a little too aggressive. Even though he did spot a one-tap God, but one-tap God was a little too quick to react. Easily shutting down Ghost in that. Tryouts. Now looking to try and make things a little bit more better for them, because they have a huge man disadvantage. One man being taken out, and that's Ghost as well. The duelist out the way now. It's all left down to the breach, so Astra and KJ to open up the sights. They're not really the likely characters that you want to have to try and open it up, but still, they can work. Here we go, the execution comes through. Each and every single player on the site is pretty much stunned and blinded. But one tap God's position, he left unchecked. That's quite a rookie mistake from the side of Tryouts, and they will have to pay the price for that. One tap God dashes in his smoke, even though he did spot Blackhawk. Was not able to turn back in time, and he gets slapped across the face. This is where the push comes in through from the side of Tryouts. A quick jump down, but Wexy is there. He has his proactive nature. Paradox with 2 quick kills. He's able to shut him down, but Wexy is there to reply back with a 3K. Wexy now trying to take him down, but still, Paradox with his own 3K replies back.
Oh, and it's, I forgot the name of the skin line, but it's the new one where his gun also talks about like voice lines, has its own voice lines, and it's all like a dictator, like dystopian future skin line types. But enough about the skin lines. Talking about the round itself, thank you for the replay. As you said, even though Ghost was stunned, he decided to go for the push, which was quite a questionable play. But again, right here, you need to have Wimp coming in at the exact same time that the players are going for their execute, so that one tap guard cannot help out his Sova in that situation, so that both of the players are isolated. Tryouts, they don't do that, which makes sure that one tap guard, even though all he gets is 1 kill, the amount of time he buys ensures that the rest of his team is at the edges of the site ready for the retake, which means Tryouts don't get enough time to settle into their post plans. And Paradox, well, he shows you why it's a piece of cake for him.
Entry fragger, exactly. Entry fragger is the most important role when it comes to attacking side, and you need an entry fragger alive. Ghost being shut down in that previous round was a little problem, but this time, to kick things off, Ghost already starting off with a huge 2K with the Blade Storm, and a huge dash and updraft comes through. One tap God able to open it up though. He's able to reply back, but it's a 2-on-4 now. Man advantage leaning heavily on the side of Tryouts, and True Rippers somewhere down line in this round. It looks like they have been ripped apart. Chamber with his ultimate is posted up.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, not really able to land the shot. Blackhawk replies. True Rippers tried their best to make something happen, tried their best to deal damage, but Tryouts are looking really strong.
Exactly, and that round is going to hurt even more because of the fact that Paradox did pop up that Chamber ultimate. So at this point, you lose a huge part of that player's kit. Like, the amount of economic damage you're able to inflict just by picking up that Tour de Force, I believe it's called, and then push through on the basis of that. You can't do that now, where he could have now used that Tour de Force to basically use it as a bit of an eco, give that Phantom to one of his teammates. That's not going to happen. Instead, he's going to have to use the Phantom, go in aggressively and try to make some sort of a thrifty happen for Tryouts. They're just holding back. Wimp marking the rotations. He shuts one down, and he's going to tell his team, guys, you can go ahead. I got this flank.
She mentioned, as he said, just you guys can go ahead. I got this flank.
Munitions expended.
There we go. Another opening being found, and just like that,
Player standing.
they're able to do something. They're able to make things happen over here. But now, Ghost, Tryouts are just rolling through. They won 2 rounds back-to-back. They're feeling themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a very important point because it went 1-1, 2-2, and it felt like that's how we were going to see the rest of the match pan out with both of the teams trading blow for blow. But the fact is that now with Tryouts picking up back-to-back rounds, the eco for True Rippers is under severe trouble. Now look at this. We were speculating about whether Paradox would pick up the operator, or whether it would be one-tap God. And well, the answer is here. It is one-tap God going for that operator play, which again makes me feel, why isn't Paradox playing that Jet? Why do they have a chamber? And instead, why not just play a Cypher? So I'm curious about all of this because this map, again, is the pick of the side of Tryouts. So we expect them to be inherently more comfortable in it. But it's also a map that, at least according to the True Ripper suite, they have been practicing recently. So I want to make sure that they play to their fullest potential, which they rarely do.
I mean, it's one of the OG maps, right? And each and every single team has to be used to it at this point in time in the game. True Rippers as well. They're trying their best to give it a close fight. But Tryouts, it just seems like there's just a little edge ahead. There are some rookie mistakes being made from the side of Tryouts as well. But hopefully they're able to get over it, or hopefully they're able to capitalize it. Beautiful flash. Try and blind things off over here. But still, the C site, it's under the control of attackers. The defenders are available there as well. True Rippers are just able to rip it apart. And the attackers are just crumbling down. Tryouts just seem lost.
I mean, it's such a different story in every single round. It shows you how important the first blood is for either of those teams, where in the last few rounds, Tryouts able to continuously gain that advantage, gain that first blood, and then turn it into a round victory. This time, the simple fact that True Rippers is able to control the sites the way they envision, using that operator on one-tap guard to astounding efficiency, able to make sure they're able to now get that round win, bring us back to an equalized scoreline. And we were wondering, like, how do you think this match will pan out in terms of how good the last match was between G and Guapi? Well, it certainly looks like it's going to deliver on our expectations. Very close so far.
Yeah, it is getting really close so far. Attackers as well, heavy presence being shown on the A site. KJ, though, still in the back to try and catch off someone lurking. But True Rippers, yeah. One tap God with the operator in his hands. KJ might just be caught over here, but that's a beautiful dink. Gravity well utilized to try and stop Wimp, but that's not going to be enough. True Rippers' defense is looking pretty great for now, but still easy. On the Astra, setting up for beautiful execution. One tap God. A quick shot on Wexy and fades away instantly. Rolling Thunder comes through. One tap God left with no other choice rather than back off and play for a retake.
And look at this, look at the flank. You've got Relic coming in on the flank, but there's nothing from the KJ to mark him. But one tap God holding on at the same time, pulls out his shorty to try and give us his best soul dom impression, but not able to do so still. He's bought enough time for his team, but is that enough? Because he's delivered the operator to the hands of Ghost, the gun he's most familiar and comfortable with.
There we go. The post-plant setup comes through from the side of Tryouts. Cosmic Divide used from both sides, and Relic this time strikes. Bullets not landing, certainly from the side of Tryouts. And they will be taking care of the Relic. In that previous round, it has to be the clutch man Relic who came in clutch and was able to shut down Tryouts.
And this is the strength of Relic I mentioned when I was talking about his Cypher plays. Like the lurks he's able to pull off, it's so huge because even then, when you notice at the start of the round, the aggressive push he did, the gravity well, you even mentioned to try and push Wimp off, it made sure that the alarm bot wasn't available for Wimp to try and track down that flank itself. And the turret already used to mark the garage push. So Relic was able to just casually sneak on out of there, get himself into that A-shot position on the flank after the plant was done, and secure that 3v3 for the side of True Rippers to take the lead for themselves, not just in terms of the scoreline, but also that economy, because you can see now for the side of Tryouts, it's a semi-buy of sorts with Ghost, Easy, and Blackhawk able to afford the assault rifles, but still saving enough money to make sure they can go for the full buy in the next round, with Wimp and Vexy not able to afford those rifles.
Afford, again, economy should be a little shaken on both these sides. 5-4 being the scoreline, has to be a neck-and-neck competition. Technical timeout. But no, it's just a little bait. But yeah, as you mentioned, both the teams are looking pretty much equal on the economy side. The other team just a little hurt, but nothing really much to worry about. But after that, they will have some things to worry about. Quick things to open it up, but Blackhawk just equalizing things after that frag. Relic following it up for True Rippers. One tap caught being flashed with that beautiful, beautiful flash from the breach. And look at the utility utilization from the side of Tryouts. It's beautiful, but one tap caught, he's just unstoppable. He's just able to run through it, just like a casual stroll on summer's day.
Yeah, absolutely. Like just running amok amongst the Tryouts' attack. That first shot itself just showing the power of his ability to understand where he needs to take the peak, and then ending it off with a shot very much in vibe with his name itself. The shot, he has 2 bullets. Well, his name is One Tap God. All he needs is one.
That's all he needed, man. All the pellets just connecting on the head. And that's enough. 6-4 being the scoreline. Tryouts in a little trouble when it comes to economy. Struggle will be seen from their side. True Rippers, on the other hand, this operator is just an absolute menace. They're not able to shut it down no matter what. One tap God is connecting these quick shots. Not quick enough to dodge the flash, though, for sure. Blaze-Storm's out as well. Hunter's Fury being utilized to try and catch One Tap God. They need to shut down this operator, but the Hunter's Fury missed completely. One Tap God being caught off guard. Blackhawk shuts them down instantly. Operator out the way now, out the equation. Tryouts will have a huge side relief.
Might not be an extended sigh of relief, though, because as you can see, they are still stuck in a position where they're not able to penetrate into sight, and Wimp's lurk revealed because of that trap being there from Chamber. So now, True Rippers are aware, and they're trying to make this sneaky push happen without any utility walking in. Bones will find one, but do they check their backs? They don't. Ghost and Wimp able to shut them down, and I'm not sure if that push was worth it anymore, Necro, because now they gain entry into the site, but hold on. Nodic's game sense very much present, able to shut down the spike carrier for now, and it all comes down to the IGL, the Killjoy, to kill the joy of True Rippers in this 2v1.
2v1. Tryouts' only hope inside this round is Wimp.
Spike planted.
He's trying to clutch this one out. Turret's out as well from Killjoy. 1-on-2, as you mentioned. All eyes on him to try and shatter their hopes and dreams. Gets one. I don't know why Relics did not peek out while his teammate got taken out. Could have had a huge chance to try and clutch this one out, but it's Wimp's cracked aim who's just flicking onto people's skull.
And what is it today about like IGLs finding some insane clutches like Wimp with that right here? And sheesh, the simple fact that we're seeing clutch after clutch come out, it bodes so well for our region. I have to say, we have so much talent in our region, and it makes me happy that we got rewarded. You know, 1 slot increasing to 2 slots, very much deserved, and these teams proving why they were campaigning for exactly that. Wimp with that lovely clutch, able to now bring us to this last round of the first half with a high possibility of it ending up even Stevens at 6-6.
Attackers still haven't really made up their mind where they exactly do want to hit. Just looking for some openings. There are 3 players present outside the A. One tap God just being aggressive as always. Look at this man. He has the monitor so close to his eyes. He's into it. He doesn't want to look anywhere else. He's focused. He's playing for the win.
The position that One Tap God has got himself into is going to give a lot of freedom to his team. He's going to tell them, guys, I don't see anyone to his A lobby. Landed that shot onto Blackhawk. Albeit it went through the wood, so it does mean... Wait, actually, no, scratch that. I thought Blackhawk's HP was really low. It's not. I'll land the shot,
Oh, look at the
but
TP.
irrespective.
Look at the TP from the chamber, though. He gets spotted, unfortunately, but that TP could have been an insane play from his side. He could have been the playmaker inside this, but still, it doesn't matter. True Ripper's Relic is there, still alive on that little position in that little cubby, but he gets taken care of instantly. One tap got there with the operator to try and equal things out, to try and neutralize the threat. Misses the shots, but it's fine. It seems like this time Vexy's shots aren't connecting. So One Tap God pulls out the frenzy
Switching
to
sides.
seal the deal.
Could only seal the deal because of that lovely shock dart from Master did half the damage, and because of that the Frenzy able to get the victory for the side of True Rippers and a 2-round lead in this first half. But yeah, as you mentioned, that rendezvous from the side of Paradox could have been a nifty play as he tried to join up with his teammate in Relic, but Relic did more than enough damage himself, having an astounding game so far of 11-9-6 on the Astra. It's been a tale of several Astras really stepping it up today, but now going on to this defensive side for Tryouts is where the KJ we really expect her to shine. So I want to see how Wimp is able to continuously manipulate his setups and play with the minds of True Rippers to make sure that Paradox on this chamber is not able to get the freedom and the agency to lurk as he normally would expect.
There we go. A flood on the B sides from the side of True Rippers on the attacking in the second half. Side control easily taken. One tap God still unaware. There is a man lurking on the A side. Taking his sweet little time. It's God Vexy. But there we go. Paradox with 2 quick dinks. Finds the opening on the Wimp and easy. Follows it up. 75 being the scoreline. And it seems like even inside this on the second half, True Rippers might just open it. They might just slice the cake open. And they're just slicing through their defense as well. Ghost spots one man out. He's able to isolate him, but it doesn't matter. The dink is too quick. Ghost will be taken care of, and the final man falls down.
True Rippers starting to establish themselves a significant lead in this matchup. A lead that we really haven't seen throughout that first half. It's usually been just 1 or 2 or even 0 rounds of difference between both these teams. But now with the pistol win, a chance to step that up to 4 rounds because, as you can see, Tryouts, they're going to have to go for that eco. On the other side, though, I really like that Paradox is picking up that Bulldog. Just knows that he will be able to get that headshot in that 3-round burst and finish them off. And yeah, I love to see that confidence, especially on the attack from the chamber, because as you can now see, he's holding that garage angle. Ooh, Wimp gives a quick peek. I think Para just strafed away from that angle. The second Wimp gave the peek. Timing working out in Wimp's favor.
Timing working out in his favor.
Ooh.
One tap God. Available on the long side.
Oh, look at Relic.
So you mentioned, yeah, look at Relic as well. He's pushing quite deep in the cubby of C long.
Easy, my bad.
Yeah. If he gets spotted, if he gets yeah, as you mentioned, if he gets spotted, though, oh, Paradox, that's a quick shot on the easy. He's able to shut down the Astra from the side of Tryouts, and while Paradox, he's just able to just walk inside the site easily. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. The Bulldogs trained as well for perfection. And that's such a questionable play from Ghost. I think so. He just wanted to deny the plant through, but still, that's not a play you want to make in these situations, Ghost.
And with the trademark being placed by Paradox in that garage entrance, he would have been stunned if he didn't do it. He didn't know that, so I do agree. It's a bit of a questionable play without that knowledge, but in a lose-lose situation, Paradox making the most of it and finding his team, not just the entry, but also possibly this round. Bones will finish it off in a 9-5 lead with the bonus possibility going into the next round because all they lost is 1 weapon.
9-5 being the scoreline. As you mentioned, not really a lot of economical damage in that one. So True Rippers are pretty much chilling after that.
One enemy remaining.
But yeah, True Rippers, it seems like finally they're able to gain a huge momentum. And if they just keep on going off of it, we might just see True Rippers winning this one as well. At least winning this one. Economy clearly seems hurt on their side, so Tryouts will need to try and play things a little safe.
Full stack by the side of True Rippers. It makes a lot of sense on bonus if you just go for a hard rush, try to play on trades, therefore getting maximum damage from the side of Team Tryouts, but the Gravity Well just puts a nail in their plans. They're not able to push further into that C side, so leaving that chamber to find some sort of lurk, maybe a 1v1 duel, an isolated duel, and then come back to them on the push later while they walk on towards the A side, which if you notice, Necro is completely empty. Wimp trying to make an insane gamble right here. It has not worked out so far, but it just might with Tryouts looking for this B side. True Rippers looking for this B side.
Still, the intentions aren't really that clear. Passes on the spike to the Jet. That's one tap God.
Oh.
Still slow and steady approach inside this round. Still just want to get a clear vision on their thoughts. So try and think it out. Paradox as always just leading the charge in the front. Jet right in the back. But this time it's Jet who dashes through inside the smoke. And Easy not really able to connect a lot of shots in the back, but he's still able to do a decent amount of damage. He needs to try and do something. Paradox blinded. Doesn't see anything. All he sees is a white screen in the front. And he gets shut down. And now it's all down to that one last man alive from True Rippers, and he will be taken care of.
As you expect, the minute that spike goes over to one tap guard in the Jet, it's not like he has to dash in and plant. That's the idea right there, but doesn't have enough support with the stack that Wimp was able to set up pre-round, really working out in the favor for his team as they're able to shut them down. But again, the damage very much apparent, Necro, because they lost 3 weapons to the bonus round of True Rippers, who are now able to afford almost full buys themselves, just Bones and Master, the initiators with the expensive utility having to go for those light shields. But on the other hand, Tryouts, they're in a position where they don't even have assault rifles on all their players, so the economic damage very much apparent. It's going to be crucial for Tryouts to now make sure they deliver the same damage to True Rippers who are on a full buy.
9-6. True Rippers looking really good, but still that's not a huge round difference. Tryouts can easily try and clutch things out over here. 1 minute, 10 seconds left in the clock. They still need to beat the timing and get inside the site. True Rippers, there's no setup for executions just yet, but the intentions are pretty clear. The vision's clear. They want to hit the A site, but there's a stack coming in. Not really a stack, but 3 men playing on A site, so it's going to be a little tough task for them to make this execution happen. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. This is what's going to put Tryout in such an uncomfortable spot. The dash comes in through, even from the side of one tap God. They're able to flood inside the side, but still not really a full control given just yet. Tryout able to shut this push down. Ghost with another frag to follow it up. This leaves just the one last man alive from True Rippers, and it's going to be Relics.
Yeah, and delivering that damage onto True Rippers, the 2 Spectres especially, Ghost and Blackhawk, performing really well. Ghost especially, the way he's able to push in and take down that player towards that A-short area, make sure he gains control of the spike. You can see on the minimap, right? That control got him that Phantom, which he's then able to utilize to secure his 3K. So we've seen across this matchup, players able to find these individualistic plays that secure their team that one round. But again, this seems like more of a tendency than a gamble for the side of Tryouts. Heavy presence towards B and C, just looking to play A on retake, almost like fake a presence on A with that Sova recon. Be like, so even though that recon comes through, you're not going to imagine that the Sova is alone. You're going to think the Sova is playing A long. Someone's probably playing
What? Sit down, Ghost. You can't just ego chow him like that. The chamber coming into play. A quick reflex shot from his side to shut him down. Ghost going to be in a little bit of trauma after that. It's going to be traumatized. He's never going to try to pull off some plays like that this time. But walks straight into Blackhawk's crosser. doing something good and then instantly falling apart like that. That's not what you expect. But still, Tryouts. It's a 3-on-4 situation. Tryouts having a little man disadvantage. But on the other hand, on the side of True Rippers, they don't really have HP to support them. But Relic with those insane nutty shots like that is helping them quite a lot to keep things aligned for them.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, Blackhawk just cleans it up. Gets those easy 2 frags. And now it's all down with that one last man alive. One tap God. He has to live up to his name. He's just sticking that defuse. One tap God is a little too quick. He's a little too late to realize.
Hey.
And Blackhawk with an ace.
Yeah. I was going to say I appreciate the fact that Blackhawk did not go for his ace. Instead decided to go for the round by sticking it. But he got his ace anyway, so it works out. And yeah, that shot. Oh my lord. The colorful things that come out on the post of the kill, it just perfectly caps off what we felt because he was flashed. He was stuck in a corner and yet Ghost just completely fumbling in that situation. The tour de force really delivering force from the side of Paradox is able to pick up the kill. But hey, at the end of it, it is going to just become Tryouts picking up the round. Blackhawk performing insanely well to now make it 9-8 on the scoreline. The lead of True Rippers evaporating in thin air, but One Tap Guard, he wants to have a say in it, picks up that first blood, contesting that Sova that I was talking about the last time around. We knew he was isolated, and I think One Tap Guard realized that in the last round, hey, this Sova, I think he's just going to be alone every single time. Let me go try to challenge him and take him down early.
They're going for garage control this time. True Rippers, interesting play. Garage control, if that's in hand, Chamber already getting that garage control in his hands, and now Tryouts left with a huge problem to deal with. 3 players alive in this, and a huge mountain to climb inside this round. They need to get this retake made, or they need to make this retake happen. Are they going to be able to do so? That's a question. True Rippers left with 4 players to work with. And now Ghost from the side of Tryouts is the only man left alive. But he's going to be going for a save. It's quite understandable. Game's going neck and neck, so save is viable. They can always go for those save plays. But again, they need to make sure that at least, even if they're making these saves happen, they need to still try and damage the enemy's economy as much as possible. Oh no.
One Tap Guard with a huge round. I think, again, the defaults from the side of Tryouts need to change after this round because Vexy is getting isolated again and again. For him to be in that position, even though he had the support of Blackhawk from the Heaven area, he got isolated in the duel itself. And it does mean that again and again, One Tap Guard can look to punish that Sova right there. And look at this, they're not going to change the setups entirely, but a potential aggression coming out here from the side of Ghost on Tryouts. Has his Blaze Storm ready, going to pull it out, the flashes and stuns set up. Ghost finds that first blood, but instantly traded out for the KJ, and I think that's a trade I might just take.
There we go. True Rippers kicking things off pretty well. But here we have Ghost trying to slice things up, but gets denied, was only able to find one, and he needs to be happy with the frag he found. Easy. Crosshair trained, but this time it's not going to be easy for that soldier. Falls down, and now it's a 1-on-3. Vexy left with a lot of burden on his shoulder to try and carry his team on the back. Sheriff in hand. Can try and go for some insane plays, and now was able to get the Phantom in his hands. Phantom you retrieved. He can deal some decent amount of damage, and what's going on? Oh no. Whiff coming out from both the sides, but his bone to finally win that duel.
Yeah, you can see the smile on Paradox's face just for a second as he realizes Vexy just whiffed completely right there. But that round will mean that this eco not working out. This next round is going to be oh so crucial for Tryouts, Necro, because now at that 11-8 mark, when you've just ecoed, it effectively becomes match point in the sense that if you do lose this round, you are not going to be able to afford full buys coming into the next round, and it's going to be an easy victory picked up for True Rippers. And because of the fact that this map was picked by Tryouts, I feel like that might just end their hopes of trying to get into the semifinals right there, because True Rippers, they're such a momentum-based team. If you give them a map of not their choice for themselves, I feel like they're just going to push it all the way to the victory.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful things. And a beautiful shot. A fadeaway shot from the KJ. It's Wimp. 30 bullets of pain, and if they're able to connect, they're gonna hurt True Rippers for sure. Because Tryout needs each and every single bullet to connect. Cosmic Divide utilized. Tryouts, or at least True Rippers, will get the plan off successfully on the B side. Relic able to catch one man quickly. It's Wimp who gets shut down. The aggression not working out this time, but Ghost's aggression paying off. He's able to find one, but still demand advantage not quite there yet. True Rippers left with 3 men to work with. And look at this, the dash from Ghost as always, he's just walking in enemy crosshairs. Those dashes, Ghosts, you can take things a little calmer.
Exactly. I feel like he's just rushing something that doesn't need to be done right then and there. And I feel like a lack of coordinative utility, right? Like cooperating utility rather, where the jet is being set up by that breach. Now, understandably, the breach is not available at this point in the round, but you do have a Vexy Sova to try and set yourselves up together, to try and take the duels together. So maybe with that double peak, you can cut down on that man advantage. But no, it doesn't happen. And I do start wondering because of that, is this because of the pressure Ghost is feeling? He stopped fragging, so don't get me wrong, it's not like he's having a horrible game, but the dashes we've seen 2 or 3 times again and again. I feel like it's a symptom of trying to take on too much at the same time, feeling that burden of responsibility.
Oh, Hunter's Fury out. Man's isolated. He's doesn't have anywhere to go. And Easy, unfortunately, suffocating to his death with that Hunter's Fury. True Rippers opening things off, and beautiful recon dart as well. Blackhawk was not really able to react in time. Counter Hunter's Fury utilized to try and deal as much damage as possible and to try and stop the push from True Rippers. But that's not going to be enough to stop this push. Paradox rushed in the site, got the C-side control. Not the control yet, but it was a huge fake. Mind games being played from the side of True Rippers, and Paradox will probably find an easy opening, an easy kill. A little bit of whiffy aim, but it's fine. As long as he's able to get this kill, that's all that matters. A-side in control, Tryouts left in shambles.
Oh, he's even popped a tour de force just for the stylistic end to this match. Ghost gets spotted out. What was that dash? Ghost, but okay. I guess he needs to whip his dash to find a kill. It doesn't matter either ways, because True Rippers pick up the map 1 victory over Tryouts in the map of Tryouts' choice. So True Rippers very much in control of this match.
Oh, True Rippers, yeah. Looks pretty good, but overall, I just feel like Ghost was making so many rookie mistakes. I don't know what is wrong with Ghost. This is not the Ghost that we saw last time, CA, in last year. Ghost was just making some mistakes that I feel like an amateur Jet would make. The way he was dashing in forward to try and get those kills. Yeah, I understand maybe you have the right opportunity, but this is a team game, Ghost. You need to play off of your teammates. You can't just try and go for those solo plays.
Yeah, I do agree, and I think it might just be that pressure factor or maybe a comms issue, because as we were speculating, right, like it's very hard for a team like Tryouts to get their defaults, to get their comms and chemistry really set up when they've just formed a couple of weeks back. Having said that though, like I do expect them to be able to give a stronger fight, because if we didn't see this go to overtime, we didn't really see this getting influenced in the close manner we expected it to. Rather, while it started out in a close manner, it did feel like True Rippers were just able to put the nail in the coffin once they were able to find their groove in the match.
There we go, though. But the top fragments from both these sides. Scoreboards in front of you guys. 13-8 was the result of the match in the previous time. But yeah, Heaven being a map which is just so good, and we also didn't see Cypher being utilized neither from both the sides, so that was still a thing that I was really surprised. But yeah, in the end it did work out for True Rippers, and as long as they're winning it, that's all that matters, right? One Tap God, of course, being the kill leader from the side of True Rippers, and Ghost on the other hand just trying to make some solo plays happen, but he's able to at least top the charts. Damage wise, True Rippers clearly leading the pack.
Yeah, absolutely fair. I think you can see in the headshot percentages what we meant by all these Templars, right? They're the young guns of India. They're almost the future of the Indian Valorant scene. Both of them incredibly close with over 32% headshot percentage. So clearly some cracked AF aimers in these teams.
Oh man, indeed, cracked players. And 32% from 55. Both the teams, it's like they're neck and neck. Both the teams are equally skilled, but I just feel like Tryouts are making some rookie mistake. The team communication, the team synergy seemed clearly lacking. They were just relying heavily on some solo plays, especially Ghost. He was trying to make some heroic plays happen, but it never worked out for him. But in the end, yeah, True Rippers got the first map in their hands. Moving on to the Icebox. Anything that you feel like is going to stand out to you from both the sides? Do you think Tryouts will be a complete new Tryouts, or do you think Tryouts is just going to be the way we saw how they played right now in Heaven?
I don't think it's going to be a complete new Tryouts, because if Haven is hard to get your comms and defaults sorted in, Icebox just makes it that much more difficult. But let's take a look at the MVP comparison and a key comparison, because going into Icebox, I don't expect the composition for TR to change at all. One Tap God had a prolific performance on the Jet, and on Icebox, that double op just gets that much stronger if you play that chamber.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that double op really does get... Icebox, of course, is a map that you have really long-range engagements in. So you do need that operator always in play on the map of Icebox, especially on B side. That can help you out quite a lot. There have been some recent changes made as well on B side, so that's going to be quite interesting to see how things are going to be looking like on that as well. So now, with that out the way, what do you think? So Tryouts, do you think there's going to be something that's really going to be standing out to you from either the side of True Rippers? As you mentioned, you don't really expect any changes coming through, but still, if there are any last moment changes, what do you think? So what might just be there? But I'm going to hold on to my words for now. Taking a look at the viewer reward CA, an exclusive chance for you guys to win this exclusive VCC merchandise. All you guys need to do is just tag hashtag VCC in the post on any of your social medias and tag NODWIN Gaming as well, and you have a chance to win this beautiful exclusive VCC merchandise.
Yeah, and talking about beautiful, I especially want that mouse pad right there with the brimstone
Chill
in
vibes.
his hammock. Yeah, just chill out. I mean, I don't get to do that in the game, so at least maybe my mouse pad can motivate me to chill out more.
Oh, okay. We don't even get to do that even while we're casting CA. We never get to chill out, okay? Because the games are being so intense. Now, especially, this is what we expected. Tryouts and True Rippers being really close. This has been an intense game as well. Definitely a game that is worth watching. But with that being said, it seems like it's time for us to push a break as well, because after this break, we're going to be moving on to Icebox. So we'll be right back with this short break.
Yes, so the people right now, pegboard nerds, mods, have you locking at the sound? All of the gal go past them, when me boy I go drop them, I coming, murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting ya. Better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. up. And we are gun for your trigger. It's a bad man signal, give us.
Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Here it comes. Hey, I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the Road to VCT for the South Asia region 2022. Well, I'm Necro John, alongside with me is CA. Now, the first game was pretty close, pretty intense, the map of Heaven as well. It's moving on inside the icebox. I'm expecting some close calls as well from both the sides. But again, as I mentioned, the team synergy seemed kind of lacking from the side of Tryouts. So hopefully they're able to kind of patch it up. Hopefully they're able to patch the gap up. But again, the problem is moving inside Icebox. This is the map where you really need that team synergy, that team communication in your hands. And already starting it off on Heaven, it seemed kind of weak. I don't know what to expect moving inside the Icebox. But without wasting any time, let's just move on the Asian Select.
Paradox definitely trolling us. He's not going to be picking up the Viper. And I expect Relic to be actually picking up that Viper. Paradox to go forward with that chamber in this map. But for now, very standard compositions. Besides that, for both of those teams, where you can see Blackhawk picking up that Sage, the Viper likely to come through for Wimp. Easy going on to one of his favorite agents in that Killjoy. But hey, right now, I think what's especially important for the side of Tryouts is to find a bit of momentum, because as you said, that last map, it was all about what they couldn't do. They need to try and be a lot more proactive, need to find their groove in this game and settle into this team comp that they have, team roster that they have in themselves, and maybe find a bit of momentum with that. Actually, Necro, I don't think Paradox is trolling. Is he actually going to play Viper? Not something I expect from him.
I mean, he's holding on to it.
Yeah.
He has it kind of selected. And Viper is pretty crucial on Icebox as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does play that, but still, he's not really a likely person to play Viper. But that would definitely be an interesting change in the pace. Still we haven't really seen the end result. He was just holding on to the Viper, and I think so, yeah, he is probably going to be going for Viper. So what are your thoughts on that, CA?
I think it's really interesting because we usually envision Paradox as one of those heavy-duty duelist players where he's able to continuously find the frags. But right now, I have my eyes on Ghost. Is that a donut? That looks like a very yummy donut.
Ooh.
I want
Which
a
donut?
It looked like a chocolate-filled donut. I'm not sure. Like, I want me some donuts, man.
Listen, man, I'm already really hungry, okay? Let's not talk about food. Because I feel like the main objective is the game. We need to focus really on it. Now, Paradox on Viper changes quite a lot of things. As you mentioned, Paradox has to be one of those duelist players. That means aggression comes in through. Paradox has to be those aggressive players. Now on Viper, that means that's a huge change in the playstyle, and that's a huge change in the pace. So I want to see how Paradox is going to be playing Viper. Maybe an aggressive Viper. It sounds kind of weird, but maybe it might just work out.
We have Nats to look at for reference with respect to aggressive Vipers, so it's not like it's never been done, but I will give him the benefit of the doubt because on Chamber as well, there were moments where he could have gone ultra aggressive, but it did seem like he has the ability to take a step back, you know, just hold on to that aggressive nature that he might inherently have, and it almost freed up someone like One Tap God, where he had an amazing performance. Oh, it looks like I just been told it wasn't a donut, it was a croissant. So croissant, yeah, that's how you croissant. So would you like a croissant, Necro?
Oh, I don't know what that is.
It's croissant. Croissant is the French way to say it. Croissant, croissant.
I honestly don't know what it is.
Wait,
like,
what?
I've never heard about it before. Okay, I've never heard about it.
Guys,
Before,
we gotta
okay?
get Necro a croissant. You're missing
Yeah,
out in life,
please,
Necro.
just Okay. Well, I guess, yeah, maybe you can order me sometime, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because I mean, we pretty much stay pretty close to each other, so it's fine. Technical break, though. Already on the map of Icebox. Just not really likely of how I expected things to start off with, but it should be taken care, or at least gotten out the way pretty quickly, and there we go. Already aggression on the side of True Rippers. One tap God being really aggressive, and hopefully he gets expected over here. He does. He gets caught, instantly dashes back, but he's not really able to get back to safety.
Yeah, but hold on for a second. They're trying to rush in, and I love this. I am a person who's a big fan of stages that use their walls late to get maximum utility out of it, and you can see Bones doing exactly that, able to shut down Ghost and stop the execute that Tryouts was trying to push through right there. Have got into sight though. They need to try and get at the plant. The wall set up to try and deny the rotation coming in, but they're not able to do so. In their vulnerable straight, the wall taken down, and just like that, TR ready for the retake.
Oh, there we go. As you mentioned, TR ready for retake. They're ready, but they're not able to execute it. That's the problem. They're crumbling down slowly and steadily. One by one, they fall down. And Tryouts, they're able to kick things off for the pistol round. That's going to mean quite a lot. We also do see a huge smiling Ghost face. Understandable. Now, from what I saw in the pistol round, it does seem like Tryouts are looking really well synced. So maybe this keeps them going even inside the future rounds.
Yeah, and you have to really try and make sure, as the side of True Rippers, they're able to shut it down. Like, I have to come back to Paradox on that Viper. The main reason I keep thinking about Nats when I think about him is because he's a crack player, just like Nats is. We've seen Nats, you know, when his team goes down, especially on the map of Breeze, pull out these aggressive plays to sort of lead the charge, and it's become almost a meme of sorts where no access to site has become now he will get you access to site. But hold on to that for a second, because Tryouts with a heavy B execute, gamble for True Rippers not working out initially, except till Bones got that first blood and a weapon to his name. Now in a 4v5, can Tryouts hold on to their post play.
A beautiful Viper's wall as well to deny all the vision from the defenders. Still taking things really slow. Defenders taking their sweet little time, not really overaggressing things. And it's True Rippers finally flooding inside the side, but they're getting shut down one after the other. And Blackhawk able to put on a show with that 3K. Taking care of True Rippers out the way now. Second round being secured in the hands of Tryouts.
Yeah, and just like that, they're in a position where they can try and find themselves some momentum coming off from a loss in map 1, right? We have to remember that for the side of Tryouts, map 1 Haven was their choice. Map 2 Icebox is the choice of True Rippers. So if Tryouts are able to solidify momentum, especially in the attacking half of this map, given the fact that they're playing mirror compositions, that momentum will be what decides who ends up really being able to push through for the win here. But once again, AB it is. It seems like as Tryouts go towards this A side, but very early on that wall, you usually expect that Viper wall that cuts off screens in Heaven to go towards a little later from the Pipe's position. But this reveals they're going here, and Paradox taking full advantage.
Oh, that's a beautiful peek as well from the side of Paradox. Was able to sneak through that little gap. And all the enemy vision. 3 side on the side, and a quick shot from Master to shut down Ghost. Duel is taken care of now. Tryouts left in a really bad spot. True Rippers looking really good inside this one. Vexy is still alive, but as soon as the wall goes down, so does Vexy's life goes down. And now Blackhawk, the only man left alive to try and make something happen. Tried his best with the Spectre, but got traded out instantly.
Yeah. And at this point, the buy round is now going to be also crucial because they do, the buy round for the side of Tryouts is going to be also crucial because they did not go for the full investment in this round, but they were able to still get a couple guns off. That doesn't mean that True Rippers will not be able to afford a buy. Hold on to that because this is a gun I've been waiting to see for so long. The Guardian coming out for Paradox. It got buffed recently in the sense that when you go for the ADS, before the fire rate used to reduce slightly, that no longer exists. It's the same fire rate, so you can just go tap, 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 and if you do get that one tap, then you're able to almost utilize it like a Vandal without the automatic spray that the Vandal offers. So I'm interested to see how Paradox makes that Guardian
No
work.
charges left.
Bone spotted by their Owl drone. One tap got still left uncompromised. Beautiful team coordination being seen from the side of True Rippers. One tap got just staying hidden. Doesn't want to reveal himself, but when he does, finds one.
You will not kill my
But gets
ally.
instantly traded out. And the resurrection available. There we go. Tryouts now left with all 5 men to work with. Walls up from the Viper. The attacking wall is looking really great. And just like that, they should be also able to get the spike plant down. Oh, I do like how they're able to like deny it, right? I do like how they're able to buy so much time off of it. But still, the man advantage is clearly favoring Tryouts. No matter how much you try to deny it,
30 seconds left.
Tryouts will be able to take care of you.
Exactly, and Tryouts right now in a commanding position to continue their lead. As I was talking about, this buy round so crucial because not only does it decide who the momentum goes forward into this first half, but it also decides how the eco looks like. And if for the defenders that operator is denied, and the way
Oh my
it's
God.
set up, it does look like
Oh
that.
my
but
God, time.
The post plant.
What?
One enemy remaining.
Oh my God!
Oh
They don't
no.
have the time. They can't plant.
Oh no. Yeah, they can't plant. Time slipping by from their
Oh,
hands.
they still won.
They still won in the end moment. Oh my God, but look at how many guns they lost though. Things could have been way different if they took precautions. And as people say, precautions better than cure. Clearly that was not seen inside this case. But still, True Rippers tried their best to make something happen in that. But in the end kind of fell apart.
Yeah, exactly, right? It did really feel like True Rippers just almost falling apart right then and there, and it became a question of how, like, even in that last moment, Master, all he needed to do was prevent that duel from happening for another second. Was stuck in a corner though, so I will give him the benefit of the doubt in the sense that he couldn't really avoid it. Maybe his teammates should have been the one doing that. But ooh, already not a great sign here as Easy's turret and alarm bot instantly taken down. And this does mean that now he's not going to have much ability to protect the flank and go for a burst the way Tryouts like to. So instead, playing on those defaults, it's going to come down to those 1v1 duos, especially with Vim slowly making his way into the kitchen. He's cooking up something, this IGL.
Oh, but the turret is trained. A small peek from Wimp and his position will be revealed instantly, and that's what exactly happens. Oh no. Killjoy Molly as well to try and force Wimp back, and that's what exactly happens. Wimp not really able to get the kitchen control. We'll have to back off without any choice, but those are some insane shots from the side of Bones. He's able to connect those shots in that distance. That's quite huge. Paradox follows it up, and True Rippers are able to rip him apart one by one. But guess what? It's Wimp on a killing spree. Finds 3.
Remaining.
Able to find the 4th one as well, and this might just be his ace. Please let him take it. And he might just get that ace. Doesn't really have the HP to support. One single bullet from that Sheriff will take care of Wimp.
Ooh,
There we go.
and you called it. Just a
Yep.
single normal bullet, not even a headshot or anything special in that regard. Just a simple body shot. Secures the round for Master and True Rippers, and a bit of a redemption round because given the fact the way the last round ended, they would have thought they were just going to win on time. It could not go through because of the push. This time though, in that B-side defense, they actually managed to hold on, and it's huge because they didn't have full weapons. This was a semi-buy for the side of True Rippers, so because of that, they are now able to go on, possibly afford, yes, that operator for the side of One Tap God. Now, this is where this map entirely changes, right? Because the operator can be also influential if you're able to secure that first pick, that first peak, even if you don't get a kill. As long as you're able to secure an angle for yourself that denies the opposition being pushed in, it gives your team a lot of information.
2-3 being the scoreline. Ghost walking inside the kitchen. Now they do know Killjoy's the one who's always taking care of that kitchen area. They need to clear out the Molly though. They finally do. Turret as well being taken care of, and now there we go. The kitchen control in their hands. Whopper's Pit activated. So there's no way for True Rippers to try and get this kitchen control back. They have to let it go. True Rippers
Spike down.
though able to find the opening, but there we go. Ghost just hands him a haircut, just slicing through his head. True Rippers in the back though. It's a 4-on-4 situation. Things have been neutralized, but still, True Rippers are going to be going for their resurrection. Bones goes for that res, and Ghost now in an aggressive page. A little jealous of that res coming through, but it doesn't matter. That's not going to be stopping Ghost from slicing through the defense of True Rippers. But the Hunter's Fury to try and equalize things.
Hold on though, Necro, because now in this 2v3,
Last
the
player
position
standing.
coming in from the side of Ghost so crucial, expecting Relic to try and flank him from those horse angle, shuts him down, and I think now looking for an ace, albeit it is one of those resurrection round aces, so I'm not sure if it actually counts, and he might, oh, he does get it, it does count.
It does.
So let's go. Ghost with an ace, Tryouts with that 2-round lead, and you can see Wimp with the smiles. I think that smile, oh, hold on, sorry, there's two cameras to talk about. That smile is because I was very confused mid-round as to why that Viper ult disappeared. I think Wimp cancelled it by mistake. I don't know if that was intentional as to why he would take off the Viper ult, but then there was also the nod from Ghost towards the camera. He's like, yo, I'm here, man. I got this.
2-4 being the scoreline. There we go. An instant execution to kick things off. But the recon dart just relays so much information. How did he not get taken away? One tap God, barely able to make it out alive on a sliver of health. Wimp able to catch two players of True Rippers, and True Rippers are truly getting ripped apart. Followed up with another one. True Rippers left with only two players to work with, and one player is looking so low. Paradox position given away. Doesn't really have anywhere to go now. He's just being isolated behind that little box. And a flawless round from their side. Tryouts looking so strong on Icebox.
Yeah. Just in form right now. Tryouts is a little weird, Nectar, don't you think? Considering the fact that for the side of True Rippers, this is their map pick, and Haven was supposed to be Tryouts pick. It's almost like the teams decided to exchange strong maps with each other. But then again, I think the half they're on really does matter, because we saw this even on Haven, where it felt like True Rippers were much more comfortable in that second half when there's much more pressure on them almost. So we'll see if that does end up happening here. Now the setup very interesting from the side of True Rippers. Playing Viper as a lone anchor on that B side. You can even notice one nano swarm towards that plant area. It's all about plant denial and then using that Viper wall to retake. And it might just work out brilliantly for them, because Tryouts right now committing a lot of resources just to make this one side push happen.
There we go, lockdown available and instantly used. Should be able to get the side control. Beautiful recon dart, will reveal a lot of position. The mark comes in through from the outrun, but the Viper's wall is just perfection. They can't just go for the plant just yet. They will have to wait for some things to happen. I do like what they're exactly going for. Look at Tryouts. They're just staying quiet behind this yellow container.
Yeah, exactly. They're waiting for the timer on the Viper for the wall to come back up and the smoke to be turned on as well, and then maybe they can go for the plant. But they have to be very worried about exactly this, the fact that True Rippers are so close. But I'm not a big fan of that Killjoy lockdown. It gave away the positioning of True Rippers. There was no need to do that, but it works out nevertheless because of how much time Tryouts spent just trying to lock it down. 3 versus 2 now, especially with the spike drop in a very dangerous position. Easy peasy. True Rippers finally able to pick up a round for themselves, bring back that lead to a margin that we are much more familiar with for both of these teams.
There we go. Finally able to put a stop to that momentum, CA.
Yeah.
That's what they really needed. Able to pick up a round from that. Able to bounce it back, and now they will need to keep this momentum going in their favor. A beautiful counter lockdown that just made the attackers so uncomfortable and so unsettled. But again, you're not going to be having those lockdowns all the time. They will need to try and find out a way to stop, or at least put a halt to the aggression of Tryouts.
Talking about aggression from Tryouts, like a clear-cut Viper wall here, and it gives One Tap God the opportunity to just sneak up onto Pipes. A very common jet position, but still not expected by the side of Tryouts. They pay the price with Ghost going down, one of their most prolific players, and yeah, that's gonna hurt because now very hard for them to get entry, especially with no utility available. One tap God just popping the heck off, similar to what we saw in Haven.
Oh man, there we go. Make that 3. A beautiful 3K to kick things off for that man. And now it's a 2-1-4. Tryouts somewhere down line. Their aggressive nature is being countered pretty well from True Rippers. They're being a little too readable, and that's what they're really working off of. Vexy trying to fight back, but he will be shut down by Master.
Yep, and the op picked up in the right moment, just like that. True Rippers also now able to get back some momentum, right? Because we were talking about the fact that both of these teams have mirror compositions. It's crucial in these situations where there are teams playing mirror compositions to try and establish a momentum streak going for yourself, going towards the start of the second half and the end of the first half, because then you're able to carry that on towards your new side. If you don't have that momentum and it's rather the other team, like say the attacking team in this case, which is Tryouts, that has that momentum, you suddenly lose the potential of trying to set up your style of plays when you go over to the defense or when you go over to the attack, vice versa. So in these situations, that momentum factor extremely huge, and just that is what Tryouts will look to regain in this round. Spot comes out, the instant Hunter's Fury. Vexy, he looks like he has a thing to say about the way this round goes, just precise with that ultimate.
Oh man. Opening things up, 4-5. True Rippers are able to close things off. Move off of that momentum. Ooh, one tap God. Oh, missed a shot on that turret, but it's fine. Both the teams are looking pretty good, but True Rippers, man advantage not really favoring them. And being the defenders, you need each and every single man alive. Got 2 sides to take care of, but that's a quick shot. Oh, that's the Spidey sense right here, tingling. And one tap God, proving that he's actually the one tap God. Tried his best to deny the plant, but here comes the Blade Storm to try and slice things up. Easy finds one. One tap God connects a beautiful shot. And now we're left with a 2-on-3. True Rippers in the front. Vexy's position compromised. If he walks out, the crosshairs trained. All it takes is a one little shot, and it does connect. And there we go. True Rippers are just able to rip them apart, and they're just able to slice through them. And Tryouts being shut down beautifully. The retake comes through.
Yeah, exactly. The retake done very, very well. And you have to start wondering, like, in the first few rounds, this AB play that they went for, it worked out because it worked out only under the assumption that they would go for the conditioning setup, where they would then set up that wall while looking to rotate towards another side, or at least trying to wrap from mid after taking down the KJ utility early to try and surprise the side of True Rippers. But they're not doing that. They're just 5-stacking into a particular site and trying to just catch the timing of True Rippers off by surprise, and that's never going to happen, especially with, as you said, the Spidey senses of one-tap guard just at its very peak. He heard that rope being used and instantly knew what Blackhawk was going for. So True Rippers, they have all the momentum in the world, and now a big economic advantage to boot.
Oh man, 5-5. They're able to close the advantage out. He tried to body block it. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was beautiful, but it didn't really work out, unfortunately.
I wondered if that actually works. It's not something I've ever got the opportunity to try, but I wonder if body blocking works or if it just goes through you.
I think so. It just went through him. I'm not really sure because it was right on top of him as well. He tried to kind of like bounce it off of his body, but it didn't really work. True Rippers, though. Yeah, again, they're able to make the scoreline equal. Relic, oh, that's beautiful. Spam did connect a couple bullets, and with those shock darts in the elbow, we'll take care of easily being taken care of now. True Rippers left with only 4 players to take care of. Paradox spamming through the Viper's pit, hoping that maybe he'll find some connections. But instead, that's not the case, and I also do like the Sova in the back. Just trying to take things a little slow, just making sure if there's anyone actually flanking. It's Vexy with the Sova taking care of the flank. But here we go. Wimp gonna find the opening onto one tap God. Always that aggression not really working out, and this time the heroic Master being shut down. And now this is where True Rippers will need to try and rely on their true skills. Ghost and Blackhawk able to find 2, make it 2. Ghost just shutting it down and mowing through True Rippers. And True Rippers finally being compromised and taken care of.
Yeah, And I think that position from Ghost especially so important because the recon doesn't reveal him immediately. I mean, it did not matter, but it's also really important for you to hold the edges of a Viper pit because it reveals when a person is moving in, their guns end up showing up first. So he sees the gun of that first player, takes him down, and then uses that chaos to dash on out of there. A dash that we were really criticizing a lot because he was not able to pull it off in the right timing on Haven. This time dashing into the face of Master, diagonally able to take him down to secure this lead for Tryouts. Secure the fact that they at least go in with a minimum of 6-6, potentially a 7-5, and I think that's what they're going to be hoping for. Finally though, this time around, not just clear in their intentions from the start. They don't pop the Viper wall early at A and try to just force at A. Instead, they have the Viper waiting towards their feet, but yikes, the slower playstyle actually working against them as Blackhawk is taken down.
Keep this in mind though, the first map was won by True Rippers, so the way True Rippers are able to make this comeback happen, that's quite huge. And this should not be happening if Tryouts want to stay in the game. Signature Randall trying to make it work.
You should run.
Missing that shot, one tap God. We'll probably have to pay the price for it. Lockdown utilized. Counter lockdown comes in through from the enemy Killjoy, from the defending Killjoy, to try and stop this push. But instead, that's just going to force the attacker inside a little bit more. 3 players detained from the attacker's Killjoy, and that's so unfortunate.
What?
Again, even from the defending Killjoy, there's just so many players being detained from both the sides, and I don't know what I'm even watching at this point.
Yeah,
True
because
Rippers. Yeah, True Rippers just trying to rip it apart now. Oh, they line up. They line up, and one tap God isn't going to miss a shot like that. Both of them taking out the equation, and this leaves True Ripper in such a great position. Missing a little shots, Ghost. Not able to connect shots on the second man, and Master is the master of this game.
I need a replay for that round because my brain be like, question mark, question mark, question mark. What just happened there? First, the attackers getting 3 players detained, despite the fact that all of those 3 defenders were on the edge of the lockdown. And then the defenders getting 2 players detained, yet not able to execute on the retake because the attackers were a little sus on the plant in the first place. A very weird round to end us off, but I'll tell you what's not weird, Necro. 6-6, these teams very close with each other.
Yeah, as expected, right?
Yeah.
Has to be a close matchup, and it is a close matchup. And this is what we expected. But again, this gives them a huge chance to dig on enemy hills.
Revealing area.
If any of these teams are even able to win this pistol round, that's going to be giving them so much edge over the future. And then all they need to do is just carry on the momentum forward, which both these teams are really good at doing.
Absolutely. And it looks like True Rippers are like, hey, if you can do fast executes well, we can do it better. Well, they certainly were trying to do it better, but already the Viper being shut down means no controllers. But ooh, you don't want to get caught with a bow in your hand when your opponents have guns.
Oh, no. The old school days versus the new days.
That's
Sometimes
pretty damn
might
old
just
school,
not
man.
working. It's pretty damn old school, yeah. Sometimes the new ways are the best ways, but sometimes old can be gold as well when it comes to collecting information with that SOA. But yeah, as you mentioned, 6-6, this is where the line's being drawn. So 4-on-4 situation, things looking quite calm. This is the calm before the storm. And I'm just waiting for the attackers to flood through. True Rippers on the attacking and Tryouts on defense now. Blackhawk all the way in the back. Moves back into safety at the nick of time. And he might just find an opening, but no, the wall denies the vision. And True Rippers should get an easy plant, but no. Instead, it's the Nano Swarm from Killjoy trying to buy some time off. And they will be able to do so successfully. But True Rippers, the easy plant coming through from their side.
Yeah, look at this. The plant was easy for one of the Nano Swarms. Not so easy in setting up, which means he only has 1 Nano Swarm to deny the plant, but should be more than enough because of the strength of that close plant right there. But hold on. The wall set up. They're just going to try to stick it right here. Hasn't started just yet, and that's going to cost them. True Rippers able to push on through and take it down.
That flank from one tap God. That flank from one tap God all the way from mid. Huge flank. Helping True Rippers to secure that round in their hands. That means now True Rippers are probably going to be following it up with another round. But still, a valiant effort from Tryouts in that best of round, but weren't really able to get a lot of things happen. 7-6 being the scoreline, pretty much make it 8-6. The next round as well should follow it up unless Tryouts are just able to hit some cracked shots.
Exactly, the eco expected from the side of Tryouts, but you can see the default's very much simple for the side of Tryouts right now. They're trying to just play that double anchor setup towards B, deny the entry because they were unable to deny the plant last time around, whereas on the other side, Ghost making an aggressive push happen, and I think Killjoy has spotted him out while Paradox tries to find a similar 1v1 towards this mid area. Easy just gonna scoot on out to there. Very important, because if that Killjoy gets taken down, suddenly all of Kitchen Tube completely open.
As I mentioned, if the Killjoy gets taken down, she's the main link kind of inside this defense. But one tap God is just able to stroll through on the side without caring about anything. He's able to jump through, he's able to run through and gun people down. But finally, a full stop by Blackhawk onto his parry. But it's fine, his teammates will carry it through.
It really does feel like the teams have they've gone from, you know, MMA level fighting to like now in a mud pit. Yeah, like mud pit street fighting, like just slapping their thighs like, yeah, let's go. Let's freaking go. But I have to say, from the side of Tryouts especially, it does feel like they're lacking that extra bit of setup that we talked about initially. They're not seemingly able to find the coordination they need, because even when they're playing with the retake wall on B, right, when True Rippers did that, they had one nanoswarm set up to deny the plant. Similarly, when True Rippers were trying to play for mid control with the KJ, as you can see with this alarm bot, it was much forward, but instead Easy giving an unnecessary peek, taken down. Ghost and Blackhawk do find a couple return though.
Oh man. 4-on-3 now. True Rippers. Looking really good, just moving inside the site, but this time it's got Vexing finds too. And Tryouts are able to shut down this aggressive push through, but still, now it's a 2-on-1. Defenders clearly have a huge man advantage, but it's one tap God, whose aim has been looking really crispy throughout the day. Look at his eyes as well, just staring right inside the monitor. Connects a huge headshot. Blackhawk missing those shots, and well, that's not really a good thing. But on the other hand, one tap God as well. This time missing those shots in the crucial moment, and smiles on the faces of our Tryouts, clearly resembling that was a huge mistake from one tap God.
Exactly, like just when we were thinking, hey, one tap God, very well done with respect to, you know, getting the plant itself, getting themselves in the position to try and win that round. Just pulls off a key error right here. Once he's done, you don't need to go for the peak. The plant is done. He can even try and set himself up to go maybe onto Nest slowly and try to play with the minds of Wimp right there. But instead, almost giving into his emotions. You know, like he got a sick number of shots with that Bulldog. And he's like, hey, if I can get those, I'm going to pull out my Blade Storm. It's going to look sick as hell. I'm going to get a montage play out of this. And then RIP Ulyss around.
Well, I mean, as you mentioned, there's no rules anymore. This is a street fight.
Yeah.
You might as well try and go for the montage. Yeah, the street brawl, street fight, whatever you like to call it. Street clash. But yeah. TR, True Rippers, just moving through on mid. And their intention is pretty clear. It's going to be a mid to A execution. Viper wall comes through. But still a little too late to go up, and what's going on? Viper is not really able to put the wall up in the right time. Is that a little bit of miscommunication from the side of True Rippers? That's what I'm wondering. And well, they're just able to line up bodies. Tryouts able to line up bodies one after the other. Master fighting back though. Was not going to be successful with his intentions. He will be shut down. And 8-8 scoreline continues.
Insanely close this matchup between both of the teams, and man, I just want to talk about the fact that at the end of the day, this, irrespective of which team wins, irrespective of how many maps this goes, what this bodes well is for our Valorant SA scene, because the amount of talent we're seeing from players like One Tap God, you know, stepping up into a key role. Of course, Paradox not having the greatest of times on that Viper like we speculated, but it does bode well in the sense that we have these key players just sitting around waiting for these opportunities. So I'm glad we can provide it to them to try and step up. But hey, back to the action right now. True Rippers with an aggressive Viper wall trying to make the execute happen, but Ghost just says nope.
Yeah, just shutting him down already. He's having a tough time, Ghost. Let this man have some shiny moments, but no, Ghost says. And now Vexy moves forward. Vexy does have the Hunter's Fury available, but the spot that he is in, it's highly unlikely that he's probably going to be going for it. And yes, he got isolated back there. Bones JR not really connecting shots, but finally he was able to connect one. And True Rippers, they're just connecting. They're just handing out haircuts to Tryouts. So now it's a 2-on-2. Relic's quite low. And I'm pretty sure somewhere down line, Tryouts do realize that, so True Rippers will need to play things a little safe, easy with a 3K, making it look real easy and smooth. And just like that, Tryouts win that round, make it 8-9.
Yeah, 8-9. Tryouts once again picking up the lead for themselves. It's like a pendulum, this match, continuously going back and forth, and it really does come down to the team that is able to find some sort of stability for themselves, you know. And for Tryouts, this win is especially key because we know the type of player Ghost is. He loves that operator. Still not able to afford it. And he should have been able to afford an operator in Light Shields, but choosing not to go for it, perhaps to try and find a bit more of an economic cushion before he invests for that 4,700 credit weapon. So again, if they're able to win this round, they get that operator online for their team. They can then try and play in a much more simpler manner where Ghost is able to lead the charge by looking for first peaks across, and therefore the defaults just work around him. If Ghost wants to peek A, you don't really need to have a Viper ult A the way they do now, but since Ghost is nowhere near that, you can have that Viper ult set up, just anchor down the site completely, and very simple for them so far. But the mid to be execute for True Rippers.
There we go. The shiny Vandal making the skulls crack. One tap bug, one tap God. Finding a beautiful headshot. True Rippers. As you mentioned, they're just able to get the side control easily. And now Tryouts pretty much left with an impossible retake, unless if it's just some insane shots like that right there. Can be an example set. But still, Wimp will stay on the back foot. They do want to go for the retake, understandable. One tap God, not really able to react in time. Gets shut down this time, and no, Relic, you cannot miss shots like that. And as I mentioned, little mistakes from the side of True Rippers will help them to try and win this one. Spike diffused, half. And there we go. It should be a no problem diffuse. Beautifully played, beautiful team coordination in the end right there from Tryouts.
Yeah, just very well done from their side. And at this point, like, it really does come down to the fact that which team is able to have their IGL pull off some better reads, because that's what most of these setups are based around, right? The key difference we're noticing for the side of Tryouts is that their defaults haven't been broken, especially with that Viper Sage continuously playing towards that B side. We haven't seen them getting exploited in the sense that you can see there is, with the forward angles that they're playing, there is no possibility of them trying to deny the plant, and continuously True Rippers falling bait to this because they're trying and trying again to go for that A side where they have that heavy utility, where they have that nano swarm to try and deny the plant. So it's almost playing into Tryouts' hands, True Rippers right now. They need to try and find some sort of answer, but I'm not sure if they can, because even if they do use the lockdown right here, the Hunter's Fury available for Tryouts to just trade it out.
Oh, every single player from the side of True Rippers available on the A side, and they're just going to flood through, but still, a lot of damage being taken onto themselves. And now they just don't have the man number to play for the post plant. Viper's Pit available, and that's the only reason why they still have the side control, because of the lockdown, they need to fall back. Resurrection available on the side of Triad as well, and yep, that's exactly what they're going for. Gonna get the fallen man back up, Ghost back up now. That's a huge problem, but still both of them got detained easy. Still searching for the final man, and he will find him, but instead it's a gift delivered for him.
Yeah, so you'll have to see at this point.
30 seconds
Can
left.
Paradox pull off his best Jet impression of himself, you know, and pull off an insane 1v4? He does have the benefit of the surprise factor here, where nobody really realizes he's able to sneak into kitchen, but Blackhawk's spidey sense is tingling. Gets that idea, immediately checks the angle and shuts down Paradox. And given the way, like, Paradox has not been able to step up to his potential on Viper so far, this is why the moment I saw the Viper in the agent select towards the start, I was like, yeah, surely Paradox is trolling. It's just not an agent that suits him. he's not able to find the duels the way in positions that he's used to.
8 to 11, man. Tryouts are able to make a comeback happen. Seems like they want to go for the third map. And seeing this, True Rippers are not going to be happy for sure. True Rippers will try to make something insane happen in these final moments. Ghost missing that crucial shot, will have to back off in the B side. Do you realize there's a heavy presence from the attacking? Blaze-Storm out, missing that. One tap God will move close to yellow containers. And that's quite a questionable wall from their side as well. I don't know why that wall was made like that. It's such a rookie wall.
It gives free yellow access to the attackers, and then they're able to play on the basis of that. But I guess they're relying on Ghost just shutting down this angle altogether. Not so sure
still,
right now.
Though, it's so weird. Like, I've never seen this wall ever anywhere being
I've seen
used.
it in, like, low locators, you know?
It's like when it was, like, really new.
Yeah, exactly.
But still, the way they're playing this off is quite questionable. But hey, Viper's wall comes through, denying complete vision of Ghost, but still he might just find an opening, and he does. Paradox walks into his crosshair. A little glimpse is enough for Ghost to work off of it. And Tryout up there is just able to line up bodies, even though they only have a single man advantage over them. But they don't exactly know what they're going for. Here comes the last second rotation. Throwing a complete curveball, but they're expecting it. Tryouts are ready. Vexy with that recon dart, but it's fine. Relic with an insane shot will shut him down.
10 seconds left.
Relic just going ham right there. There's no reason for True Rippers to ever win this round, but simply because of Relic getting that entry, they now have a 3v2 advantage and are in a brilliant spot to pull this off. Master takes down easy, Heaven is cleared up, and just Ghost left on his operator for a 1v3 retake. They know exactly where he is, and they're gonna send him running away. True Rippers pulling a round out of nowhere. This is gonna give them a bit of confidence to try and push back. So I'm just confused now as to why exactly that, like, in that position. We saw this in the first half as well, right? It was True Rippers making this mistake when they were trying to win a round on the basis of time. They took the fights. Similarly for Tryouts here, they know that time is in their hands. Even if they choose to play on retake, there's no reason to take those fights there. They have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, man. Overall, we're seeing a lot of mistakes being made from both the sides, right? And it's like, as you mentioned, it's a street fight, so we're not really seeing like anything like systematic plays up till now. Yeah, there has been a couple of rounds where you're actually seeing a little bit of glimpse that there is a little bit of pro nature available in these teams, but still, it's just that these two teams are just like beasts unleashed onto each other, and they're just working off of their aim.
Yeah, definitely. And to catch on to that point you mentioned about, we're still seeing glimpses, and it's because we expect so much from these players, right? They are top 10 at least. I mean, they're 10 of the best young guns in our region, so we naturally want an extra bit more. And we are getting to see glimpses of that, which is when we see these small errors. We're just like, what just happened right there? So we'll have to see if True Ripper is able to utilize the momentum going forward, and that's a resounding no. Blackhawk able to take them down. The darts available to just make sure that the plant is not free. Revive comes down, and that revive is not on the top of that screen's box. It's instead below, so it is just a free revive that they're able to take through.
Revealing area.
Free resurrection up. 4 players still available on the A side. 1 player all the way in the back. I do like the KJ's position though. True Rippers trying to really pull off something miraculous. Trades are happening back and forth. Nothing really standing out to me personally, but there we go. As I mentioned, trades happening back and forth. Wimp able to equalize things. Threat being neutralized from his side, and now it's a 1-on-2. True Rippers have a huge advantage, surely. But Wimp peeks out into his crosshairs. That's quite a questionable peek as well. I feel like if I am him right there, I'm holding an angle.
Yeah, and even the Sage Wall right there, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion, as soon as you take down the Killjoy, you can just go for a Sage Wall across Gen into Nest that leaves you a tiny spot to plant that they can't deny your plant on, but instead they keep going for this under Rafters plant, trying to cut off a portion of the site, maybe being a little too greedy in that respect. And again, it doesn't matter though, because of course they pick up the round. As you mentioned, unnecessary fights being taken, but it does feel like because of these small macro errors, it's coming down to individualistic plays, and that's a bit of RNG involved in that. It depends on a particular player popping off in a particular round. Hey, talking about players popping off, Ghost has brought out his Blade Storm. Last time he did that, he got an ace, so he could do it again. Oh, mind.
Oh, there we go. Well, this time the pop-off certainly being shut down. But there we go. One Tap God is on a fire. He's feeling himself inside this round. And to stop this momentum now, Tryouts will have to pull off something completely miraculous. But no, challenging two angles at the same time. One Tap God puts himself in a really awkward spot, but it's fine. Master will be there to follow it up. Even True Rippers, they just don't want to give it away that easily. And as you mentioned, yeah, look at the flank from the kitchen. Killjoy is trained with her guns. She's looking to strike in. And she might just, as soon as she finds an easy frag. But still, she was holding her nerves with the gun. But One Tap God, look at the kill numbers that this man is able to put up on the board.
And slowly but surely, like, I think for the side of Tryouts, you can feel the pressure piling on, because this is a decided map for them. If they lose it right here, they're out of VCC India Qualifiers 1. They're going to have to apply that trade once again in Qualifiers 2. And for a second, I just want to talk about how important these Qualifiers 1 are. Actually, we'll hold that thought for the post-show. It's because of the way the entire wildcard qualification system works out. But we will discuss that in a second, because right now, I have a feeling that teams are going to go for an aggressive push. We saw this lurk even in the last round with Paradox and the KJ from the side, Relic from the side of True Rippers, waiting till the last moment, while the other three, the Sage, Sova, and Jet, in a three-man unit, utilizing One Tap God to get the entry. Trade on either side of the map.
There we go. Instantly silences the rookie.
Bot coming back. Careful. Recalling my bot.
Tryouts losing their Jet on the defense versus the Viper on the attack for TR. That hurts the attackers a lot more, because you no longer have that controller to set up entry into site. So they're going to have to be precise with the way they trade each other and cover each other's backs. Going for that B plant, but this time there is a nanoswarm, so it's not going to be so easy.
There we go. Bones finding another, just follows it up onto Blackhawk, and now man advantage shifted onto True Rippers. 11-11, scoreline tied up. But still, Tryouts, they're fighting for their lifeline inside the Qualifiers 1, inside the Q1. Now are they going to be able to do so? That's the question. Hunter's Fury being utilized to try and deny the spike plant, to try and deny the spike defuse. But still, they're able to buy off a decent amount of time. Lockdowns from the defenders as well, detaining Bones. And defenders somehow, they have won that previous round just because of that initial lockdown that was being used. And Tryouts, they're playing this off really well. But still, somewhere down the line, True Rippers, I feel like, that previous round, it just felt like it was just gifted away to them.
Yeah. Oh! You can see in that replay too, the way that D10 keeps working with these teams, it makes me feel very, how do I say this, weird about the fact that, like, we have these teams so focused, I guess, on trying to find the right duos, trying to perfect the timings with which they leave the D10, that they get caught out in these small things. Because, again, despite the momentum being so overwhelmingly in favor of True Rippers, that controller not being there in the last moment, the lack of the lineups, and the lack of that smoke to deny the extra vision really does end up hurting True Rippers. So now, playing for that overtime, they've got that Viper's Pit, so if One Tap God can just get them that space into sight, Paradox can set up that Viper's Pit and they can try to play off of that ultimate.
Beautiful attack coming through. One Tap God getting tagged. True Rippers really need this to stay inside this map. And they're trying their best. Getting the ult orb in their hands secured. Now they will also have the lockdown available with the Viper's Pit. This is going to be a deadly combo without a doubt. Ghost, though, finds the opening, a beautiful opening on the One Tap God. Him being shut down, Bones as well, pushing up all the way in the back. And yup, as Stu mentioned, he also has the Resurrection available now. That's quite huge. He can always go for the Fallen Comrade, which is One Tap God. He can get him back up on his feet, and that's what exactly happens. Viper's Pit just buying so much So much time and so much ground for them that this pretty much, we might just call it at this point. One tap God, able to connect that shot, and seems like CA, we're going for OT. Oh no, but Ghost. Oh, Ghost with a beautiful 3K. Able to equalize things, and now True Rippers, they're going to start to sweat. Paradox on top of this box is going to be unexpected. There we go. God. Finds one, finds two. It's just lining up bodies. Goes with a 4K, though, tried his best to make something happen. But this time it's not going to be the case.
Oh my god. Tryouts thinking like, we're going to go for the big brain play. We saved the Sage Wall. We're going to set it up and defuse in the middle of that Viper's pit, because the reason, I'm not even being sarcastic when I say big brain, the reason it works especially well, the way they set up the wall, right? It's a vertical wall. So if the players were all playing in that sandwich main area where you normally expect the post-plant players to be, you have to go through 4 layers of that wall just to break it down. So it would have worked out perfectly. But no, Paradox from above, he's like, I know you guys are used to me being here when I'm on Jet, but you're never going to expect it when I'm on Viper. Hello, my friends, and takes them down to take us to overtime. And hey, this is something that I'm finally not surprised about in this map. 6-6 was the first half, 6-6 was the second. It just feels like these teams don't want to go away from the S22. S22 is Icebox, by the way. Small, nifty lore fact for you guys.
Ooh, there we go. CA just giving out a little bit of fun facts. But yeah, now we have the A side. Look at the A side. It's just stacked up with KJ ult. I mean, utilities, my bad. And if the attackers do walk into it, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. It's mainly set so that the attackers aren't really able to get an easy plant through. Attack comes through. Spike plant comes through as well, but the nanoswarms are activated to try and buy some time off. Relic gets one. And True Rippers, there we go, Bones with 2. And True Rippers are able to shift the man advantage in their favor now, shifting the tides in their favor. Ghost being spotted right in the hell. Ghost position being revealed on site. That's not really good news for Tryouts, but still True Rippers. They're trying to rip him apart, and they will do so, certainly. And now it's a 1-on-3. Tryouts. It seems like this round, the chance of them winning this round, it is fading away. The chances are definitely fading away. But Wimp trying his best to keep things alive for his team.
Yeah. Just like that. And True Rippers coming back from a map that looked like it was gone from their grasp, right? Like, Tryouts were looking in great form, ready to close out the map. It'll take us to map number 3 and set us up for back-to-back 3-game series, but now with match point for True Rippers, it feels like every single player is stepping up. You can see Paradox especially, the player who did not have a great first half on the Viper, now able to find a lot more agency in this map and a lot more say in the way he's able to execute it. And then Bones, he's had such key resurrections. The amount of time he was able to buy in that last round playing across rafters, just absolutely insane. True Rippers, a team coming out from the low points to push themselves apart. And look at this, a brand new execute. I mean, not brand new in terms of for us seeing it, but in terms of this map itself, we haven't done this before, and this is certainly going to surprise Tryouts.
Yeah, this is definitely going to surprise Tryouts, but no, instead it's Tryout with a quick reply. With a kill, Easy was the man to find an opening, but guess what? This time Tryouts are not surprised. It's True Rippers who are getting surprised by the proactive nature of Tryouts. Relic, though, trying to fight back in this situation. 13-12 is the scoreline. It's a 2-on-3 situation.
Last player standing.
There we go, Blackhawk. Shutting down Relic's aggression. As I mentioned, it's still 13-12. Resurrection coming through. Just adding a little bit of salt on the injuries of True Rippers. And Paradox, though, still finds the opening on the Ghost. That's quite huge. But is he going to be able to clutch the round out? That's the question. It's looking pretty much next to impossible.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks next to impossible, but do notice this, if he gets the plant down, he's gonna get his Viper Spit online. So he can try to play on time with that Viper Spit. In a 1v3, it at least sort of makes it a 1v2 in the impact sense, where the Viper Spit buys him a lot of space and time. So playing outside it now, I assume he's just gonna go inside it once in a while to keep the integrity of the smoke, but needs to try and isolate these duels somehow, which is where now the onus comes on Vexy. Does he have that recon bolt available? He did, and it did not spot out Paradox at all. Vexy's not going to expect him right here. Paradox spots him out. Sneaky, sneaky.
Oh, there we go. The sneaky snake strikes and Paradox Viper is gonna deliver. And what? True Ripper somehow. They just clutch it out in the end moment. The unexpected happened. And oh my god, there we go. Paradox strikes in at the right time. And there we go. Look at the glasses put on as well in a stylish way. Paradox just saying that he has his head in the game. And no one can catch him off guard like that. Easy clutch, just making it look easy. Just showing it off.
Yeah, it's not even like the cool glasses that we expect a duelist player to put on. It's the actual nerdy glasses. He's like, yo, I'm gonna pull out this clutch, you know. I know I have their minds in just in a twist with what I'm about to do. What a clutch, and Paradox really showing up when his team needed him the most. A 2-0 victory for True Rippers, but damn, that series was close.
Hey, I mean, Paradox playing Viper, I guess it paid off, in the end. Yeah. I mean, he did kind of like strike in where his team needed him the most. Beautifully played that. And as you mentioned, as soon as the info wasn't being collected by that dart, that was huge. He did not get checked right there, and he was able to sneak past through right underneath that raft. So as soon as he got that position right there itself, I knew this has to be somewhere that he's at least able to deal a lot of damage or maybe possibly clutch it out as well. And that Viper's Pit as well, just playing it to perfection. Now, of course, when you do see that Viper's Pit coming in, you expect the Viper to be inside the Viper's Pit, but instead he was holding an off angle. That's where each and every single player from the defense just got caught off guard.
Exactly, like that off angle stuck so close to the nest. When they're swinging in from the Viper's nest pit, they're expecting him to go towards the left, like under the heaven area, but he's standing right there, and he's doing that because he threw the snake bite from that exact position where they're expecting him to be. So even in that 1v3 situation, continuously making sure to play one step ahead of them, almost playing chess in Valorant right here. Paradox, he did not have a great first half, but just like we talked about for Kappa, this clutch more than makes up for it, finding that victory for his team.
Just doing such a great job, man. Being the lifeline of the team and still able to clutch it out. True Rippers. Definitely this was a match that was worth watching without a doubt, but still, I just don't like how many mistakes were being made because, I do understand these are still the quarterfinals, but as you keep moving it forward, the chances for you to make these kind of mistakes should lower down, because if you make mistakes like these against global esports that you're probably going to be facing in semifinals, they're not going to spare you. They will capitalize on it and they will punish you.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, going into the semifinals for True Rippers is definitely going to be a much harder battle, but this is where I want to talk about the key factor of how the wildcard qualifier works. So from every qualifier, one team will go on to the wildcard qualifier. Now that one team is meant to be the finalist. So if for a second you assume that it's the big two or big three, which is VLTGE, which are going to make the finals / win both of the India qualifiers. Assume VLTGE qualifier 1, one of them wins, and then the loser plays off in qualifier 2 and wins that. The third place from qualifier 1 you expect would get the wildcard position. But the third place from qualifier 1 is most likely going to be Enigma, who is likely to be the second place from qualifier 2, therefore getting their wildcard slot from qualifier 2. So what that means is True Rippers, if this works out the way it does, where VLTGE win their respective qualifiers and Enigma reach number 3 and number 2 respectively in qualifier 1 and 2, True Rippers just got themselves a wildcard slot.
Oh, they did. They definitely did. I mean, they were able to play so well over here, CA, and take a look at One Tap God. Now, 51 kills for himself, 36 deaths, and both 7 assists on his name with the econ rate of 86 and ACS of 310. That's quite a huge average combat score. But yeah, now overall Paradox just in the end clutching it out, 110 frags for himself with 86 deaths and 22 assists. That's some insane numbers.
Yeah, Paradox just showing off. This is why, like, we were talking about how he's one of the most cracked aimers in the scene right now, especially in terms of the young people going on. But now with these matches, with Chamber and Viper being his agents on map 1 and 2, he's proving that it's not just aim for him that makes him so valuable. Clearly, the brain factor coming in as well, the game sense on point.
It's funny how you see most players kind of like Jet in front of him, but he clearly was just not playing Jet throughout the time, and he was just able to still steamroll through the enemy team. And that's just what I really like, right? Stepping outside of your comfort zone, impressing us, impressing the viewers as well, and still doing that great. That's what I really like, taking that risk for that money. And this is what Paradox exactly did, but that risk paid off really well in the end.
Exactly. It just felt like Paradox taking that gamble and telling his team, hey, you can trust in me. It goes so far, not just for him as a player, but for the team itself to be able to think, you know what, we can rely on Paradox playing these slightly more defensive agents. And it frees up One Tap God to be his best self. Because don't get me wrong, One Tap God, he had such a phenomenal performance. Like, for example, in this map, I believe there were about like 26, 28 rounds. He died in almost every single one of them. Now, you can look at it at a bad way, or you can look at it in a factual way, which is the fact that every single time One Tap God was creating so much space for his team, every single time he was able to do his job, be that entry fragger, and to free up that responsibility from the side of someone like that to enable him to be at his best self. Maybe we get to see True Rippers at their fullest potential, something that we've never gotten to see before.
I mean, yeah, full potential, yeah, sure. But again, I just don't like how many mistakes were being made, man. Like, that's always going to keep on boggling my mind. Because as I mentioned, as you keep on moving it forward inside the VCC, you're going to be facing one of the best teams out there, right? Now in the semifinal itself, you're going against Global Esports. And if you keep on making mistakes like these against them, and as I mentioned, you are going to get punished hard. And Global Esports, we need to see what exactly happened against God Particles. They got a little too predictable on the map of Split, and they got punished instantly by each and every single team, each and every single player from Global Esports just making the solo play and insane plays happen. So Global Esports isn't just a team that relies heavily on strat. If they want, they can also rely on their aim. And that's what I really like about Global Esports.
Yeah, but it's going to be very interesting, this battle, because the earlier one we saw between G and Godfrey, very much a battle of minds. But now when you come down to True Rippers, yes, it's still going to be, the mind game's still going to be very much important. But you can see how many of those duels, exactly, like you said, were affecting the rounds. So maybe True Rippers can play that chaotic style that they've almost seemed to accept it as their own. And, you know, just surprise the heck out of GE the way Godfrey did today.
Oh man, surprising factor definitely has been there. We have been surprised throughout the day, CA. Not gonna lie. I mean, at the start, God Particles surprised us, and now over here, Paradox surprising us with those interesting picks. I mean, in itself, right? Being a duelist, you're gonna pick up a controller on the Icebox, especially. I mean, come on, that's a huge change. That's a huge change that you're going for. Playing controller, your team's relying on you. And somewhere down the line, we did see that struggle come through as well, especially that execution from mid that they tried to make on mid to A. That this is where the Viper wall was kind of delayed, and that's why two players got caught off guard. And this is where you clearly do see that, okay, he's still a rookie controller. But yeah, moving on forward, taking a look at the viewer rewards as well. We have some exclusive merchandise for you guys. And just to win that, all you guys need to do is just go on social medias and make a post. And in that post, make sure you're typing hashtag VCC and tag NODWIN Gaming in it. And once you do that, you're eligible for the viewer rewards. And make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel as well.
I just noticed that there's that pop socket. I really want that pop socket, like on the back of that phone cover to, like, you know, hold up your phone. It has this really cool design as well. If you guys want it, you got to make sure you get it done. As you can see, lucky winners every single day. So as long as you show up to the stream, you can make it. I think you can subscribe, make sure the notifications are on so that you don't miss out. Yeah, I want it too. We got to go talk to our merchandising team after.
I don't like they're literally just gonna shook us away. They're literally just gonna shook us away. They'll probably kick us out their rooms as well. I don't know. But yeah, overall, at least the viewers have a huge chance of winning it. And it seems like we also have a short interview, so let's just take a look at that.
Talk more. Exactly. Let's talk a little bit more. इस मैच के बारे में in particular with the man who was the reason for his team's victory. The man of swag, Paradox is here. Paradox, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो, मैं तो बढ़िया हूँ, आप बताओ।
हम लोग भी बढ़िया, बट ऐसे नहीं चलेगा फिर।
वो शेड्स, वो स्वैग वाला वो जो वाइब था वो चाहिए था। ओह, ऑलराइट, दिस डेफिनेटली लुक्स गुड।
रेडी था, मैं ये चीज के लिए रेडी था
जी, लेकिन चलिए लास्ट मोमेंट की बात करते हैं, लास्ट राउंड की बात करते हैं। जिस तरीके से आपने खेला, काफी ज्यादा एक बिग ब्रेन प्ले था। आपको पता था आपने प्लान किया, आपके पास वाइपर्स पिट आ जाएगा, उसके अराउंड आप खेल सकते हैं। तो माइंड में उस समय क्या चल रहा था, वो चीज जानना चाहता हूँ मैं कि क्या क्या चला, क्योंकि वो एस के साथ एंडिंग हुई है। जी,
बेसिकली मतलब सबका मेरे को इन्फॉर्मेशन तो मिल गया था। हम लोग का वो प्लान नहीं था, थोड़ा सा बैकफायर कर गया। वो लोग ने अच्छे से अडाप्ट किया राउंड में। और मेरे को जब घोस्ट का पिक मिला, बस मेरे को इतना ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया था कि खत्म, everything's going my way right now.
जी
अभी तो मतलब मार के ही रहूंगा. So I ran away. मतलब मेरा वाइपर स्पिट आने वाला था, सब कुछ था मेरे पास, इवन दो यूटिलिटीज थे. जब वो वेक्सी दिखा था मुझे राफ्टर्स पे, मेरे टीम वाले चिल्ला रहे थे, अरे तुझे दिखाए दिखाए दिखाए. मैं बोला रुको गाइस. उतरा नीचे एंड देन एवरीथिंग यू सॉ ऑन द स्क्रीन.
आई थिंक वो एक सेकंड ने जमीन आसमान का फर्क बना दिया, क्योंकि अगर जल्दी शॉट फायर करते हैं, लाइन ऑफ फायर अवेलेबल था ऑपोजिशन के पास. लेकिन अब यहाँ पे आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि आपकी टीम के साथ आई मीन जो रन आपकी रही है, इट्स बिन वेरी नाइस. कल का जो मैचअप रहने वाला है अगेंस्ट ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स, क्या चल रहा है अभी दिमाग में?
अभी तक तो कुछ भी नहीं है दिमाग में. आज रात को देख लेंगे, थोड़ा बहुत एंटी स्टार्ट करेंगे, बिकॉज हम लोग का फर्स्ट टाइम रहने वाला है ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स के अगेंस्ट खेलने को. ऑल्दो वी आर प्लेइंग एज अ टीम फॉर लाइक अ ईयर और मोर, बट हम लोग ने एक बार भी ग्लोबल को फेस नहीं किया. एक बार चांस मिला था, बट वो लोग तभी अवेलेबल नहीं थे. सो दिस इज आवर गोइंग टू बी फर्स्ट हेड टू हेड मैचअप विद ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स. सो आई एम लाइक रियली इंटरेस्टेड.
Nice.
How will play against them.
I think हम लोग भी काफी ज्यादा एक्साइटेड है पैराडॉक्स कल का मैचअप देखने के लिए, क्योंकि अभी तो आई हैव टू से मजा आ गया ये सीरीज देख के. हेवन और आइसबॉक्स दोनों देख के इट वाज वेरी.
ये और वन टैप गॉड दो लोग थे जो मतलब पूरा शो स्टील कर गए. बट डेफिनेटली काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन. एंड हमें भी देखना है, क्योंकि हम भी वो सरप्राइज एलिमेंट के लिए हैं कि कल होगा क्या.
Exactly. But for tomorrow, all the best to you and your teammates. Thank you so much for joining us, Paradox.
Thank you.
And once again, all the best.
Beautiful interview, man. Beautiful interview. And I also do like those little glasses that he put on. And now, as he said, they have never faced global esports. That's also going to be a little bit of fear adding in their hearts, without a doubt. Because global esports, as I mentioned, defending champions, one of the best teams out of India region. That in itself is a huge fear. As soon as you hear that, that in itself is a fear. But yeah, taking a look at the brackets, True Rippers moving it forward in the semifinals against Global Esports. That's going to be an interesting matchup. The upcoming one as well is going to be quite interesting. VLT versus Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be one hell of a matchup.
Yeah.
VLT, one of the big teams in this VCC event, and Reckoning, one of the best upcoming teams. Like, again, something like Guard Particles in the sense that they're very fundamental focused, but they actually have a coach and an org for themselves because they have that support staff. It helps them exponentially grow that much faster. So I'm excited to see them play.
Hey, man, but I'm pretty sure you got to put a halt to that excitement without a doubt, because there's going to be a short break. We'll be right back after this short break.
People who be running after the office, signing politics, scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room, I don't wanna kill a few with that this shit that is inside my top. Look at the drop, taking it bigger than now, taking it part of the crowd. Don't wanna pop, I don't want anyone down, better be kicking them out. Look at the rock, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, on party on my own. Party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it. Stupid, got my music and I lose it to another tune or two. If I don't get to move it, even real can do it when I'm cooking. And you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit when you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true when comparing to the nation. Look at how the people tryna hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people tryna hold me back, slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, on party on my own. Party on my own. getting high on the weekend. Going out, sold out, on party on my own. Party on my own. I'll party on my own. Yeah, that's tight. Max Watson, Tony Romero. Party on my own.
I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awake. Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Keep it coming. I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
An exciting matchup awaits. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for SA region. And now this is quite interesting, CA. Grooming partner is Gillette. Insane, right? Gillette has a grooming partner. Look at you, clean shaved out there, looking so good. Look at the smile as well, and literal emoji. But yeah, out of that. Exactly, dude. Exactly. I mean, that's why we have Gillette as a grooming partner. Like CA was the right example right there. That's why NODWIN was like, all right, here we go. CA is having such a good smile. That's why we're gonna take Gillette as a grooming partner. But yeah, moving in forward, we have Velocity Gaming versus Reckoning Esports. Both these teams are absolutely huge. Taking a look at the brackets as well, just to prove my points. Velocity versus Reckoning Esports. What are your predictions, CA? Oh, I've seen this man. I've seen this man. He is capable of literally carrying the whole team on his back. That's how good this man is. So Deathmaker, of course, being a huge threat. Taking a look at the map selection, Breeze being picked by the side of VLT, and then Reckoning Esports instantly going for a heaven pick. Oh, this is already, I can already tell, yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Yeah, exactly, man. Long range duel, this is what you really need the aim to work off with. Now, if you talk about Deathmaker, you expect that. I mean, come on, Deathmaker has to be one of the best players out there. And if you talk about Deathmaker's aim, I mean, it has to be on point. I'm expecting Deathmaker to be cracked as always. But yeah, for you guys always, we have some viewer rewards for you guys. All you need to do to get these rewards is make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Go ahead on your social media. Go ahead, tag NODWIN Gaming and type hashtag VCC. Make sure you're doing all these 3 steps. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Make sure you're typing hashtag VCC in your post and also tagging NODWIN Gaming. And then you guys will be eligible to participate inside this giveaway. And you guys will have you guys will have a chance to win this beautiful merchandise. But yeah, moving inside forward, we have an insane matchup coming in. Velocity versus Reckoning Esports. I mean, I don't really need to talk much more about Velocity. We just need to talk much more about the new player joining in, and that's Deathmaker. And we do know, even if he's new, if we maybe there will be a little bit of fingers raised on their team coordination, team synergy, how that's gonna work out in the future. But it's fine. Deathmaker himself is a solo man player. He can pull off some insane plays. He doesn't need no comms. He can pull it off.
So he is new, but not exactly so new that he hasn't got time, because this Deathmaker acquisition actually happened during last VCC when MW1 was playing. But unfortunately, he'd already registered on behalf of Godlike, so he never actually got to play in. And clearly, MW1 was not a player that they could easily replace. So since then, it's been almost 6 months. He's got plenty of time to familiarize himself with the team. But on that point, though, what I do want to mention is I'm curious to see when they have a proper 6-man roster, very similar to Enigma. So I want to see if Marzel is going to be playing the first map or if Vibhor is going to be playing that first map. Both great players in their own right. They bring different strengths. So I want to see if Velocity is able to actually utilize this 6-man roster to its fullest potential.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they will be able to lie. I mean, VLT, we've seen them in the past. Just that MWN is out the equation now. Maybe he has some personal problems, but yeah, MWN now at the equation. They've got a better, actually, a duelist player, that is Deathmaker, that it will be able to deliver. I wouldn't say better, certainly, because MWN as well, he was delivering. He was doing really good in the past. But somewhere down the line in the end moments, I would say I would say MWN kind of seemed shut down, in the grand finals, if you remember, of the VCC. MWN wasn't really able to perform as we expect, or at least as we wanted him to perform. But it's fine now. Deathmaker being added over here. I do want to see how things are going to be looking like. And moving inside the map of Breeze, I already do see that KO being pulled out, and CA is surprised.
I mean, look at this. Yeah, I'm not surprised inherently. Okay, no. I will. No, wait, what? Did someone tell them it's Breeze? What? Omen? Breach? No, guys, we need a Viper in here. But Velocity, on the other hand, very much playing the standard composition. There's no way Deathmaker's playing that Reyna. It's most definitely the Jet coming out. Rio is going to lock in most likely that Viper. Bad Love, I don't think he's going to be playing the Breach, but I can see him on something like the Cypher potential. If they do go for this Breach, KO, Viper, Astra composition, I might just go on an excited rant talking about the possibilities, because a double controller, double initiator composition is what I always imagined as the best comp. I won't say the Breach was in that double initiator, would prefer the Sky, but yeah, there we go. The Chamber, and most likely it is going to be that for the side of Reckoning, that Sova locked in, and yeah. Alright.
Interesting, no Sky. Interesting, no Sky being used as well, but Sky flashes can be really useful in these kind of moments, especially on the map of Breeze. And as you mentioned, VLT not really trying to, just make things a little bit complicated for them. Instead, just sticking to their basics. That's how they like to play, and that's what they're going to keep on doing. Deathmaker as well, the newest addition to the roster. Look at that, man. He's ready. He's pumped up. Each and every single player from VLT, HellFF as well last time, doing really great. Vibhor, the big brain guy. I'm ready for this.
Yo, I want those jerseys, man. They look sick. The black and gold.
They do. They do. And look at his hoodie as well. Right to his hoodie. I like that.
VLT
looks cool.
Merch, eh?
VLT merchandise, yeah. Hidden different.
Hey, Reckoning got some of their own. All right, let's go. Let's get it. But hey,
let's go.
I do want to talk a second about Reckoning's composition. So this is effectively a composition that Xen first introduced in VCT Champions. Going ahead, Ascent made it their own, improved it almost. But the key difference is that that composition had the Sentinel being Cypher, not Chamber. And that is huge because usually that Cypher provides a ton of information in a certain way. So I want to see how they're able to compensate for the lack of that Cypher with the gunplay coming in from the Chamber. But hey, one question that has been answered, Vibor or Marzel, who's going to play? It's going to be Vibor coming in on map 1. I think he's playing the Sky, if I'm not mistaken.
The way to have Deathmaker just leading the pack on the B side. There goes the Sky flashes as well. Deathmaker just dashes in the side. Oh, luckily he doesn't really get tagged by the KO knife as well, so that's going to be a little bit of added bonus on Deathmaker's side. So all the way in the back to... There we go.
Spike planted.
Look at that. Deathmaker in the back. Still no connections being found yet. Both the teams have all their players live, so nothing crucial happening. But if you talk about that, there we go. Connections follow it up now. Deathmaker able to easily tap on his skulls, and these finds too. Reckoning Esports trying their best to at least get the man advantage back in their favor. But that's not going to be the case instead. And look at the, as you mentioned, Deathmaker instantly falls back. He didn't realize the Chamber teleported right on his face, but Deathmaker with an easy 3K is making it look so easy, but Pixels from the side of Reckoning Esports is just able to slice through.
Alright, so it's really important for us to talk about these Breeze map changes that came through recently. This is the first time we're getting to see Breeze on stream today. We haven't gotten to see the other two teams play. And what these map changes have done is make retakes considerably easier, like make life considerably easier for the defenders. So to try and circumvent that, you have to try and play a lot more on lineups. Like you need to, or if not lineups, play on the post plants from the B main area or even the window area for that matter, because you've got that open plant. But VLT instead, assuming that just because Deathmaker has got that B backside area under lockdown, they can play on site, it works out completely against them because Deadly on that KO, just shutting down the Crossfires, able to get in between them and then get the retake for his team. Pixels with the 4K especially too, that's going to make sure that Viper's Pit comes on online so much more earlier and gives so much agency to these defenders.
Right here.
This round should be looking pretty much Reckoning, so a little bit late on that KO's Molotov, but it's fine. It's able to find two. Trades are happening back and forth, and this leaves us in a 3-on-3 situation. Reckoning Esports do have the Spectres trained in their hand, but VLT are able to reply back in style. VLT as well, they did decent amount of damage onto them, so that's why they were able to force it through. And Reckoning Esports, even though things were looking really great moving inside this round for them, still VLT's aim has made some impossible things happen.
Yeah, look at this, at this point. In a 3v3 situation, you have to remember also Velocity, they went for the forced buy, they did not go for the eco. So this round crucial for both teams. Smokey finding one, but the lurk for Helaf is going to be a pain, a nuisance for the side of Reckoning. They can't go for the retake because they can't clear out Hellfighter. And in this situation, he's the one who needs to keep that lurk on. Hellfighter with one, still buying time for his team, and it's so huge because Vipor so damn low, now able to just play on the basis of his positioning. But he needs to go quickly, the defuse almost all the way through. Oh, what? And the clutch coming out for Rio. Boy, oh boy, pros certainly don't fake, and we've seen plenty of that today, Necro.
Oh no, VLT. They're gonna start kicking their feet after that for sure. They're gonna be so disappointed in themselves now. If they were able to win this round, it's gonna be huge, but still the round slips away from their hand, but it's fine. The economical damage has been dealt in the round where Reckoning Esports should have won. They still have a 2-0 lead, but as I mentioned, the economy just isn't present, so VLT will have a clear advantage inside this round.
Yeah, and like I was talking about, right, the economical damage came through because of the fact that both the teams going for that first buy, but it will still mean that I'm actually surprised. Reckoning, okay, I think it's a bit of a technical timeout. Yeah, I expect them to go for at least semi-buys in this round, considering the fact that they won the last round. Going for a full eco after you win a round, it's a bit weird. it's almost like handing the momentum away to the opposing team. So yeah, a bit of a technical break right there. So I hope we get to see the scorecard again later, so we can find out exactly what buys Reckoning is going for. But because as you mentioned, the buys should still be on a similar level, especially since Hellfighter was able to save a Phantom in that last round. So he's carrying over a very expensive weapon over into this round, and he's likely the best one. And with that Cypher picking up a 2K, he must be really close to his Cypher ultimate. So maybe we can see Hellfighter with the ball, Cypher coming online.
Somehow missed those shots. Unfortunate. Attack comes through. HellFF doesn't have anywhere to go. Beautiful shock dart as well, just to try and chip off a little bit more damage. And he does so successfully. Deathmaker is able to cross himself over, but he gets spotted and also takes a decent amount of damage through the smokes. 2-0 is the scoreline, and well, VLT needs to still open up their account when it comes to round wins, and Deathmaker's position is going to be a key position. If Deathmaker gets spotted out and gets taken out of the position he's found himself, the round might just slip away, and that's what exactly happens. Deathmaker gets spotted, he gets taken care of, and the entire VLT falls apart.
I think Ace was trying to sneak back to go for the lineups, but as you said, VLT just falling apart. They really needed to make sure that in every single way, they coordinated with themselves to try and get right to Ace in a good position because of the flanks coming in from the KO, and I'm not sure who else it was, but there are 2 players coming in on the flanks, shut down those lineups. So either the information needed to be given that, hey, we only see 3 players on site, it's very likely that there's at least 1 flank coming out, if not 2. If that information was given out, maybe they could have just played on site and have Ace deny rotations rather than play on lineups with his shock darts. Instead, now 3-0 on the board. Oh, wait a retard screen right there. Solved instantly though. There's going to be priority for Deathmaker on that alt top. Get that Blade Storm online and hope, just hope he's able to pull off some insane shots.
Oh no! Pixel on an aggressive page. Did find one with the Ares though, but an instant trade-off comes through from Amaterasu. Huge man. Deathmaker falls down, and that's a big trade. I would take any day. VLT though still able to line bodies back to back. Reckoning Esports, I do feel the pressure building up on them. Headhunter being utilized even from the side of chamber, and he's getting spotted over and over by the Cypher camp. He needs to get rid of that dart. There we go, the peek comes through. Vabor will be easily shutting down that peek. Bad Love taken care of. Now this leaves KO the only man alive, and it's going to be deadly 10 on that KO. Will try his best to hold his nerves with the gun. Is he going to drop off? No. He's just going to hold metal doors.
Yeah. Just going to go for the save on the Reaver. The economy still very important because if you remember the first 2 rounds, almost all players ended up dying in those rounds. So they haven't built up the economic cushion just yet. Even though they've got 3 rounds back to back to back, they don't have as much of a cushion to be able to afford losing so many weapons. So we'll see in this next round if their economy has indeed taken a massive boom, or if they're at least able to get Vandos or Phantoms with light shields and push it all the way through. But right here, I laughed when this happened because it is just so, it's so reminiscent for me of my solo queue games where like sometimes say I play Jet or anything and I'm trying to get a headshot where someone in front of me is just like spray and pray for the win. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna give me nightmares. Stop it, Observer. Stop it. This is too scary, man.
Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know
that
was
is cool, but
that well.
Okay, Sierra. I guess you like scary stuff then. Yeah, you can tell that. But yeah, Reckoning Esports. Pixel's being tagged in the backside. A lot much more free space to move as well after those new changes. But Deathmaker finally opens it up. Able to find another one. And VLT are just looking such a strong force right now. And as for Reckoning Esports, it's going to be quite tough for them to stop this entire menace that VLT is causing. VLT able to follow it up with another 2, and now it's all down to Rio. Man's trying his best to stay alive, only has a Marshall in the hand, and I'm not really expecting a lot from this man. But still, he's able to do quite a lot. Vabor being shut down with just a Marshall, and he doesn't even have a lot of HP to work with. From the back, it's HellFF who's going to welcome him into his arm.
You can see that Karambit glowing, pointing out to us that The ball cipher buff is most definitely there. I do want to confirm the scorecard, but this is especially crucial, right? Like, again, talking about the site changes to Greece, the way that A site has changed, where that Cubby would previously have been in that area where the water isn't there, and they instead have to jump into the water to get away. It's no longer the same. So you get a lot more opportunity to maneuver in the defense. But again, you can see Reckoning instead choosing to prioritize that mid area, playing that single anchor towards that A, which means they're not utilizing spots like the new orange container well, and they're not able to utilize the narrower entries into the sites to enable their defensive presence. And again, Velocity, they're exploiting that. This time around though, Velocity trying to take mid control here. Necro, they're gonna find in front of them Smokey just holding this narrow angle.
Look at LFF. He's posted himself quite deep in the metal doors, and yep, that's a double tag. Another one might just be able to secure a kill, but no, unfortunately, didn't really find another tag. There we go, the counter, Hunter's Fury comes through. Right to Ace, able to sneak a kill away. But the trade comes through as well. It's a 3-on-4 now. VLT certainly trying to make something happen. 3-on-4. Things looking quite questionable. I mean, VLT already do have the A-side control in their hands, and they're probably going to play off of it. But Deadly 10 finding a kill out of Vabor, there's still a chance that they might just be able to make this retake happen.
Yeah, and respect shown for Reckoning. The Viper's pit put down. I don't think they needed to because of how much control they have over site, but just giving that respect over, especially to that KO, understanding that in a precarious position, if they choose not to do it immediately, then they wouldn't get to do it if that null point came through. But hey, Dapmaker trying his best to steal that top frag position away from his best friend, actually, in Hellfighter. He's like, man, come on, I want my Vandal to flow.
We want everyone's Vandal to glow, but that's not going to be the case, right? Only one person's Vandal is going to be glowing, and this time it's Deathmaker making it shine and making it work. Just cracking some skulls open. 3-3 scoreline. And still, Reckoning Esports, the lead that they had over VLT now has been neutralized, and now Reckoning Esports, they're going to struggle a bit. A quick push through mid. Deathmaker will probably find an opening, and he does. Champion Vandal still keeps him glowing. And Deathmaker being the... Oh no, it's not glowing anymore, unfortunate. Oh no. Stop glowing in the midway. Maybe Deathmaker will need us to make it glow again. But yeah, all the way in the backside, VLT easily able to get the side control. Also, beautiful information relayed by HellFF. Player definitely has a lot to report, and he has reported so for his team. But a huge push will come through from mid, and HellFF will have a lot to take care of. Bad Love walks straight into his crosshair, and will have to deal with the consequences.
Such a beautiful execute by Velocity Gaming. I'm going to break it down in a second. Just as soon as HellF pops that KO his head right off, Smokey on his Blade Storm, not going to get much value, gets shut down instantly, leaving Rio with barely any HP. Still manages to put out one kill, but he's just going to feed the Vandal, or the Karambit rather, in the HellF's case. Keep on glowing, and Depmaker is not going to be happy with that. He's like, damn it, Rio, why couldn't you come into sight and die to me instead? Okay, I want to talk about this execute real quick. So if you notice, they're going to push in towards the orange container. Oh, we don't get a replay of that. But if you, in the round itself, if you want, you can go back and see. It was perfectly called in the sense that they had even a snake bite going towards that orange container spot. Now, we know, since we can see all of the map, that Reckoning so far haven't really utilized that orange container well. But at the same time, the fact that Amitarasu is continuously thinking, he is able to deny those angles that he knows that might be an issue for his team. That snake bite coming out towards there, investing that extra bit of utility to ensure a quick execute. That's how good the calling is, and that's what we expect from the side of Amitarasu.
Oh man, we also do see a huge momentum shift on the side of VLT. Now they're able to carry it forward. That's going to mean quite a lot. 4 rounds already secured. Reckoning Esports, this timeout they really needed it, and that's the exact reason, because they do realize VLT now is winning rounds back to back, and somehow they will need to try and stop this momentum that VLT has gained over them.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, we have another race going on. I do want to also talk a little bit about the brotherhood between Hellfighter and Deathmaker. These two used to play together in the old Global Esports squad, which was God Squad, and which later Hellfighter ended up leaving, joining VLT, which he's been here for a while, but we never got to see Deathmaker unite with him. Finally, though, coming through, like, it's an IRL brotherhood translated into an in-game brotherhood, and I always love those kind of storylines because you win together, you lose together. Brotherhood really coming online.
Just show that love. Spread that love in the chat as well.
Yeah.
Spam those hearts. But yeah, talking about spamming hearts. KO taken down. The down man needs a hand, but is he going to get one? That's the question.
Oh, yeah.
Ultimate still there, though. Reckoning Esports able to line up bodies back to back. And guess what? This time it's Smoke following it up with another one. Amaterasu out the equation. Left with only 2 players to work with. HellFF from the back. Trying to make it Ren. But again, HellFF we'll need to find another one, at least for right 2 ways to get a little bit more room to play with. Keep this in mind, they still need to get the side control in their hands, and they only have 2 players to work with. A heavy presence indeed on the A side.
I know exactly
on the B side. But again, the attacker can always try and go back on the A side. The flank as well, and yep, right to ace. And LFF working it perfectly. They find 2 frags, and that's huge.
30 seconds left.
LF on that lurk, really showing us the power of the Cypher. This is what the Chamber can't do. This is what the Chambers, the lack of the cages prevents him from being able to utilize that lack of information to move in. And then the ult's coming in to give right to ace an extra information, get that frag, but Smokey
Looks like I was the stronger one.
comfortable on that operator, shuts both of them down one by one and shuts down any hopes. You can see the fist bumps going across each other too, motivating each other, man. I just love the way Reckoning and Velocity, right? It feels like where we started off with G and God Particles, where we had one of the big teams and one of the upcoming teams, but still not picked up by an org. Then we went on to Tryouts and True Rippers, where we had, again, True Rippers, a much more stable team. They have that org for themselves, whereas Tryouts, a much more newer team. Here we have Velocity and Reckoning, both teams that have been together for an astounding period of time, both teams that we expect to be very close to each other with respect to the practice and so on, but the experience factor, that's where Velocity takes the cake.
Oh, experience, yeah. Velocity definitely has some people who've been overall in the FPS things for a really long time, and as you mentioned, yeah, the experience definitely kicking in. They have been competing since a really long time, have a huge history in their back, not just in Valorant. But we can talk about it later sometime. 4-4 being the score line, and Smokey's webcam always reminds me of Zenit from Ascend. I don't know why, it's just like Zenit just pops up in front of me.
With the operator too, you know, I definitely feel that vibe. Okay? But you see, Trailblazer going out to get information to get them to be able to push on for this mid to be execute. That null point doesn't reveal anyone's position except maybe right ways. I don't think it revealed his either. So now they can just change up, call over Amaterasu to them, set up the mid to A Viper wall instead, and go for the execute where they can isolate Bad Love, who's all on his lonesome in that A side. His TP even on the back of pyramids. Please don't TP. Please don't use the rendezvous.
Oh, 4-4 as you mentioned. Yeah, please don't TP. That's what we're expecting. But there we go. Bad Love opening things up, finding another one, and he's just trying to go with the flow. But this time the flow being stopped by Vapor. And now the spike as well has been planted. VLT looking a little good after that spike plant, but still demand advantage lacking for VLT, and that's not going to be a good news. On the other hand, Reckoning Esports, the amount of damage the Chamber dealt, which was Bad Love, that was quite huge. And they can try and work off of that momentum, but still Smokey, a prima CNET as we'd like to call it. He has the operator in the close range as well. He might just walk into Cypher Stripwire soon, but no. Cypher got shut down in the last moment, so that's why Smokey is going to be a lucky man. Beautiful recon dart gets spotted and instantly will be taken care of by Vapor. Oh, I just like how VLT are playing. I just absolutely love how they're playing. They're playing off of each other. Beautiful comms, beautiful team synergy being shown from them.
I will say though, I prefer when teams don't destroy the rendezvous, because you can bait the Chamber into making that rendezvous, making that TP happen, and then punish him for that. And that way, Bad Love would be in 2 minds. You know, you don't even have to fight him in that A main angle. But hey, fair enough. In every other way, as you said, Velocity Gaming just 2-3 steps ahead. They're able to find this coordination again and again on their lurks. For example, right to ace coming in from mid through double doors in that position, relieving a lot of pressure on Vibor, allowing him to wrap around. And here, once again, you see the power of this Cypher, using those cages to take Hall's control for himself, opens up the door, which again is a small change to this map. You can no longer just open, close, open, close. Once it opens, it has to open all the way before you can close it.
There we go, though. Talking about openings, that's the right to ace that we like to see. Finds an opening kill, and now is Delivo shut back. Oh, Matarasu with a quick reflex shot, but Smokey! It seems like the CNET has strike this time. And Surly's also got some supernatural powers without a doubt, and now he's starting to slice things up. Smokey, he needs to be shut down because he's feeling himself, and if he does start feeling the nerves, that's when problems will knock the doors for Hellafef. Just showing that his experience matters quite a lot, and his experience matters the most. Oh my god. Stepping up at the right moment, at the right occasion, and just shutting down that momentum that Reckoning Esports had when it comes to that kill. Yeah, it's insane.
17-4-2 Bold Cypher buff indeed, man. This is why you need that Cypher if you're playing a bit more of a slow composition. Yeah, he's left Deathmaker in his burn, like afterburners. He's like, yeah, you can only dream about how you're having your Vandal glow. My Karambit, though, on the other hand, yeah. And you can see the production just rubbing salt on the wound, making sure that we see the Vandal not glowing. But damn, Hellfighter is having an insane game. And this is the strength of Velocity. They've got such good players. Even if one of them falls down for a second, they can still pull off the down to the other. Hold on, bad luck. Using
this is what I was about to say. He was just easily able to walk inside the side, but right to his finally a full stop being put to his story. Vibor as well follows it up, another frag onto Smokey. Smokey had a pop-off round in the previous time, but this time didn't last quite long. And instantly VLT, they start to roll things up. And they are realizing how exactly Reckoning Esports are working, but still Rio trying to make something happen, trying to make something insane happen. And here comes a little bit of ego challenge from the side of Amaterasu, just to try and flex his aim skills on Reckoning Esports. With that being said, another round lead from VLT. A 2-round lead from VLT, that's going to help them quite a lot, at least make that mental game strong for them.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, for the side of Reckoning Esports, you can start seeing that they're not able to really understand how VLT is approaching this map. Of course, we have the added benefit of being able to view the entire map, so we know VLT's game plan very, very simple. Use their utility early round to deny information or get information. Get information with Vibor on the sky, deny information with the cages available in Hellfighter's hands. They're able to take control of multiple areas like Hellfighter using this cage, taking control of double doors in a great position now. Just like that, the guiding light used to get themselves entry into that B side. Reckoning just not able to play the game like that.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, how would you ever be able to play it right when you have so many utilities just right on your face? Deathmaker, almost did get caught off guard. There we go, Ares into play, but Deathmaker's a little bit too aggressive in the back. Did not expect him to be there in the backside. And now VLT just have a clear man advantage. Smokey will need to pop off over here. If he does, then maybe they have a little chance of winning this one. If they don't, then Smokey, valiant efforts, I would say. Hellafef's position, he's holding an off angle. Is Smokey going to expect him to be there? He does. Does find a body attack, but that's not enough. And Deathmaker just slicing the final kill. Bad luck out the equation.
Yeah. At this point, I think we really have to point out the issues that we were talking about earlier, right? Like, both of these teams, they have similar resources. Okay, don't get me wrong in the sense that I know for a fact, we all know for a fact the Velocity, and of course their generous owner in Sentinel, much more supportive of the players because of his resources personally, but I mean more in terms of the way these teams have been together. This Reckoning lineup particularly, even before they were the Reckoning lineup, they were together with their coach as Weird Esports, and they were continuously improving. But this is where the experience factor of someone like Amaterasu really starts stepping up, like basic calls as to where he expects what to happen or what he wants to do, is able to just completely wreck Reckoning and rip them apart, put them in a position where they start questioning their own place, start devolving into this objective where they're trying to instead go for the individualistic battles, which will never favor them going up against players like Hellfighter and Deathmaker.
48 being the scoreline. VLT Deathmaker. Do like how aggressive he's being when it comes to also collecting that information. He's being in the front, trying to get that info, but unfortunately gets tagged up quite a bit. On the other hand, same thing goes with Reckoning Esports. A beautiful shock dart from VLT. That's not going to be stopping VLT though, even though Deathmaker's quite low. Instead, LFF is going to be playing off of Deathmaker. Even if Deathmaker does get taken out, they will make sure that the trades are there. And a huge rotation comes back on the A side. Mind games being played. KO will probably try and stack up mid. Here we go though. Vibor has a really instrumental position. Finds one. Info being conveyed to his team. Deathmaker from the back as well, just making it rain. And VLT, this is the terror of VLT. And they're just crumbling down to the pressure. Reckoning Esports just falling apart to the experience of VLT.
Exactly, right? Like, it's just purely the fact that Reckoning Esports are devolving into a state where they've forgotten that they need to take map control. The amount of control VLT is able to get by just walking in is absolutely ridiculous and should never be allowed from the side of Reckoning. VLT in there, because of one shock dart, were able to take the B elbow area, move all the way to B cannon, and get control of the attacker's side spawn, allowing Vibor to go for the peaks. Because imagine if they did not have control of B tunnels. Suddenly, Vibor's trade doesn't look as good because the double doors area, the mid double doors is secured for Reckoning and they can make an A execute happen. But because the flank is there, Vibor is just free and Reckoning just not able to pressure VLT at all, Necro.
What you're exactly trying to say in simple words is that Reckoning Esports are just playing scared.
Yeah.
And they need to stop being scared of VLT. They need to reply back. They need to be bold with the moves that they're making. They do not need to question themselves twice. And when they stop doing that, maybe they'll have a huge chance against VLT, because now the momentum shift clearly is favoring VLT. And look at this, Vibor as well is now popping off. He's feeling the nerves, he's feeling the gun. Overall, he's just feeling it today. And he needs to be shut down as well. Oh! Here we go, quick shot from Deathmaker. This is what we talk. If you let VLT have the momentum, they're going to punish you over and over again, and they're going to make you cry till you bleed.
By the way, I'm not sure if... I think it's been 5 or 6 rounds since Hellfighter has died, which is quite insane for me. Like, I understand that he's a lurker. He's supposed to be a lot more safe, but... Sheesh, 21-4 or 22-4 right now. He's just absolutely insane. And now Pixel's going to walk into a frying pan, shut down by Amaterasu. Does get traded out, but has the backup right there. Is right to ace. The spike is dropped, and the hopes of Reckoning slowly evaporating.
There we go. Oh, what? Smoke Ace, someone needs to chill this man out. Easy there, soldier. Calm down with that shot. What was that? This is what we call crisp, clean log, boys.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, even props to be given to Vibor, like, for the fact that right here, this replay is what I'm talking about. He knew that his team lost Hall's control, so opens up the Hall, and I think right there, Badlove is expecting a flash to come through of some sort, and then the fight will come through. But Vibor is like, no, I don't think you're gonna have a decent weapon. I have a Spectre. I'm usually winning that aim battle, so just goes up for the straight up dry battle, and I think that surprised the heck out of the side of Badlove. Just incredible game sense from every single player in VLT right now, but it does feel like, as you said, Reckoning is just scared, and that's allowing VLT to just roar like a lion and push forward, sting like a bee. Hey, look at this, that maker before already making their move. They're gonna go down the tunnels. Oh no.
There we go. Instantly Trailblazer out. Got a little distracted, and Deathmaker peeks out at the right moment. I do like how VLT are playing off of each other, as I mentioned. Ooh. Guardian's out as well. Yeah. Definitely the buff kind of helping LFF out, and LFF realizing the exact same thing. Now we're seeing Guardian being utilized. Take a look at this. What exactly is happening? Chambers already found himself an entry all the way back to the A site. And for the defenders to try and take it back, it's going to be a little confusing and a little tough. But right to Ace finds a kill on the Smoke Ace. Smoke Ace. Oh, no, did not expect him to be there. Right to Ace, just catching him off guard. Amaterasu between 2 snake bites, just dancing in between. Amaterasu quite low. The other player, or the other teammate, not really near, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. The IGL's got it in the back. And he will shut down the final man of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, just brilliant play here from VLT. They're waltzing away with this map and casually showing off their merchandise as well. Yo, I not only want that merchandise anymore, I want that like frappe or whatever Hellfighter is having a sip off, because clearly that's the secret to his energy, right?
Yeah. I mean, overall, when you're wearing merchandise, it's not just like you're wearing normal clothes, right? It's like a different feeling, dude.
Yeah.
Feels good. Feels good to be a gamer. Hashtag proud gamer in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tactical timeout inbound. I do want to see what exactly now Reckoning Esports is going for, because 11 rounds already on the board. They need to start getting their rounds on the deck. If they don't, then pretty much map one's going to be VLT as expected. They're just going to steamroll it through.
Yeah, I think they need to go back to the simple best part about this composition, which is the long-range executes you can go for with the help of the flashes that the KO provides, right? So they're the throwable flashes, which means you can set it up well in advance so your team, if you time it correctly, is on site the exact moment after the flash pops, which means you're usually breaking any crossfire, any anchor position that Velocity might have set up. Instead, it feels like Reckoning, they're trying to play Velocity at Velocity's game, which is play it slow, try to take map control, but that can't be done if your entirety of the team is unable to deny information, which is where you really feel the lack of a Cypher in their composition. That Cypher power the Hellfighter was bringing on the attack, were continuously proactively using his cages to deny information to the side of Reckoning and being a nuisance for them. I don't feel that nuisance coming in from this chamber.
Talk about nuisance, and yeah, beautiful point mentioned from your side. If you're going to take things slow against VLT, they're going to punish you.
Yeah.
That means if you give VLT time to think, they are the overthinkers, and they will think about the possible scenarios that you will try to hit them back. So that's why we saw in the previous VCC, right? Global Esports was just being so aggressive and proactive against the VLT in the grand finals as well, and that's how they were able to kind of like keep VLT on their knees. We can talk about that some other time. Beautiful spot out coming in. Info being relayed. And it seems like, just look at what exactly is going on from Reckoning Esports. They're just never sure what they exactly want to do. They're roaming all over across the map. They just seem really lost yet. They need to have a target. They need to have a dedicated target, what they exactly want to do. They need to have strats planned against VLT. A side is completely clear. They can directly go and charge inside the side if they want to.
But look at the position of Deadly. He has that KO knife, so he can fake out, just throw a null point towards that B side, attract the attention of these flankers, and allow his team to easily move in. And that's exactly what he does. That knife being used to attract Hellfighter, Deathmaker, and Amaterasu all towards B side. Even Ace's attention is looking towards B, which means A is completely open. They set up the Viper's Pit. They now set up the trademark traps from the side of Chamber. And these are the kind of plays I want them to go for. Use that KO more proactively. Make them dance around because of that KO.
Beautifully played indeed. Beautiful mind games as well being played from this side of Reckoning Esports. But Deathmaker has slipped past through a lot of eyes, and that's not good news. A beautiful flick on Rio, but it doesn't matter. Follows it up with another one. He's just making it look so easy. Another day at office for a man like Deathmaker. Just lines up the bodies and now is looking to get another one. He's hungry for blood, and he feels it. An easy fork, and he closes it out. And VLT, they seem so unstoppable.
Just like that, the win picked up for the side of Velocity. You said it perfectly, man. VLT just seems so unstoppable, and it's the simple fact that even in this sort of situation where they have full control, Reckoning, just look at the angles they're holding, right? Like, they're playing more on the basis of they believe they're going to win their individual fights as compared to what Velocity was doing in the attack, which was on the basis of, even if we lose our individual fights, there's someone right next to us to trade us off or make sure that we at least get some area in return. There was rarely a moment where Velocity was giving something away for free as compared to Reckoning, where, again, it's that scared factor. It does feel like they've gotten themselves into their heads, because the first 4 rounds, I have to remind you guys, it was 4-4, and Reckoning, they look damn good. Again, despite losing that first blood, you have to start wondering, can Reckoning actually close out rounds?
VLT, the contact play is working out for them. But again, man disadvantage, start off the round with that. Deathmaker will need to pop off indeed. Bad Love managed to sneak in all the way in the left. Deathmaker a little unaware of that fact, and he will get caught. Badlove puts a bullet right in his skull. Deathmaker shut down now. Teleport being used as well from Badlove, so it's not a huge deal for him. He will just teleport out without a doubt. But LFF just equalizes the man number, but now also gets tagged down quite low. That's not a good thing. VLT still somewhere down line. The disadvantage is clearly being seen. Pixels being finds another one. Amaterasu taken out. That's a controller being taken care of. Pixel Snakebite finds one, and Reckoning Esports are still alive inside the map of Breeze.
Yeah, staying alive, and this round should definitely give them a lot more hope. Also, the fact that we have to remember this first map is not the choice of Reckoning Esports, so maybe just not comfortable playing against the plethora of strats that Velocity have brought up to the table. So it then becomes a question of how much momentum can they take away from this map. If they can leave this map on a note where they're feeling good about themselves, then they go into their home map and try to make a series out of it, try to take Velocity to that third map. And I think that's especially crucial considering the fact that you can see a player like Deadly, who in my opinion is one of the best players on this squad, just not able to find his momentum in this matchup. He's stuck near that bottom frag position. It's not even like he's a support player who's able to find the impact, otherwise just not feeling himself on place.
Oh no, Hunter's Fury being used. LFF was left in such an awkward place.
Oh, Smokey
was able to make it out alive, but it doesn't matter. Smokey will still put him in grave. VLT defense just slipping by their hand, and maybe somewhere down the line, Reckoning Esports has finally found a kryptonite for VLT. But again, it doesn't matter. A lot of rounds have already given away, and to at least get this game back in their hand, it's going to be quite tough. Amaterasu follows it up with another one. 2 quick frags, economical damage there.
Yeah, I should just end up saving right here. Yeah, gonna perch himself comfortably in a cave. And again, I love this round from Reckoning Esports, but before that, I have to say, is 12-4 our new curse or what? Today, first Global Esports came back from 12-4. Now at 12-4, Reckoning winning back-to-back rounds. I wouldn't say the comeback is on yet, but if they win 2 more, if they get it to 12-8, it's definitely more than a possibility because of the eco damage they're going to inflict on Velocity Gaming. So let's see, can this momentum continue for the side of Reckoning Esports? But hey, back to the point I was mentioning, which is these kind of burst executes where they're leaving the chamber back to shut off the rotations from mid and using his traps to deny the flank from coming in. Those are what the KO can be really strong at. And it also gives agency to a player like Smokey to get in there, get that entry done, and allow his team to play on the post plants the way they want to rather than in the compact plays they were forced to in the earlier rounds. But this time again, Necro, it feels like they're going to slow things down just a teensy bit because we have the Viper towards the A side. The door they force pulled off, though. Badlove.
Oh, there we go. 2 quick frags to open things off, to kick things off inside this round. Reckoning Esports trying their best to hold off, trying their best to hold on to that ledge, at the edge that they've found themselves on. 1 more round for VLT. That will seal it. VLT as well, as I mentioned, the economy damage is clearly seen. They don't have the guns to work it. Amaterasu is the only man who has a gun in his hands, and he's still alive, and he's looking healthy. Really does come down to how things are going to be played in the future. VLT, as you mentioned, we might just be witnessing a possible comeback. But still, it's too early for us to say that.
A few more rounds to be able to decipher. Badlove. All right. For all the impact I was talking about the chamber not producing because of the cages, this is the exact kind of round we want to see from Badlove, showing why he wanted that agent in the first place, showing the gunplay potential coming in from that tour that forced that pseudo operator ultimate. Picking up a 3K, a flawless round for Reckoning. But hey, hold on a second. I am starting to feel the deja vu from the GE Godby match now. What do you think? Can Reckoning at least keep pushing this momentum? If not to go to overtime, at least make it really, really, really close.
They can definitely make it really close, CA. But again, I would say it's VLT that you're going against. And VLT has to be one of the most consistent teams out there. So I don't really know if that's going to happen. Maybe, yeah, a little bit of slip-ups are there here and there from the side of VLT as well. But It's fine, especially when you have players like Deathmaker on your back, and now Deathmaker is back on and off. That's not a good news for the enemy team, and that's what exactly happened. Smoke A shut down. Our drone taken care of as well. Not really a lot of info to relay with. Smoke A out the equation. Instantly, Reckoning Esports has no other choice rather than to back off because the operator of Deathmaker is out for blood.
Look at the positioning of Bad Love though. He's managed to take tunnels control for himself through elbow. Sorry, he's trying to take tunnels control for himself through elbow, while at the same time Pixels has got that push into halls. Now the moment Pixels takes down that trap fire set up by Hellfire towards halls, the attention is going to be pulled towards Pixels, and that gives a moment for the side of this three-man unit with Deadly to push in. The UR Powerless steps up. It's almost like a pseudo Phoenix ultimate the way it grants entry, but they have no idea the Hellfire is waiting along backside. Shuts them down and picks up the win for Velocity Gaming, removing any hopium from Reckoning fans.
That's what I told you. It's going to be quite tough, man. Especially when I saw Deathmaker on that operator. I was like, no. The hopes and dreams have been shattered. And a quick shot to kick things off in that previous round as well. As soon as the start of man was taken care of, that's when I was like, all right, Deathmaker really unfortunate for the enemy team, Reckoning Esports. Maybe good luck in the upcoming map. But yeah, overall, VLT just putting on a consistent performance as we expected. Just proving Reckoning Esports unparalleled in that previous map of Breeze. But the upcoming maps are definitely going to be quite... Scoreboard should be in the front anytime soon.
Yeah, we should see it real quick. But I just want to say that, again, this map was VLT's map choice, so... I like the fact that Reckoning did not give up, you know, towards the end. They went from 4-4 all the way to 4-12, an 8-round win streak for Velocity Gaming. You'd think any team was like, yeah, GG, let's go next. But no, Reckoning tried their hardest to push it through. So a bit of respect in that end, but I want to see more from Reckoning because I expect more from Reckoning. I think this is one of the teams that can be a true dark horse in the VCC. Try and push themselves, maybe not in Qualifier 1, but try and take that momentum from Qualifier 1, push it towards Qualifier 2. But hey, that's Cypher power on a consistent player like Hellfire. Sheesh, 25 kills, wow.
25. Imagine top fragging with the Cypher as well. Just doing such a good job. Deathmaker as well, having a big impact inside the previous game. But overall, HellFF did put on a huge show. And then you have men like Amaterasu coming in right to Ace in the back, just trying to be the backbone of the team. But yeah, overall, Reckoning Esports as well, a valiant effort. Smoke A was doing such a good job from the side of Reckoning Esports. Taking a look at the damage stats and the overall stats. Damage, clearly Velocity Gaming are going to be leading the charge by quite a lot because, of course, they won by a huge difference. And then in the headshot percentage, you have Reckoning Esports. So this proves that Velocity Gaming is more kind of like a team that goes on with a more tactical approach inside the game. On the other hand, Reckoning Esports, they had quite a lot of cracked aimers out there for sure, but VLT's tactical nature just proved them really well.
Exactly, VLT just a step ahead in terms of that tacticality, but hey, we still have a couple more maps to go. Reckoning still with a chance to keep themselves alive in this series, so we'll take up a bit more of that hopium and hope that Reckoning Esports is able to push us and give us an intense match to finish off this day, you know, because this day itself has been a plethora of back-to-back just intense matches coming through. Reckoning, you gotta top it off, get that cherry on the cake.
Oh man, you indeed need to top it off and get that, as you mentioned, the icing or cherry on top of the cake. But yeah, overall, we did see the stats as well, and clearly was seen that VLT was just leading in no matter how things were looking. Pixels and HellFF, these two players from both these sides were looking really well. But over here at HellFF, clearly, as you can see, the starting graphs, HellFF was unmatched. But then later on, this is when Pixels started overruling HellFF, but it still doesn't matter. His team had his back, and this is what I was exactly saying. The way VLT was able to play off of each other, that was beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest strengths of Velocity Gaming, and one thing that we haven't talked about is for Velocity Gaming, they have a point to prove. From VCC 1, they were the team that took down GE multiple times. Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, no, okay, not Qualifier 2, my bad. Qualifier 1, finals, playoffs, but they dropped the ball in the last moment in the grand finals, which meant they did not get to go to that international event. Now, granted, we have 2 slots this time, but Velocity players, they have to be looking for the win.
Oh, indeed. They have to be looking for the win, and especially now you have 2 slots. That's like a little bit of more cherry on top of the cake, as you like to call it. But with that being said, even we need a little bit of break. Even you guys need a little bit of break. So we'll be right back right after the short break.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine. I got to be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, signing politics, scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room. I don't wanna kill a few with that this shit that is inside my top. Look at the drop, chicken it bigger than out, taking a part of the crowd. Don't wanna pop, I don't want anyone down, better be kicking them out. Making the rock, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own, y'all. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, oh, party on my own. Party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it. Stupid, got my music and I lose it to another tune or two. If I don't get to move it. Even real can do it when I'm cooking. And you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit when you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true. When comparing to the nations. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Keep it coming. I don't give a damn, I don't care.
Hey. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for the South Asia region. Well, I'm going to be your host, Necron John, alongside with me, CA. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys got tired of seeing our faces, you know, in action. So that's why now we just have pictures of us. Maybe you guys can have fun looking at our pictures. I honestly, I don't like how I look in my picture.
Yeah, me neither. We need to get those pictures changed ASAP.
Yeah.
That picture of mine especially is like almost a year old, I think, so I need me a new picture. Preferably with a bow tie this time.
I do. I mean, I don't really have a bow tie, but honestly, it's just that the pose that I have in that picture, I personally don't like it. We need to get a new photo. I mean, we need to get into photo shoot real quick. But yeah, keeping all those talks aside and focusing on the actual game, CA. I mean, the first map was quite insane. I wouldn't really call it insane. It was just one-sided completely in the start. Yeah, it was a little back and forth. It was a little play around from VLT side as well. But then later on, once they started getting the grip over Reckoning Esports, when they started realizing how Reckoning Esports thinks and plays, they started countering them easily, and VLT just started proving them unparalleled.
Yeah, and now going on to this next map on Haven, I want to see if Reckoning is actually able to find some sort of momentum for themselves, because this is the map of their choice. Because you can't forget the fact that Haven just how Split used to be one of the best maps for GE back in the day, Haven was the best map for Velocity back in the day. So they very much have those fundamentals on point. I don't think the compositions are going to change with respect to at least the major players, with Deathmaker still containing on his Jet. But recently, Velocity have picked up that Breach Sky composition on that Haven map, and they play that oh so well, using that Sky as an information collector and using that Breach as a pivot. So I want to see how exactly Reckoning have planned to shut that down, because the normal answer would be KO. It definitely did not look so great on KO on Breeze.
Oh man, indeed. I mean, did not look as deadly as expected, I would say. We expected him to be a little bit more impactful, but he clearly wasn't. Moving on forward to the map Vito in the map of Heaven, and let's take a look at this. Smokey has always on Jet, but this time we're seeing Deadly again on that KO, and it has clearly surprised you, and then you have Bad Love on Chamber again.
No, actually what surprised me was VLT's composition, because they're not going to go for the Breach Sky. Instead, the Sova Sky for them, with Vibor picking up the Sova. That's the interesting part, because I would assume Vibor, he played the Sky in Breeze, so why wouldn't he just carry on with the Sky, since Right to Ace is one of the most legendary Sova players we've seen across his entire Valorant career. So it's a bit of a weird situations with the initiators being switched up. Must be a map-based comfort for Vibor potentially, where he's comfortable with the Sky on Breeze, but not necessarily on the map of a Haven right here, because the roles are quite different. On Breeze, he's much more of a anchor, where he doesn't have as much pressure on gathering information, because he has the Cypher, especially in Hellfighter, to back him up. But here on Haven, that it's all about that Sky trying to set up the plays, trying to be the playmaker, and I can imagine where Right to Ace is a lot more comfortable in that playmaking role.
Oh man, but yeah, Smokey overall did have really impactful rounds, but now again he needs to be that instrumental player for a team. Maybe try and carry his team in the back as well if sometimes his teammates aren't really being that proactive. But yeah, it seems like even HellFFs had pictures just like we did. We try to copy the pros. We try to copy just the play style. If their webcams are off, they have their own pictures. We try to do the same, but we clearly did not look as good as they do.
Yeah, I think trying to fix his camera real quick. I'm sure we'll get back his feed. Maybe some sabotage from that maker. He's like, I want the glowing Vandal this time. You take care of camera. Not the Cypher camera, your web camera.
Just DDoS's camera, dude, imagine.
He's like, yeah, enough of Cypher camera. Now go fix your web camera.
Oh,
hey,
no. He just pulled out a Vandal in real life and actually shot his cam.
Amaterasu on Killjoy, though, not something I've seen very often, and it's very interesting how he's going to end up playing with the position, because you can see the effect the KO has on that Killjoy, because Amaterasu suppressed the turret, the alarm ball all going down, but it doesn't matter, because Hella is just going to carry on his spawn.
There we go. VLT just starting it off as expected. They're just doing so good. Already have a huge man number advantage. Chambers the only man left. Unfortunately, Bad Love has a lot of pressure on his back and only has 4 bullets in the Headhunter. 4 bullets and 4 players. Can he make it happen? He needs to make the bullets count, and each and every single bullet is going to be the most important bullet of his entire life. Bad Love peeking out slowly. He's found himself a spot in the cubby, and Vibor, I'm pretty sure, has spotted him out. Feel like even though VLT realizes how much or how big of a man advantage they have, they're still taking things really slow and really safe. The spike still hasn't been planted, and the time's ticking. Bad Love will need to try and beat the timing.
30 seconds left.
Oh. Just walks right in their trap. A lot of players to welcome with open arms, and he will fall down. Reckoning Esports, not off to a great start, even inside the map of Heaven. But they can try and pull off some upsets against VLT.
One enemy remaining.
Deathmaker, even with a sneaky smile, he's like, damn it! The webcam sabotage didn't work! He got a 4K in the first round! How am I supposed to catch up now?
Hellfire is like, I don't really care about webcam, man. Sure. I think so now he needs to pull out the Vandal and shoot his mouse. That would help the card a lot.
Hey, the Marshall is good enough, so we'll have to see.
Okay.
But, look at this.
Talk about Marshall, and we're seeing it in play. Deathmaker able to get a shot quickly. Quick kill, just kick things off inside this round. 1-0 is the scoreline. Our drone out as well, just try and gain as much as info as possible. A quick jump peek, but Rio gets spotted out and gets tagged. And he has no other choice rather than to back off. But right to Ace, I do like how he's playing. They have no clue that someone's in the front line, but with that jump step, his position got given away, and right to Ace with a quick kill, he will fall back.
Maker though, pick up a double, Amaterasu will close that on now. Just trying to get the money off of the spike plant pixels. I don't think he even got that. So RIP to the first 2 rounds picked up for Velocity Gaming, and we have to start talking about the fact that Amaterasu is playing the Killjoy in the sense that I don't think this is the main composition of Velocity Gaming on this map. I think they are just deciding to play a simpler composition than their Breed Sky to keep a few of their defaults hidden, not give away unnecessary information. But having said that, the possibility also could be that they just have multiple compositions for every map where they can pull out the composition depending on what team they're playing. Just make those small changes, like Amaterasu playing the Breach or instead playing the KJ in this particular situation. But hey, already in the bonus, off to a great start, VLT.
Oh man, off to a great start indeed. But it doesn't matter, Reckoning Esports, they're able to steal it away. The great start now, not anymore looking that great. VLT, short on the man advantage, or short on man number, I would say. Quick flash, but this time it's not going to work out. Deathmaker with that quick peek and that aggressive nature showing up clearly. It's going to pan out. And VLT now, they're looking to get the momentum back inside this round. They're looking to get the control back on the map. Deathmaker left in a really awkward place. His teammates will need to try and get him back from that spot. And he will do so, certainly. Reckoning Esports instead prioritizing the site way much more as being attackers. That's what they really need to do. Right to Ace's HP not really supporting him or favoring him, but Smoke is just tucked behind that little box. And he's playing it safe. Spike is under the control of VLT though, CA, so that's quite huge. VLT will just hold on to that spike and they will not try, they'll make sure that Reckoning Esports aren't really able to get a lot of breathing space, but it doesn't matter. A beautiful fake dash coming through from the side of Deathmaker. But he was right there and just baited him out.
Oh man, Deathmaker playing games. Look at this. I appreciate the try from Deadly 10 right there. Trying to set up a quick pop flash, turning around. Deathmaker's like, nah, I'm gonna just push in before I get popped. He noticed just the back of that KO, able to take him down. And then I hope that was an intentional fake dash because that was nutty. Deathmaker now finally actually getting on top of that leaderboard. And you see that Sky on right to Ace? That's what I'm talking about. 6 assists already in 3 rounds.
Oh no.
Okay, TM. Okay, I'm sorry. You get to keep glowing Vandal, TM. Only for you.
Oh no. Deathmaker.
The second shot.
Oh no, with the skinny fingers making it work. And look at that. Amaterasu follows it off with another one. 3 quick kills to start this round off. And well, just within a blink of an eye, Reckoning Esports are into a complete shambles. Cannot really do much. Pixels being spotted as well. C-Long. Info given away. Amaterasu peeks out and a quick bullet right onto his chest will take care of Pixels. And now it's all down to Deadly 10 with the Sheriff. Deadly 10's more kind of like, okay, I'm not even going to complete my sentence after that. Deathmaker, a flawless round because Deathmaker popped off.
Yeah, Deathmaker popped off. I mean, you say that in past tense, but it doesn't seem like this man has any intentions of stopping right here. Hey, we'll have to see now if Reckoning can find some sort of momentum, because at this point, considering the fact that this map is of their choice, again, that KO on Deadly is what I was worried about, because I've seen this player perform insanely well when he was on Duelist, but it seems like taking up some unnecessary changes to try and find some sort of fundamental change in their composition, just simply not working out because it's almost inhibiting the players. And you can see Deathmaker, he's having a blast. He's like, all right, well, okay, I will just keep taking headshot after headshot, and I will have the glowing man.
Look at the Astra from Reckoning Esports, able to sneak past all the way up till C-Long, and the site's clear as well. VLT has given up C-Site because they think There's no way Reckoning Esports are going to be going for the C side, but still a little bit of hesitation play coming out from Reckoning Esports. Understandable, you do not want to take these kind of risks that would involve your life. Playing it as safe as possible. Beautiful mark as well comes through. And now Seeker's out, revealing a lot of info. Deathmaker's position being revealed with the Owl Drone. VLT. In an uncomfortable spot, but it doesn't matter. They have the man advantage.
I also just realized that Deathmaker changed his Vandal from the Champions Vandal to the Prime Vandal. Maybe just, being like, I don't want that pressure anymore. Either ways, man, this is the DM we were expecting last time around, and it's a beautiful sight to watch, especially his crosshair correction. But in every other way, Velocity dominating Reckoning Esports right now. Necro and Amaterasu, he's just chiming in, having some fun for himself. I just want to see a bit more of a fight from Reckoning. And it has to come from the KO again. Like a lot of pressure on that KO, because the entire point of that agent is to try and counter the continuous plays that Velocity are making, the continuous proactive movement that Velocity are making. It's the KO who has to shut it down.
KO, indeed. But again, I mean, this is what was expected, right? I mean, I personally went with a 2-0 VLT. And this is exactly what we're seeing. I mean, let's be honest, I'm a VLT fan myself, so I'm not really surprised that this all is happening. But yeah, being a caster, we need to be, neutral on both the sides. And yeah, Reckoning Esports definitely need to step themselves up. And to do so, what do you think, CA? What kind of special spice they need to add in their gameplay?
Like, for example, I think they really just need to start targeting right to ace a lot more. Use that knife to shut him down. Don't let him be the playmaker. They are doing that right now. They spot him out towards the B Gong area. Pixel's able to actually shut down the push towards C Long as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that's not bad at all for Reckoning. But this is what I mean. As soon as you spot out right to ace, you need to shut him down. Instead, they take a second to think about it, and a second is all DM needs.
Exactly. Not even a second. Milliseconds is all he needs. Couple of milliseconds, and Deathmaker will already react, and you will realize you're out the game. Beautiful shot from Badlove. That's going to be opening the floodgates to the C side, and that's what exactly happens. Reckoning Esports just flooding in. No, right to ace looks away at the wrong time, and Deadly 10 will take care of right to ace now. Vibor trying to change things around, but two quick dinks coming out from the side of Smoke A to take care of Vibor on that. So a beautiful shot from Deathmaker. Even the Jet Screams headshot. And now Deathmaker left in a 1-on-2. He will need to try and slice the skulls open. Is he going to be able to do so? Let's play some Fruit Ninja, Deathmaker. I want to see you do this. Two players in the front. Deathmaker all by himself. Not really a first thing I've seen. Connects that shot, but this time he'll be shut down by Deadly 10. Oh, still you got to give props to Deathmaker.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I wasn't necessarily convinced about the slow seat push that they made it happen, but the way they pulled off that thrifty, now that's something that got me believing once again in Reckoning, especially Deadly coming online, finding that clear headshot, expecting the dash from Deathmaker, the tracking as well, right? To be able to take him down, absolutely nutty. But you can see, because of that 5-round win streak, Necro, they've got a bunch of money in the bank. Velocity Gaming able to now pick up an operator for Deathmaker, and this means that they're able to double stack the other sides, like Garage B double stack here for the Sky and KJ, while A getting pushed between Hellfighter and Bibor, all relying on Deathmaker's op to hold down C.
Oh, look at this. Just the aggressive nature right to ace, rewarding into an easy, quick kill. So out the equation, that means the guy who they were relying for a lot of info now not really in the game anymore. Still do have the KO, but still, it's not as useful as Soa when it comes to info gathering. Lockdown used. Bought a decent amount of time, but Reckoning Esports, finally, they were able to get themselves back up on the board, so that's going to be helping them quite a lot when it comes to those mental games.
Look at the position of Badlove. Along taken up by him, he's looking to just cut off rotations, and it attracts some attention towards him. But this has to be a B plant, because they need to have realized by now that the op is playing towards C. So if you try and use that null point from the KO to shut down KJ's turret in B, suddenly KJ is very much isolated, and they're doing exactly that, but they don't find Amitarasu in the suppression. Actually, they do. Amitarasu is finding headshots. My bad. Getting suppressed with that KO also coming in. He makes him powerless, gets that spike planted, but it will die out in a couple seconds, so now needs cover for his post plant.
This is exactly what I was about to say. The Cosmic Divide's available on the attacking side, so that's going to help quite a lot. Reckoning Esports able to use that perfectly. And Deathmaker, aggressive plays with the operator. This is what I like to see. Again, left in a 1-on-3. The superstar will need to make some superstar plays happen, but not this time, I guess.
Yeah, it really does come down to Reckoning now using this momentum that they've got to try and keep pushing through, especially considering the fact that when that 5-0 happened, it looked like there was no hope. Like at that point, I think Deadly was on 1 or 2 kills. Now on the top frag board, it's not even just about the kills. It's about his confidence in his belief in himself to be able to find those plays. Because I have to remind everyone, this lad just 18. So definitely the experience factor not as prevalent for him as compared to any of the players of Velocity Gaming. So a teensy bit of confidence for these young players, it goes a long, long way.
And being young in itself is a huge advantage already, CA. Come on. Add on to the confidence, add on to the being a pro this early in the age. Quite huge. Imagine the experience that they will gain in coming future. That's quite insane. But yeah, 2 rounds now. Reckoning Esports able to move on forward with the momentum they found themselves in. VLT will need to try and put a full stop to it. Maybe a little tactical timeout next round will help it. Deathmaker, though, continues to rain down terror with that operator. Finds one. HellFF follows it up with another one. But Smokey this time shuts down the operator of Deathmaker. Proves himself a little better than him, but now VLT, it seems like the rest of the team is fired up, and now Pixel will need to try and shut him down. The defuse is being stuck. Pixels needs to shut it down. Spray comes through the smoke, but not really able to quite connect those shots, and Vibor pushes out of the smoke and takes care.
And again, we see that factor, right? Where you can surprise VLT in 1 round, maybe you can surprise them in 2 rounds. You can look to isolate a specific player 1 time, maybe even a couple times. But the moment you keep trying it again and again, that's when VLT understands how they are supposed to shut you down. And it also becomes a matter of resources committed. Wherein last time around, Reckoning used that Cosmic Divide to get Deadly the space. This time around, an easy retake setup because of Hellfighter's Cosmic Divide, ensuring that at this point, Velocity, as long as they trade blows, they understand that they are the better team here. They understand that they have that experience factor. They have that experience scholar to continuously push through for the win. So now the point simply becomes, Reckoning, can you just find a bit of chaos? This is where I feel like they need to lean into that True Ripper style, you know? Go a little more unorthodox to try and surprise the heck out of VLT.
No. 2 star players were almost staring at each other with the operator, but no engagement being found yet. On the C-Log, though, Reckoning Esports clearly looking at get the control, and they have gone themselves, though. But still, the smoke in the front is what's creating a lot of problems for them. Deathmaker spots a quick peek from the Golden Chamber. And he's quite unsettled. He wants to connect a shot. He wants to take a man down. Smokey will make this peek happen. He will. A quick bait comes through, and Smokey follows up with another peek from himself, and Deathmaker, just like that, easily shut down. I just love how Reckoning Esports played that. Beautiful team coordination coming through. This is where the conversation skill, this is where the communication skill of a team really comes into play. And Reckoning Esports, though, unfortunately, they're walking straight into Vibor's crosser, and is quite trained. Beautiful KO. Volley being used as well. Flash out. Instantly would take care of Vibor. And now Deadly Tane finally seems like inside the map of heaven, he has activated himself quite a lot.
Oh, that's huge. The KO ultimate coming through, making the Astra and KJ powerless here, and it's a huge thing because now there can't be any utility coming through from the Killjoy. No turret. I'm not sure even he has the cooldown, but it ensures that there's little to no hope of that retake. And that should secure the round in the bag for the side of Reckoning Esports. exactly like that. Deadly managed to get
Oh
himself
my God.
a couple more frags, just getting that ultimate cooldown ramped up once again. Deadly starting to really get into his groove. But yeah, I want to talk about that synergy, as you mentioned, right here. Bad Love distracting Deathmaker for a second with that jump peek so that Smokey can take his peek. These are the kind of coordinated plays that we wanted to see from Reckoning in the first place. It's an absolute pleasure to watch.
Oh, man. So I mentioned the communication factor is what kicks in at that time. And yeah, Deadly 10. The previous map wasn't really that impactful, but at this map, definitely is making some impactful plays happen. His team's not able to step up, but he indeed is able to step up to the occasion. Trying his best to keep his team alive against a giant team like VLT. Can we call this a David versus Goliath fight?
We definitely can. But hey, David won that fight, so I'm not so sure if Reckoning is able to find that. Oh, that slingshot that was able to get David that victory. But right now, a small margin of error there for Smokey. He misses that shot because of that small margin. It will mean, though, right to ace suddenly isolated. A great awareness here from Rio, the IGL of Reckoning Esports, to shut down that Sova, and now instantly using that pressure to find the rotation all the way towards this A side. They know that this Sky is isolated, and I just want to correct myself. I'm so used to seeing right to ace on Sova, I forgot that was before getting caught out.
Oh man, 6-3. Spike being planted from Reckoning Esports. Beautiful spike plant as well. It doesn't matter. VLT still somehow, with those frenzies, is able to rain so much damage. And now Deathmaker, again, left all by himself, the star player, to clutch things out. I do not want to jinx it. Quick flick onto the head of Pixel. Will shut him down. Is lining up bodies, but this time it's Deadly 10 who's looking pretty unstoppable in these clutch moments.
Yeah, you can see how much that confidence factor matters, right? I feel like it's almost a burden lifted off of his shoulders when he's not thinking. He's more just playing, leaning into his instincts, and you can see the best of him really starting to pop out, using that KO as a entry duelist almost. The way he's able to get information for his team while at the same time provide a space for them to entry, provide the flashes, is just an absolute pleasant experience to witness. And for me now, you can see Velocity, they're starting to feel that pressure. They're like, hold on, we were 5-0 up, but since then it's become 6-4, and you have to start wondering that Velocity, they're feeling the pressure because of the fact that this KJ not nearly as great on attack as she is on defense, so they need to maximize their defensive rounds.
Tactical timeout definitely is there to try and figure out what exactly is going wrong these past couple rounds. And as you beautifully mentioned, it's all about the KJ. But again, VLT, I just feel like they need to start playing off of each other again, because I do understand Deathmaker is having his pop-off plays, and he is a little bit, you know, looking really confident as well. Going for the solo peak sometimes, that doesn't really work out, even though he's the only man left alive in the end. Still, the rest of the team is crumbling down, and that's what the question is. Why is the team falling apart that easily on those sites? Maybe sometimes going for the retake plays is probably the best thing you can do. Let them have the site and take your sweet little time trying and realizing what exactly they need to do to get the retake possible. This is what Velocity is really known for. If Velocity get the time to think, they will make some great things happen.
I think Reckoning might be running a double operator setup here on the attack, because I do think, I'm not sure if Smokey had the operator as well or he just gave it over to Bad Love, but Bad Love managing to get that first pick. Now they use a bunch of utility to get Deadly his position, and Garage, they're ready to go for the split C execute, but it's almost like it's been read by Velocity. Look at this KJ setup, the way it's been done, it's all about denying the entry, but already using that lockdown to deny the positioning of the side of Velocity Gaming. Smokey with the bunny house, but they don't find Helef in his platform position. The Hunter's Fury not able to pick him up. I think that gave them a false sense of security.
Velocity Gaming needs some solo plays, and Deathmaker is what they really need to rely heavily on at this point. This time the bird gets caught and the wings get cut. Deathmaker falls down, but the play from Vabor might just be huge. A little bit of team flash coming through. Deadly 10 just sabotaging his own teammates. quite low. Beautiful shock dart to flush him out of his position, but still VLT Vibor, unknown of the fact that Deadly 10 is just too quick on his feet, repositions himself quickly, and Vibor gets caught off guard.
Yeah, exactly. I really like the shorty push here. I assume the call was, hey, coming from Rio, that, hey, I'm going to use my Hunter's Fury, clear out platform, as well as the immediate angle next to that double radiant eye box and enters the garage angle, and then you can push into site, get the plant down, and very well done in that regard. Even though Smokey ends up dying out right after taking down Amitarasu, he's done his job, he's created the space, and that's why Deadly 10 can then play on that post plant, get that round through. Now, once again, 6 out of 7 ultimate points for that KO. I think the priority in this round for the side of Reckoning has to be to try and capture either A long or C long, try to get that KO his ult up, and then play on the basis of that.
Chamber on his ult. He will get cleared out, and he does. Huge info being relayed, but they can't just peek out on a chamber just like that. Need to take their time. Beautiful teleport being set up. I do like that, but unfortunately did not really clear out the left side, and HellFF taking full advantage of that. And instead, the trade's there. My bad, scratch that. That's not a trade. That's just VLT lining up bodies at one after the other. Deathmaker follows it up with another one. Pixels needs to clear this out. Misses a little shots, but it's fine. Deathmaker as well did the same, so that's why Pixel has a little advantage with the Phantom. 6-5 being the scoreline. Reckoning Esports are able to close off the lead that VLT had built.
Indeed, this is the Reckoning we wanted to see on Haven. Remember, this is the map of their choice, looking much more stronger here. Still, it's a 3v4, and considering the fact that the lockdown is going down, the shock dart's coming in to deny the plant. It doesn't do that, but it does take down one player. Still, trades coming through. Smokey now left in a 1v2 with his op. He's got a player on either side of him, and I don't think he realizes that right to ace is coming on the flank because of the cosmic divide, denying that audio with right to ace running in. Hellfire just trying to buy the time for his flank partner to come on through, but oh, guiding light gives away right to ace's position. Smokey able to back on up. It's an open plan. Necro still could pull off the 1v2. Smokey.
Last player standing.
Open plan, can try and pull it off. Yeah, sure. Smokey, a quick shot onto him. The defense is being stuck, but no, instead it's just being done till 50%. Quick peek from Smokey will take care of it. Got quite close, but it's fine. I believe in Smokey. Reckoning Esports able to just pull it off. Oh, this is a neck and neck. This is a neck and neck map without a doubt. Things are going back and forth, CA.
Yeah. And at this point, like, Smokey really going to give his team a ton of momentum. We saw this exact thing happening. Oh, thank you for that replay production. We saw it in the kill feed, given the fact that it was a kill that went through the wall, like a wall bang sign coming through. We could have assumed that that's how he got just the lineup with the pings coming through from his team, like, hey, this is where the spike is, this is where you need to shoot. That just teensy bit of coordination, like, oh my god. It is so important for, even for you guys in chat, to use in solo queue. If your teammate is in a 1vx situation, please ping the spike for him. It matters a lot in that sense. But from 5-0 down to now 6-6, Reckoning Esports showing us exactly why we consider them one of the best underdog teams that there is right now.
Able to give a tough fight to VLT. Rio. Spotting for a little glimmer, that's going to be enough. Able to connect a shot, instantly back off. The contact play through for sure. Got some info to work with, and now it's just going to be falling off. Utilities being used to try and buy as much time as possible. But yeah, the intentions from the side of VLT are clearly being seen. This is where they're just opening the floodgates. 2 quick kills on the site control in their hand.
Only finds that one. Lost the gaming still with 4v2 advantage now, and plenty of time in their post plans to finish it off. They still push out, they take the duels. Could have been risky, but hey, they pulled it off. Confident plays coming through. They secured the lead, and you can see at the start of the map when they were 3-0, 4-0, 5-0 up, a couple of smiles had started appearing, but very much so game face is on for the side of Velocity, and of course the game face moment showing us how they're able to pull it off. So Necro. Now going on to this next round, we assume Velocity should be able to find a 2-round lead here, but this round is less about the round victory, more about how much damage Reckoning is able to do to Velocity's eco. They have to try to prevent that bonus round coming through with the Spectres in the round after this.
Yeah, exactly. I do want to see things are going to be looking like for VLT on the attacking side over here. VLT, again, they do have a round lead after winning that pistol round, and that's quite huge. Deathmaker gets caught. The site is open for VLT, and they are able to get the control of the site as well, but Deathmaker will need to play things a little safe. Is down quite low. 47 HP, not really a lot of HP to work off with. Play things a little safe, VLT. That's all you need to do. Reckoning Esports, one more little chance, and Reckoning will make miracles happen. So VLT, even though they are one of the best teams out there, they are clearly the best team over here right now, currently in the competition. Or in this match, they still need to play things a little safe. Never underestimate your opponent.
Absolutely. Just like that.
Oh my god, this is what I said.
Yeah, exactly. Deadly 10 with the Sheriff and Bad Luck with the Headhunter finding a couple frags of their own. Able to do a ton of damage. Deadly 10 able to take down the board too, Necro.
How?
They don't get the round. But
people,
4 weapons taken off board.
Oh my god, VLT. At this point, you got to question yourself. Too many solo peaks in that previous round. If they played off of each other, that could have panned out so well. I mentioned too, Deathmaker doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. He needs to play off of his teammates, but still somewhere down the line. So those solo peaks were being made. Team communication kind of lacking. If those solo peaks are being given away to a team like Reckoning Esports, they are going to punish you. So VLT, maybe in the upcoming rounds, they will need to try stop doing that. But still, as you mentioned, the economical damage is there. And VLT, they will need to go up against full stacked team. Getting shot at, getting spammed through Vabor, down to already 71 HP.
Take flight.
Bonus was denied, which means both of the teams fully invested economically into this round. An interesting call here from Reckoning, a triple stack onto Seaside. They've read Velocity like a book. They're expecting this to come through, but so far just a 1-for-1 trade as Deathmaker tries to create his space. Velocity, though, they're stuck, they're isolated. Even though they've gotten partially into the Seaside, Necro, they've not gotten enough so they can plant.
Oh no, but Pixel's just able to roll through and finding 2 kills, and now VLT, the attacking side has been completely shut down. Oh no, Smoke, beautiful crisp shot coming through from his side. Vabor put down asleep as well. Amaterasu with the Sheriff in hand. We'll need to pull off some miracles, but the chances are quite low. Misses those taps on the head, and Amaterasu will be shut down.
And the crucial round picked up for Reckoning Esports. The victory in the buy round, especially with just 1 weapon being taken down, which was the Chambers, will give them a huge opportunity to start stacking onto their eco. Get that operator online on Smoke ASAP, because we still remember the plays he was able to pull off just in the last round with that operator on the attacking side. On the defensive side, so much stronger. If they're able to get this next round right here, they all but guarantee an operator for him in that upcoming round. And considering the fact that this is an eco round for Velocity Gaming, Necro, it should be a piece of cake for Reckoning.
Should be a piece of cake. Are you sure about that? After that, it's not a piece of cake for sure. Deadly 10 pretty much is quite deadly. Dead himself. But yeah, no.
Wow.
Deadly 10 out the equation. He was being so impactful, but now Deadly 10 out the equation. That's going to be a huge sigh of relief for VLT.
Nice pun, Necro. Wait. 5v4 situation right here. And you can see, using that guiding light to try and get some information. Now, it's all about them trying to fake this A presence, push back these defenders while they slowly walk into another area. Now, another area they've chosen is Garage, but the issue here becomes that the Chamber has his trademark traps laid down there. The information given to him, the slow it produces, will make sure he can find that peak and get that trade back for Deadly's initial loss, make it a 4v4 situation. Put Velocity down real low. Again, walking into Pixels right here on Seaside. This might not work out well.
Spike down, C.
Pixel able to find one on the C side, but Reckoning Esports, somehow they're able to counter this aggression of VLT. Even though VLT has some cracked in moments without a doubt, but still Reckoning Esports, they're able to reply back in style each and every single time. No matter what kind of strat VLT is throwing on Reckoning Esports are easily able to read them like a book on the map of heaven.
I'm just a little concerned about the fact that Velocity Gaming I'm almost overthinking it, you know? Where as soon as they found that pick onto Deadly, considering that it was an eco, I feel like they should just go for a plant right then and there on that B side. The KO is gone. There's nothing to suppress you. So you can play on the post plants of that Killjoy. You can play on the post plants of that Astra and try to play for time. Even if you don't get the round done, you're very likely to damage the economy of Reckoning Esports by playing for those trades and therefore deny the operator for Smokey. But now, instead, I think the operator is just guaranteed for the side of Reckoning, and a timeout taken because they realize how crucial this next round is going to be. 8-8, a bye for Velocity Gaming. If they pick up the round win here, Reckoning take the lead for the first time in this match, it might just push them all the way to the finish line and us all the way to map 3.
I don't know, man, if that's going to be that easy the way you just said.
Yeah.
It's not going to be that easy. Never.
Easier said than done, definitely.
Yeah. 8-8, it's quite neck and neck. Yeah, I do understand, but it's VLT you're going against. They're not going to make it, they're not going to keep it that simple and easy. They're going to make it hard for you. And you'll need to find a way out of those tricky situations. Timer's being paused over here. It seems like we're having a little bit of issues or maybe some timeouts, maybe technical pauses. But yeah, overall, this gives us enough time to talk about Reckoning Esports. Now, Velocity, I do understand they're one of the most tactical teams out there, but still, what do they need to do to catch Reckoning Esports off guard? What do you think so?
I think they just need to start getting a lot more proactive. They're used to playing the Breed Sky composition on Haven, right? Where they have the control over every single aspect of their push. They can just spam utilities and try to get it down. They don't have that composition anymore. The way the Sova Sky plays out, it's much slower than the way the Breed Sky plays out. So I like the way they're going slow in early rounds, but they need to start picking up the pace in mid rounds. Like, for example, in that last round, when you shut down Deadly, just go for a B-side push, commit to one particular area, and have Deathmaker do what he does best, create space. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Are you sure that's what he does best? Because this time's being shut down. That's just a joke, guys. Do not take it seriously.
Hey,
but yeah, overall... but overall, yeah, Smokey was able to find the opening. Even though he's quite low, but still winning that initial duel, that's quite huge. And Smokey is holding that operator in his hands. That means all he needs to do is just connect one bullet, even though he doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with.
Oh, look at right to Ace. The way that trap is set up, I think it's a window trap, which means he's able to get into the garage for free. He has the Seekers ready, could look to use them to just distract the heck out of the enemy team. The trademark taken down, and Rio actually props a proactive Hunter's Fury. I'm not so sure about this, because now this takes away the plant denial power of Reckoning Esports and allows this, with the information of the Seekers, Velocity, they can just go for an easy B plant.
Oh, no. Honestly, I kind of thought that was a fat finger, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. It was a proactive, yeah, Hunter's Fury, and that's quite a huge mistake. That could have been their plant denial chance as well. But yeah, VLT, oh no! Right to Ace. Those two quick shots. And now Reckoning Esports, it seems like they're sleeping. Just putting them 6 feet under. VLT, even though it's tied up, still, they just want that round advantage that they had from the past in VLT. That's what they really like to play off of. Reckoning Esports, I mean, they do have the Jet available, but the Jet just doesn't have the HP to support her.
I'm just still perplexed about that decision to use the Hunter's Fury, especially considering the fact that Smokey had already got them that first blood, you know, got them that initial advantage. You want to have, if not the Hunter's Fury for the plant denial, at least for the retake where you can cut off a particular angle, and oh boy. Salt on his wounds, as not only does he lose his ultimate, but also loses his life. The Hunter becoming the prey to his own tendencies in that round.
Oh no. F's in the chat for that, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, moving on forward, 9-8 VLT getting themselves a round lead, and that's what they really needed. That's going to help them out quite a lot, doing that emotional damage, quote unquote. But yeah, now, again, VLT, overall, as you mentioned, yeah, today has been an astonishing day overall, CA.
Yeah, definitely. It's been intense match after intense match. We wanted something great on Haven, and continuously Smokey is trying his best to make that happen. First blood in the last round, first blood in this round, and just like that, Smokey is showing up huge, man. I love the way he's been able to perform across this map.
Recovering it.
Oh no. Deathmaker is getting ego challenged by him, and all the time Deathmaker is being shut down. He's not able to win those duels against Smokey.
I mean, that's a pretty big deal, I think, for a player like young player like Smokey.
Yeah.
If you get to say the statement, I get to shut down Deathmaker round by round, that feels good, man.
Man, I don't know what else to say, dude. But yeah, 9-8 being the scoreline, as you mentioned. Ghost being that young superstar in the lineup. VLT moving it slowly. Beautiful recon dart. Recon dart giving his position away. Doing his job as to reveal the positions, and now VLT, they're being held off at bay. Beautiful utility utilization coming in just to try and buy as much as time as possible. Deadly 10 in the backside in default. Doesn't have the best cover to work with, but it doesn't matter. His aim will do it. His aim will seal the deal. VLT able to flood inside the site, finding 2 quick kills, and now Reckoning Esports. Rio is there in the back, but it doesn't matter. Rio single-handedly will shut it down.
This time they played slow, they played smart. Smokey gets them that same first blood, but they don't get over-aggressive, they don't get overly proactive and punish VLT on that time factor, able to pick up the win for themselves and keep it close. I'm going to shoot another question towards your way, Necro, because I think this might... Okay, no, I'm going to say, I think this is going to overtime. What do you feel? Do you have chances of an overtime in our last series of the day?
Overtime. I would honestly say VLT's taking this home. VLT's bagging this. We're not going OT. VLT's bagging this. This is scripted, see it? I had the script. You didn't get the script. I got the
Damn
Google
it.
Docs link. You didn't get
Yo,
it.
share it with me too. Like, it's
No,
Nikhil
you cannot. I cannot do it with you, man. But yeah, overall, VLT now. Again, it's just so neck and neck. They're always able to just equalize the round number. So Reckoning Esports, they're being a menace for VLT.
Guiding light set up, trying to just deny the entry for the side of Reckoning so they can't retake. The null command is, sorry, the 0 point as well, not giving much information, but the shock dart lined up by Rio will be able to take down Hellfire, and that's crucial. Having said that though, now the Cosmic Divide coming down, Reborn and Right to Ace in a perfect position to play off of each other. They find 3 kills each, they shut down Deadly, but he was in his null command, able to get revived right back up by Bad Love to make it a 2v3. Now the Diffuse going down on the back of that Cosmic Divide, but the Recon will slow them down. Make it a 2v2. The Hunter's Fury coming out now, trying to deny that. Amitarasu winning the spray battle, but just in time. Bad Love able to dodge it out, and Right to Vibor doesn't have the time to go for it. The half diffuse already done.
No.
And what a round for Reckoning Esports. I think my prediction just might come through here, Necro.
All right, CA. Okay. Chill out. Okay, it's just 1 round lead, okay? VLT can always just close it off, okay, without a doubt. Yeah, VLT, somewhere down line, losing a round like that, that's quite questionable, man.
Yeah.
This makes me question them, for sure. And I feel like after that, they should also maybe just go for a little tactical timeout because they need some.
100%, especially because of the fact that they committed that Sova ultimate in that round. Now, understandably, like, it's not like Reckoning have a Killjoy that can punish them, but the more important factor becomes that there's one less post-plant tool in these crucial rounds, so Velocity, they have to be crucial how they start using these resources.
Oh, man. Talk about using the resources. Smoke is doing that perfectly. Using the jet perfectly all the time, positioning himself really well. And oh my god, had to flick up, but didn't realize beneath he was Pixels. Just lining the bodies up, and now it's only 2 players alive. Oh, just like that, VLT, they're calling down. I don't like this, CA. Your predictions are actually coming true, and I'm kind of jealous of that. Trailblazer out just to grab some info. Garage is clear, but again, VLT, they just don't have anything to do. Even if they do get the garage control, how are they going to get the rest of the control? That's the problem. So that's why VLT backing out and now going for the A site.
Here.
With the way the A site is completely empty, this might actually work out completely in their favor. And it's a little weird because the tour de force is on for Badlup on the chamber. He should be able to anchor C site on his own. They can play one player garage, one player B, and have the Sova, rather than mark the rotation from B, play A heaven so that he can get information of a plant and even deny it. But maybe that's the position Rio has certain lineups from. Gonna hear the plant, and that's a no between, no lineups. It's just gonna be a free plant done, and now it comes down to the isolation of these duos. Right away starting to push up so he can play in a crossfire with Deathmaker, but Deathmaker's on an operator, not an ideal weapon to crossfire with.
Talk about isolation. VLT, there's no room for error inside this round. Beautiful gravity well. Deathmaker being dragged right underneath, and while he will be taking care of Rio. Oh, that was quite funny to see. Deathmaker was posted up with the operator and just got dragged back, and he was like, wait, what's dragging me? And then he looked below and he was like, oh, it's the gravity well.
Yeah. Hey, I have to give props to our observers and production. The views that they have provided us, the camera angles have been quite splendid. Like, even right there, as you said, it was quite funny to see the way the gravity well was so perfectly timed. It forced Right to Ace to go for a fight, and it just meant an easy retake for Reckoning Esports. Now 11-9. I think the economy for the side of Velocity Gaming, oh, it's not broken just yet. One more round they have in the bag before they can go for, they have to go for an eco. So let's see if Velocity is able to curtail the momentum that Reckoning have got for themselves, because look at this, they've got huge ultimates available, but oh no, already Deadly shutting down Amitarasu, an unnecessary peek from that Killjoy, especially when she has the lockdown.
11-9 being the scoreline, Reckoning Esports. Now it seems like they're looking the unstoppable force of nature. And Reckoning Esports, how? A little bit of TK there, but it's fine, you know? One or two slip-ups is fine. Hey, maybe this might just be too early to celebrate Reckoning Esports. You still have one more round to close it off with.
Yeah, just some fist bumps. Not yet a full celebration, but I do agree in the regards that anything can happen, because that's what today has taught us, right?
Yeah.
Literally anything can happen. So till you've got the map in the bag and it says victory on the screen, yeah, just don't get overly excited about it, you know? A little excitement is okay. Too much can make it go the wrong way. Right now, though, Velocity Gaming, they are one of the biggest contenders of the defending champions. So if they are to prove that, I think the best way to do it would be like, hey, if G can make a comeback, so can we.
G can make a comeback, so can we. But G were also the defending champions. They are. That's a big fact. 9-10 being the scoreline. VLT, they're able to find an opening. As I mentioned, the game's still not over yet. The lifeline's live for VLT. As long as it's up, everything's up. As long as Deathmaker's up, hopes are up. 9-10 being the 12 being the scoreline. VLT, they're fighting for their life over here inside this game. If they don't, that means we're probably going to be moving inside for the third game. Amaterasu quite close to a player of Reckoning Esports in the garage. Hopefully, they do not look away in the nick of time. But again, Turret is the one who's able to find the kill. Reckoning Esports, somehow, they win it. They somehow are able to defuse it. And what, VLT? Wow. In that previous game, VLT seemed out of sync. Come on, you cannot lie to me like that.
I wouldn't say so much out of sync as almost like perhaps a little just caught off guard with respect to what their composition can and cannot do. Like we were talking about this earlier, they're used to that Breach Sky composition, which has a lot more proactive utility as compared to Amitarasu on the Killjoy. He's not supposed to go for the peak right there in the round before that, for the example, but if he had the Breach instead, he could set up a flash for himself and go for the peak. Like, these small things, they go a long way, and you have to wonder if Velocity played this composition to hide strats and lost the map because of that. Was it worth it hiding those strats?
I mean, there could be a lot of ifs and buts, man. There could be a lot of ifs and buts. Hiding strats, they could have done this, they could have done that. That could have been there. But overall, Reckoning Esports, they deserve every single piece of respect for that win right there. As you mentioned, the strongest underdogs, and without a doubt, they're proving so. Moving on over to the third map, man. I mean, I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired.
Yeah.
But I'm really excited as well. I want to find out what's going to happen. I want to find out what's going to be the outcome.
Yeah, I feel you, man. 7 maps down, 1 more to go. I am definitely feeling, how do I say this? I'm feeling the idea of how many maps we've done today creep up on me. But at the same time, I'm feeling these giggles almost because of the excitement that is there with respect to this round. But that ending was so anticlimactic, Necro. I felt like that was 10-12 guaranteed, and then we're maybe trying to push for overtime because of the way they'd set up, but potentially just bad comms, or maybe just not hearing the diffuse going through, or assuming that they'd taken down the diffuser. I don't know exactly what happened. I think I'm going to have to go through it once on the replay to figure it out, but that's definitely going to hurt Velocity Gaming a little bit. Not that it'll matter. They are a professional team. They should be able to just brush it off and reset for map 3.
This should be added in the top 10 most surprising matchups. Like if there's a montage ever, this should be added in there. Or maybe top 10 anime betrayals. That can be interesting. But yeah, overall, moving on over to the damage stats as well. We have 19k on the side of Reckoning Esports. Look at that. That's a huge difference, CA. Huge difference. Big numbers. But then headshot percentage clearly high on the side of VLT this time. So if you talk about aim duels, VLT was taking quite a lot of them. But Reckoning Esports overall just outshine them in each and every single aspect.
Yeah, and I think this perfectly sums up the point I was trying to make about the Breach versus KJ, where you'd assume players with better headshot percentages go for agents that enable that play, right? Enable the players going for those duels, and Breach is a great agent to make that happen. But on the other hand, an agent like KJ is great for someone like Reckoning, who's trying to continuously use the bits and pieces of damage that they gain from things like the Sova Dart, things like wallbang shots, things like just spam coming through Garage, for example, and use that damage to then secure the round. It just felt like Velocity played this game in a way that suited their older composition rather than their current composition. And I just hope this doesn't come back to bite them in map 3.
I'm pretty sure both these teams now, I mean, there have been slip-ups from both these sides. Especially in the first game, a lot of slip-ups were being seen from the side of Reckoning Esports, but then later on, they were able to patch those holes up. But talking about patching things up, we're here to patch your minds and patch your hearts up, ladies and gentlemen. We have the viewer rewards for you guys, exclusive merchandise for you all. And if you want to have a chance to win, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you click that red button right underneath. Make sure you subscribe and make a post on any of the social medias, be it Twitter, be it Facebook, be it Instagram, and make sure you're typing hashtag VCC in there and get creative with it, you know, tag at NODWIN Gaming in there as well, and you will have a chance to win that exclusive VCC merchandise. Might as well give it your shot. But with that being said, it seems like after that game of VLT, we're quite tired. We're going to go and grab a little bit of cup of coffee. You guys do the same as well. We'll be right back after a short break.
my bombs.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine, I got to be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, signing politics, scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room, I don't wanna kill a few with that this shit that is inside my top. Look at the clock, chicken it bigger than now, taking a part of the crowd, don't wanna pop, I don't wanna them down, better be kicking them out, look at the box, smoking loud up in my damn house, solo though I know I'm never going on and out, party on my own now, look at how the people tryna hold me back, going so loud, look at how the people tryna hold me back, slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend, don't give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot, keep it coming. Yeah, I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022, the road to VCT for the SA region. And of course, with our grooming partner, Gillette, we're here to rock the stage, and so are the teams. Now, we did see the second game being quite close, and now moving on to the third map, man. What are your speculations, CA? I mean, there's a lot to talk about, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it really is going to come down to the experience factor now, where how Rio is able to calm his team down. It's just really important. Like, yes, I understand that Reckoning is on a high after taking down Velocity, but they need to understand that the job is not just done yet. They need to find the win in Icebox so they can make their way to the semifinals, and that's easier said than done, because Velocity on Icebox have been a beast altogether. They're not going to change their compositions because this is one of the few maps where nobody changes their compositions, just standard compositions all the way through.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? If things are working out, why change it? If nothing's broken, then why fix it? But yeah, again, taking a look at the viewer rewards, just an exclusive merchandise for y'all. As I said, all you guys need to do is just make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel and just make a post on your social medias, be it Instagram, be it Twitter, and make sure you're typing hashtag VCC and also tagging NODWIN Gaming in it for a chance to win these exclusive merchandise. But yeah, overall, getting back to the conversation, CA, third map, man, things are already going to be intense. What do you think? So is it going to be close, or is it just going to be VLT's way?
I think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be a smash and grab as such, but I feel like it's going to be more closer in the first half, where we might see a breeze look, where we saw VLT flumble a bit when they got surprised by the things Reckoning was doing. But the more and more rounds went through, the more reads that Amaterasu was able to pull off and the Lurks Hellfighter was able to pull off, that ensured that Reckoning the mental game was lost by them altogether, and I feel like that might just happen here in Icebox.
All right, without wasting any time, let's just move directly inside the Asian Select on the map of Icebox, and let's find out what Asian these guys are opting out to choose.
Whoa. The race picked up for Vipor. I was totally expecting a Killjoy, but instead the race picked up. This is really interesting. Almost just telling Vipor, yo, you know what? You're feeling it? Go for it. And I was more expecting along the lines like, say, a Reina for Amaterasu or something if they were to go for the double duelist. But Velocity Gaming here really throwing down the gauntlet with that Jet Race composition. Now, this is a composition we've seen in the past for multiple teams, especially the Brazilian teams are ones to really inhabit this composition. I'm not sure Brazilian or Latin American. South American teams are something that have used this composition incredibly well. But then again, this composition lacks one clear thing, which is on that defensive half, you don't have the Killjoy utility to control mid. Usually you set up that turret in kitchen, which allows you to save your Sage wall for more impactful scenarios, like maybe for plant diffuse, maybe for a late wall to deny rotations or something like that. But instead here, that Sage is going to have to prioritize kitchen walling, or Reckoning might just be able to exploit that.
That would be quite interesting. I mean, exploiting enemies' mistakes. And this is what I really like to see, right? Just working on your enemies' mistakes, just instantly trying to capitalize on it. And I'm pretty sure VLT somewhere down line, they're also pretty good at doing so. And Reckoning, I mean, the way they're showing the adaptive nature, especially inside the previous game, it has surprised me. It has astonished me. So I do want to see what else Reckoning has got in their back.
Yeah, likewise. I do want to see if Reckoning can continue this momentum moving on forward. Unfortunately, it seems like Hellfighter Scam just not back as just yet. Oh, he is back though. I can see him on right to Ace's cam. Hellfighter, you shall not escape us.
Oh no.
Back into the game itself. I want to see how this race works out on Vibor, because I do believe Vibor is an agent capable of popping the heck off. Sorry. Vibor is a player who, when given the right agent, is able to pop the heck off. You can see the 7 map really starting to show.
Oh, it's fine, dude. You can call Vibor an agent. He is an agent.
I mean, to be fair, he's strong enough, right?
Yeah, strong enough. He's been proving himself time and time again. At this point, I might as well just call him an agent. But yeah, LFF gets spotted. We'll have no other charge route in the back off. A beautiful defensive wall from his side setup to just block off any sight lines from Reckoning Esports. Reckoning Esports will need to push on through their limits. Yeah, and look at this. Deathmaker's able to sneak past through him. That's quite huge. The problem is now Deathmaker being spotted. This means the tables have been flipped.
Vibor spotted as well towards that mid area, giving Reckoning a ton of information right now. They need to try and shut down Deathmaker and just make their way into the A site, because their Killjoy should have told them that the A site is completely empty. Instead, Bad Love coming back to shut down Deathmaker. He's going to do that, and the call instantly comes through, as you can see on your map. Guys, let's go on over to A. It is empty, just right to Ace to protect it. He's going to have an incredibly difficult time.
Smoke A, though, follows it off with a beautiful frag onto HellFF. Reckoning Esports, I don't know, somehow, I don't know what has gotten into them. What are they eating? What are they drinking? They're able to keep VLT on their knees. And Reckoning Esports now following it up with 2 fresh frags. And Vibor on the raise. Quite an interesting one, CA. Let's see what he's able to pull off over here. Vibor taking things a little slow. He does realize it's a pistol round, so all he needs to do is use his aim to perfection, and that's what he does. Flicks onto one, try to flick onto the other one as well, but did not really work out, and now he needs to try and isolate these duels. He's able to do so. That's going to help him out quite a lot, and he's able to do so successfully. 3 kills in his pockets, but the problem is Smoke is too sneaky, and he will catch Vibor.
Alright, immediately I think an issue that is carrying over from Haven is almost a lack of respect for the side of Reckoning Esports. They're taking them lightly, I feel like. Because at this point, you have to assume that Smoke, or rather, at least some player from Reckoning would have been left behind in that B side to go for the late wrap and come through on the lurk. That simple bit factor that I 100% believe that Velocity would have assumed against a team like, say, Enigma or a team like Global Esports. They're not assuming against a team like Reckoning, and that's why, I feel like there's a little lack of respect in that regard. You have to assume that Reckoning is also going to do things by the book, and therefore always have a plan for every single situation. I think that's a big factor that needs to change for Velocity Gaming, but right now, Reckoning picking up the pistol, continuing that momentum from the win in Map 2.
Oh. Talk about the win in Map 2. Deathmaker, a little bit of fat finger, I'm pretty sure, from his side. Unfortunate. Dash being used already. That means now he cannot really do fadeaway shots anymore. VLT. This is the calm before the storm. VLT, they're just waiting for Reckoning to walk into their crosshairs. And I do like the passive nature that's being shown from their side. VLT realizing they don't really need to be aggressive. They can just hold corners and let Reckoning make those mistakes.
Oh, he spots them out. That burst that landed, it could be huge. Not even able to get on top of the wall, but the nade is huge, denying the plant. Amitarasu able to pick up a kill, but the Vandal has not just been taken down, so Smokey is still with a huge weapon in his hand that could turn around, or if he gets caught and he dies, a Vandal in the hands of Velocity Gaming on their eco, that could be the MO for a Thrifty coming in.
Vibor, oh no. He was just having a good time in the garden, but this time he gets killed.
Time.
2v3. Time slipping by their hands. Oh, left only 10 seconds. 8. Smoke plant shouldn't really be that big of a deal. They are able to get the smoke plant down. I mean, spike plant down, my bad. The tiredness is kicking in, CA. But yeah, we have Deathmaker finally opening things up. And what? Deathmaker! Oh my god. This is why he's called a Deathmaker, CA. He makes death happen of his enemy.
He almost made my death happen. I'm glad I was able to hold back right there, but sheesh, Deathmaker with them one taps on the Sheriff. Being like, alright, I want that Vandal. That's a Prime Vandal too. That's what I actually use. Thanks very much, Smokey.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. It's just Deathmaker doing Deathmaker things. Only he can explain these kind of things. Even CA is not going to be able to break it down.
I mean, if he were to break it down, then I think it's the idea of reactions, right? Where like as soon as he hears the dash, crosshair placement is such a big factor in this game. Knows exactly where to expect the dash to jet to peek through on the post of that dash and able to shut him down. But I prefer Deathmaker doing Deathmaker things just like he's doing right now.
Yeah. Deathmaker, baby. Man, shining in. Doing some insane things. One-on-one is the scoreline. BLT. Still need to kick things off. A beautiful attack comes through. 2 shock darts. Take him out quite low and also flush him out of his comfortable spot, and that's what exactly VLT does. I can already feel the pressure, man, inside this map. Both these teams, even the VLT, they do have a lot of experience, but in these cases, even experience can sometimes fail you.
Watching here.
Look at this. The way Velocity have set themselves up, they've covered every single corner. So Smokey, he's gonna have to pull a rabbit out of a hat to pull off this round. But it's gonna have to start with shutting down the man, the myth, the legend, Deathmaker himself. And
one enemy remaining.
Hey, that's again easier said than done. ADS is not something I usually recommend, but Deathmaker can do whatever he wants.
I mean, he's the DM king.
Exactly.
And he can do whatever he wants, as you mentioned. Yeah, he has the cracked aim, not us, CA. Come on. Yeah. We cannot compare ourselves to Deathmaker. He's the Deathmaker.
One enemy remaining.
You're the death giver.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Oh, man. That's a perfect example. Maybe I should change my name to Death Giver. Yeah, in game. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it sometimes. If I do, I'll definitely post it on Instagram. Talking about Instagrams, my Instagram handle is NEKR0U.
Get out of my way.
And I'm a caster, so CA caster.
I'm not a caster, guys. NODWIN just picked me off of roads. I was just lying on the streets, and NODWIN was like, "All right, dude, come here. We're gonna give you an opportunity to cast." But yeah, I'm gonna hold on to my words. VLT. Oh, being aggressive this time. The aggressive man gets caught. Viborg being shut down. Not a great thing. VLT giving away frags like these this early in the round isn't really that great of a thing. So VLT, they will need to try and equalize the man advantage now, or at least the man number now. Bladestorm's being activated from the side of Reckoning Esports, so we'll need to try and slice things up there. So VLT, that's just a little bit of more added pressure for them.
Yeah. But at this point, for Reckoning Esports, the lockdown being invested quite early to try and deny the entrance. Deathmaker already able to find the trade. He's going to give over the operator so that he can play on the Vandal, I believe, and go for the entry. But Deadly shutting him down. Ace, though, with a quick scope, finds the instant trade. Now needs to try and push in to deny the certain angles. But this Smokey on the nest, he's going to be a nuisance. Taking down Hella, that removes any hope of the round. And Ace just going to go back, save that operator. That round got extremely intense for a second there, Necro.
What do you mean that round? This match has been intense. Yeah. Not just the round, I would say this entire series, this entire day today has been intense. It's like, it's weird, right? I do understand I'm getting really tired. I'm kind of like sitting back on my chair, but at the same time, I don't actually like feel the tiredness in my voice. Like, I'm excited for the games.
That's going to be adrenaline for you. It'll come crashing down for both of us.
Yeah, after the show's done. Yeah, after the show's done, we're probably going to be like, please, just give me my bed. I just want to crash onto bed. But the problem is, my job doesn't end there. I have another gig to do in the future. But yeah, talk about that later.
And I promised to stream. So, oh, no.
We're screwed.
Yep.
We're absolutely screwed.
But
yeah.
if this is the kind of
Fun,
things
yeah.
we get screwed for, I'm very happy to do it.
I'm
every single day.
down. Yeah, I'll do it every single day. Not every single day. Come on, CA. We need to take care of our
for
health
this
itself. Wait, okay. I'm gonna hold on to my words. Let's get our head back in the game. Deathmaker, an opening out of Bad Love, a beautiful operator shot. Not really an opening. That was kind of like a trade-off there. But Reckoning Esports, they're able to give a tough fight to VLT, and this is what I really love. Right two ways inside the tubes, and Pixels peeks out. Amaterasu, the IGL, taken care of, and now Vabor will back off as well. Do realize there's a push coming in from mid, but it doesn't matter. Right to ace is the man. Pretty much a right to clutch, as we like to call him. But there's nothing clutch inside this round because VLT, they're easily able to read what Reckoning Esports are doing. Deadly 10 in the front, but this time he will catch a man, and it's going to be Vabor. Vabor didn't really have his crosshair trained for Deadly 10. But with that being said, with that frag, he also gets the resurrection up. Pixels catches another man. It's right to ace out the equation now. It's a 1-on-2 situation. And guess who's left? It's the Deathmaker again.
Plan done. Deathmaker with Justin up in a 1v2. This is very difficult on the retake, but the players of Reckoning split right up, so it opens up the opportunity for him to try and isolate these duos right here. Even gets Vandal to himself to try and pull it off, but I don't think he's realized just yet that the plant is not in the exact position he's expecting. And just like that, Deadly 10, a really nice wall. Like, if you notice the way he set up the wall, left a tiny gap so that Deathmaker could go and diffuse, basically creating a funnel where he could spam and easily get the round win.
Basically making an error, making a known error. He knew what was exactly going to happen, and that's what exactly happened. And Deathmaker just fell into the trap.
We call that tactical inting from MOBA. You tactically int so your team can get the win. It's not like he inted there though. Int being like intentionally feeding. So definitely Deadly 10 not feeding anything but his frag score. But hey, Deathmaker with that glowing Vandal back, not opting for the prime in this map. And I'm so sorry, Smokey. But, oh my, that was a nasty shot, man.
Oh no, just clipped his wings, man. Wanted to updraft, but the wings got clipped. Smokey just vanishing away like a smoke. With that being said, 3-2 is the scoreline. Still Reckoning Esports looking really good and promising. VLT will need to deliver. Showstoppers utilized, and Vibor finds an opening as expected. And it seems like VLT, they're giving it all. They're giving this eco round everything they have because they want to win it, and they do realize the values of eco rounds. If you do manage to win an eco round, that's going to help your economy quite a lot in the future.
Look at the positioning of Bad Love once again. His lurk has been a utter nuisance for the side of Velocity Gaming in multiple rounds. But okay, I just noticed on the map that Deathmaker dashed. What? Is this like a flex? Sure, Deathmaker just dashing on there for news. I don't need those abilities. I'm used to when you guys played KO and denied my abilities, so I'm gonna play exactly like that, even though you don't have a KO.
Oh man, that's what you call a Deathmaker drift. But yeah, don't really have a lot of time, and Deathmaker strikes in. But this time he will be instantly shut down. And look at Deadly 10. He's looking so deadly in the position that he's found himself in. Reckoning Esports able to line bodies, they're able to stack those bodies up. 2-3 being the scoreline. Bad Love follows it. He just joins the bandwagon, and Deadly 10 just proving so deadly time on time. Vibor left with only Sheriff to work with against these two deadly players, and this time Bad Love will take care of Vibor. Vibor out the equation. That's going to be giving them another round in their hands.
And I feel like this was a round that Velocity Gaming could very much have secured given the way it started. Like even right here, you notice it's a 2v2 that turns into a 2v1 because of Pixels. But that simple thing, right? Where in this moment, they needed to try and play for the time. You wonder if the KJ could have really helped them in that regard. The way Nano Swarms are able to be set up for plant denials. Without that KJ, you're relying entirely on Vibor perfectly timing his nades. And to be fair, he's done that on more than one occasion, but it's not something you can consistently rely on.
What is going on, CA? 2 rounds lead from Reckoning Esports. That's huge. VLT, no. You gotta live up to your name. You're the Velocity Gaming that we know. You got a lot of fans in the chat as well. You got a lot of eyes on yourself. And you cannot let these rounds slip past through just like that. The glowing Vandal trying to glow some heads as well. Is that going to be the case or not? Oh. Deathmaker taking a dink on himself instead, and that's not a good news for VLT. He will have to fall back because he just doesn't have the HP to support himself with. Reckoning Esports able to flush out Deathmaker from his comfortable spot, and now this is where they find themselves in a huge advantage, and that's quite a quick shot from Smoke. A fadeaway shot as well, just dashes away instantly.
The way the Viper spit has been set up, they have to expect Hellfire on top. They're trying to pre-fire that same position, but they have not managed to catch him out. I think it's because he's crouched. Notices the legs of a casual Killjoy strolling past him and reckoning like, okay, no. That's enough of a wake-up call for us. We're not gonna dare trying to move into this Viper spit. Let's just try to get a rotate on.
Ooh.
30 seconds
But
left.
yeah, again, look at this. 3 of the attackers, which is Reckoning Esports, are present in mid. Right to Ace has 3 players to take care of this time, and he falls short. Understandable, but Deathmaker, he might just be able to catch one, and he does, but instantly gets traded off. That's not what you really need. Deathmaker, he is getting those frags, but he's not really able to pop off just like he was in the first map, so Deathmaker needs to ask himself a question. What's going wrong? He's putting himself in these impossible situations where he needs to deal with 2 people at the same time. And he needs to start isolating these duels. If he does, that's when he's probably going to be finding more success. But Amaterasu able to find a frag on to Smoke. Keep this in mind. Resurrection's available for Deadly as well. If he finds the right opportunity, he probably might just go for it. But now it's too late for that. HellFF is just connecting those crucial headshots. And Amaterasu going for that economy save a little bit. And also, we'll get the rest back up onto Deathmaker.
Yeah, I wanted to say that actually. A brilliant point mentioned by you, Necro, because usually we get to see after resurrections like that, the chat popping up being like, why did you waste it? Why did you waste it? It's not a waste at all. It's very important for the economy situation because think about it in terms of math, right? If he doesn't go for that resurrection, they lose 2,900 credits because Amaterasu is going to have to throw away his Vandal to pick up the Deathmaker's operator. And that simple factor, think about it, hey, is a resurrection worth 2,900 credits for you? Hell yeah, when the map is this close and it's so hard to get that operator online in general, 29 credits is hella worth it for that resurrection, especially when you have a player like Amaterasu who can pop up and look at just that, pushing through the kitchen cube right now. It's all about timing now, and Amaterasu versus Pixels.
Oh man.
You should run.
Lockdown used. 4-3 is the scoreline, as I mentioned. Here we go. Beautiful. A lot of info being conveyed. Right to Ace. A crucial drone. Hunter's Fury out. Soa says, I am the hunter. And indeed, he is the hunter. Finds a tag onto one. Finds a tag on another one as well. Resurrection finally being utilized from Deadly. This is what they really needed. Wall as well being used, but it doesn't matter. Wall being shredded into pieces instantly. Amaterasu will need to try and pull off some insane plays. He wants to keep this competition neck and neck before connecting that crucial headshot on VLT. Within a blink of an eye, just able to clean it up.
Okay. Velocity Gaming, again, able to now build up that economic cushion. And remember when in pre-show we were talking about how we expect these maps to grow? My expectation was fully a close battle in the initial stages, very much like Breeze, up to like maybe a 4-4, even a 5-5 for that matter, you know? But I think this is when I'm expecting Velocity to run away with it. Having said that, I will point out that the one thing I wasn't expecting was the insane form Deadly 10 had been on in Haven, continuing on to this map of Icebox. He's playing like an absolute beast, so he could just change everything altogether in this map.
Scoreline is being equalized, so at least that's good. VLT will feel a bit good for themselves. Smokey's positions quite well. He's positioned himself on such an off angle. If Deathmaker does want to make a peek happen, which he probably will not, there's no way he's going to be able to get a peek onto Smokey from below here. So we'll need to at least try and go up And the kill feed also did see LFF opening things up. That's a good sign for them.
You.
But Deadly 10 follows it up with a Sheriff. That's quite huge, but it doesn't matter. Now this is where Deathmaker will start stacking up the bodies.
Okay, hoping a very here.
Oh,
Hoping Deathmaker comes in, but all he gets is a front row seat to the destruction of his team. Complimentary to you.
Poison's gone.
Oh! Okay, sorry, Smoke it. Sorry.
Oh no. Don't you dare disrespect him like that.
30 seconds left.
Sheesh.
Smokey
Hey.
just slapping him and clapping him. And now Smokey slowly and steadily moving forward. He doesn't know that Vibor is in the back, and well, a mistake being made, and they will have to pay the price for it. The consequences, this is what you like to call it.
So
Also getting a little Sheriff in the hand. You also got to add that.
So you said Smokey was smoking him and clapping him, and then he flapped to the nest, and then he got dropped. So is he pop bird now? Because he flew to the nest, and then he got popped by Vibor. The pop bird from the Global Esports map is now Smokey.
I'm pretty sure in the chat people are going to be so annoyed with all the jokes that we're making, CA. Like, people in the chat are actually going to be annoyed with all the jokes, like all the cringe jokes that we've been making.
But they're
And
laughing.
I won't blame him. I won't blame him. Are you sure they're laughing? I don't know.
So
Hopefully they're laughing. Please, guys, please laugh on our jokes, okay? We're trying our best to keep the show entertaining. Maybe we're not, but yeah, we're trying our best. But yeah, there we go. Just as always, to kick things off with some insane headshots, with some insane haircuts. Being the barber of the lobby. Oh, beautiful drone being utilized as well. If Amaterasu gets spotted, that's not going to be good news. 3 tags, will have to go through it, and still somehow is able to just get those tags off. Shock darts being used. Oh no, Amaterasu trying his best to stay alive, even though he got away with that single frag. I don't know how he got it though. That's what I'm still wondering. Pixel's able to find another one, but Right to Ace now the only man left alive. Right to Ace is right to clutch. Is he going to be able to clutch this? That's what I'm wondering.
One enemy remaining.
right to clutch is a term that I personally had the fortune of coining almost a year and a half back. And it's something we witnessed in VCC 1,
30 seconds
in the VCC 1 finals of the India Qualifier 1, actually. If you remember, he pulled off an insane clutch in a 1v3. Right now, Sova versus Sova, he doesn't have much information, Necro. Rio does have the point here, but going for a bit of a weird plant. I would have expected a snowman plant, or at least a one of those through the open area that you can see from snowman into site, so he could play for that post plant. I hope it's because he has lineups for these, because otherwise he just wasted a free opportunity to get an open plant.
1-on-1 though. 5-4 being the scoreline, right to Ace, as you mentioned. And as I mentioned, actually, being the clutch god himself. Oh no. There we go, right to Ace, living up to his name, clutching that round out. That's a huge round as well, and VLT will have a huge sigh of relief after that clutch. Right to Ace, just proving himself, proving that he is the right to clutch.
Again, really, really weird positioning from Rio. I'm not sure why he would just stand out there in the open. He doesn't have an idea of where right to Ace is, except for the fact that he can assume Ace is somewhere near the A side. Even that should tell him there is a strong possibility that Ace might opt for the kitchen route to go into side, and that's exactly what Ace does. If not the kitchen route, maybe the snowman route, or even coming in through mid. Just standing out in the open is quite questionable, and Rio, like, yeah, I know he's right to clutch, and he pulls this off regularly, but that felt more like a gifted clutch than a done clutch.
You're just jealous, yeah. You're just jealous. Okay? You're just jealous. You're just jealous that you don't have the skills that Right to Ace has, and now you're trying to like just make all these analogies. Okay, no, but yeah, jokes aside, yeah, that clutch was just like it did feel like Reckoning Esports didn't really give all the efforts that they should have given in the first place, and that's why they pretty much lost that duel. Amaterasu trying to knock on the wall, but this time it's Reckoning Esports who knock on his death. Amaterasu falls down, him being shut down now. This gives them a lot of room for error. VLT, they also have a 2-round lead, so VLT, as I mentioned, this gives them a little bit of room for error as well. But on the other hand, Reckoning Esports, they cannot let these frags slip away like that. They need to try and hold off. They need to try and keep themselves synced up. But this time, a man gets spotted. It's Smokey. Tried his best to run away. It didn't even feel like I was watching Valorant for a second there. Yeah, Deathmaker is just able to rack these kills up. Deadly 10 follows it up as well with the trade, but it doesn't matter. HellFF, his gun's trained to try and help his friend out.
Yeah, and I really love the ease with which Vibor pulled out that satchel and got himself onto the top default position, right onto the spike to get the defuse ready. The trust very much there in his team, not just for Vibor, but clearly there for Deathmaker too. Trying to use his utilities to get on out of a sticky situation, can rely on the backup provided by Vibor to make sure he doesn't get taken down. And I have to point out, 4-4 is where we were expecting Reckoning to start falling apart, and despite the lovely plays certain players are making repeatedly, like Deadly and Smokey especially, it does feel like it's just a tale of yet another long-range map, exactly like Breeze. Reckoning starting to crumble.
Oh no, Reckoning starting to crumble. And I'm also having a little itch to talk to the chat as well. So chat, did you guys have your dinners yet? If you guys did, let me know in the chat. What do you guys have for your dinners? Because I'm hungry right now. I'm hungry right now. So I will just fill my stomach with reading all the comments that you guys are going to post in this chat. But I'm probably not going to read it right now. I'll read it later when I get back home. But yeah, VLT. Amaterasu, look at this. He does realize he sniffs a player out. Smokey's on top. He does realize a little shoulder was being spotted. So Amaterasu, being the IGL, of course, he has to be paranoid all the time of checking all the angles.
Look at the position Deathmaker is holding, though. He's continuously trying to check between the mid to B push as well as the kitchen push, but it's a lot of pressure. So if they can isolate this player somehow, they could just shut him down and then once again go for a similar plant as they did last time around. Instead, it's Deathmaker who shuts them down, finding that first kill, using the tailwind to get on out of there. And now he's going to be rewarded with a second, I feel like, because the revive does come down. They're trying to push him through and isolate him, but look at the flank coming through from Vibor and the Sage right here in Amaterasu. It's all up to Deathmaker to find more time.
Oh, there we go, though. Pixel's able to line them up. 2 back-to-back frag. That's going to be opening so many things for Reckoning Esports, but no, giving away a frag like that, that's not really great, especially a man like Deadly 10 falling down. 74 being the scoreline, and also Smokey able to shut him down. Vibor duelist out the way now. All they need to take care of is the IGL, and they do so without any effort. Reckoning Esports able to secure another round in their backs.
7-5 the scoreline. Hey, Reckoning maybe hurt us. Like, guys, we're now crumbling. Give us the benefit of the doubt, because going into the defensive half, this Killjoy really starts to thrive. Every round where we miss that Killjoy for Velocity Gaming in terms of the plant denial, Bad Love's Killjoy gets to have that much more of an impact. Similarly, when Reckoning try to go for flanks on their defense, you have to remember that Velocity Gaming don't have natural flank protection that a Killjoy or a Chamber might offer on this map. They don't have a turret or a trap to make sure they don't get pushed on a certain angle. So the communication has to be pristine to make sure that their backs are not left unchecked. Otherwise, players like Pixels, players like Deadly could start making those lurks happen and start becoming a pain for Velocity Gaming.
Talking about Pixel, that reminded me of Tutti Fruities. You know, back in the day when I was a kid.
Necro definitely hungry, guys.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need to get my mind off of it. Focusing on the tactical timeout, 75 being the scoreline. Oh, things are looking quite close, but still, Velocity Gaming having that round's lead. As I mentioned, they do have a little bit of room for error, but just a little room for error. Moving on forward in the second half, this pistol rounds is going to matter quite a lot for VLT. If they do win it, then we can confidently say that maybe VLT is going to be back in this map as well.
Yeah, definitely. And like just how the weakness is there with respect to a lack of natural flank protection, because of the raise, the strength on the attack becomes Deathmaker finally has company in terms of executing in bursts onto sight. So in the first 4 rounds at least, that's all I want to see from VLT. Don't worry about your flank. Don't worry about rotations. Use the double duelist to its fullest potential to attack in a 2-pronged manner, where even if Deathmaker is taken down, Vibor can find the trade. If Vibor is taken down, DM can find the trade. And they are always guaranteed that entry in terms of space while keeping one of their entry fragments alive.
Oh, man. Entry fraggers keeping, especially on the attacking side. If you do want to make an execution happen, you always do need that entry fragger alive. But if your entry fragger gets caught, then the rest of the players, the rest of the agents do have a lot of pressure on themselves, because entry fragger, the duelist itself, he is there for a reason. Duelist is supposed to be the entry fragger. If a duelist is being taken out the game early off, being in the attacking side, that's going to be one of the most like sweatiest things you can possibly go through, especially witnessing such a close match. And if you're going to be making a little bit of mistakes here and there, that's not going to be worth like compromising, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, this is also a big test for Velocity, in the sense that when they win this match, they face off against the winner of Enigma and T69, which, not gonna lie, is most likely gonna be Enigma. And that's a tough matchup for the semifinals. It's also like almost an upgraded version of Reckoning. So this is good practice for them if they're able to take Reckoning down. But similarly for Reckoning, if they find the win against Velocity Gaming, like we've almost seen one of these underdog stories come online with Godp almost taking down GE. Maybe that almost can get turned into an actual result, but nope. Not when Deathmaker has a say in it.
Oh man, not when Deathmaker's in the game. Alive, cooking and feeling himself. Just cooking that death up. 7-5, as I mentioned, was the scoreline. And Deathmaker has already found the opening. He's smelling that bird. He's smelling that blood, my bad. And the blood as well, it tastes good. He wants a little bit of more piece of that, and he's going for it. Dashes in forward. Gets a couple of connections, but not enough to take the man down. Deadly is still going to be alive, and Deadly. So they will still need to take down a threat that's still alive. They will need to neutralize the threats. And how they're going to be doing so, that's a question that I'm wondering myself. Deadly will find an opening on Amaterasu. That's a huge one as well, but Deathmaker lines it up, and just line him up like that. Deathmaker just handing out death to those players, and now Reckoning Esports as well. They're able to reply back fire to fire. 2 frags from their side as well, able to just equalize things, equalize the man number. Pixels spots out the man in the back. Right to Ace somewhere down line. Spidey sense tingling for Pixels as well, but Right to Ace will now take out the final man from Reckoning Esports. VLT played that beautifully.
Very well done in the communication aspect. Hellfighter with the jiggle to give Right to Ace the information of when he was defusing and when he was not. And Right to Ace able to use that information to secure the round in the bag. For a second though, it almost felt like Deathmaker's confidence was the reason they got like that much space in the first place, but could have been the reason they for their downfall in that round, because he had the dash and he didn't use it. He's just like, I will stand and I will fight. That's the best part about Deathmaker. It's also sometimes the worst part about Deathmaker. It's simply about whether he's in form or not, but the thankful thing is he's in form way more than he's not. So it works out.
There we go though. Talk about man being informed clearly. Glimpses of that being shown. Not just a glimpse, it's a whole movie being shown from this man. LFF follows it up. Another quick frag from LFF. Those 2 burst shots from Bulldog. Deathmaker, oh no, unfortunately, barely slipped past through his eyes, and Deadly somehow is able to connect that shot. That was pretty quick. Did not even see him on my screen. That's how quick it was. Reckoning Esports now left with just Rio alive. Has just a classic in the hand to work with. Now tagged down to 56 HP. We'll need to play things a little safe for sure.
It's these small things that I love about Velocity Gaming. Like I was mentioning in the start of this for the second half about how important it is to have that flank watcher for the communication to be on point. Rio likely thinking the same thing. He gives the call to his team, hey, it's another round with heavy presence on A. Try to make the flank happen. They don't have a killjoy, but that turret can sense you. Maybe you can make that flank happen and take you down. Hellfighter is like, nope. I know what my role has been assigned by the team. I'm playing for the lineups, for the post plant, and for the flank watching. And it's that flank watching that finds himself a double kill, an easy rotation, and a free pickup in terms of the round for Velocity Gaming. 9-5 on that scoreboard now. And it seems like Velocity, they've got themselves in cruise control, Necro.
Oh, they got themselves in control. Now it seems like this is the VLT that we wanted to see. They look in sync. It seems like the communication as well is on point. And the IGL himself, Amaterasu, wants to make some things happen for sure. Pixel's position, kind of love it. It's a huge off angle. He's going to let them have the side control if they want. But if they do try to overextend, that's when Pixel's going to punish them. Look at this. VLT. Easy side control given away. And the intention is pretty clear from the defenders that they just want to go for a retake over here. What are your thoughts on this, CA? This is quite interesting.
Interesting strat, especially considering that they're playing. This is their buy round. Deadly 10 though. Again, reading into that tendency, the Hellfighter is always going to be watching that flank. Shuts him down with a brilliant shot, and suddenly the plant being spammed through, trying to deny the plant right here, but they get stuck in a few pixels, and Bad Love right there, playing 7 seconds in heaven in the closet. Hey, the spike will finally get planted. Velocity able to go back into their post plants, but now because the Viper is down, they don't have a flank watch, they don't have lineups, they have to just try and spam their way out of this.
Man, trying to spam their way out of it, and that's what exactly is happening. Amaterasu finds a kill with the spam, and he's going to be really a happy camper after that, but the defuse is being stuck, and this is not what you want if you're in the shoes of VLT. And Amaterasu did not quite expect it. And you can clearly do see the surprised face. He just had his mouth open. He was like, what just happened? We doubted this strategy, CA. We doubted it. But Reckoning Esports, they were like, well, don't worry, man. We got our stuff together.
Yeah. 9-6 on the board. That was the bonus round of Velocity Gaming, though. So this next round is going to be the true test. But we saw in that round a clear issue with their composition, where in Icebox, those post-plant lineups, that post-plant utility is so crucial. Without that Viper, you can see the Raze really not able to provide the same impact like that KJ might have, even if the Viper was down. But now we see one of the strengths where this quick execute from Velocity Gaming coming in as they take that multi-pronged aggressive approach, trying to take control of all of these areas. The wall now coming down, they're going to go for the plant and able to find it instantly. The power of those two duelists, finding them such easy entry onto site.
Oh, man. Entry on the side is there, but still, holding it off is going to be a little problem for them because Reckoning Esports, with that previous retake, the retake mentality is going to be strong. And, well, if you're going to give away frags like that, this is what's going to happen. The retake is just so easy. They're making it look like a piece of cookie. And, well, the cookie crumbles for the enemy team. For VLT, not really looking that great, man. Reckoning Esports, they're just pressing on their wounds.
Reckoning Esports managing to secure yet another buy round, as you said, now starting to really put pressure on Velocity Gaming because they're going to be forced to go onto an eco while Reckoning's economy starts building up. That operator for Smokey that he's been so impactful on, now very much near in terms of their ability to buy it. I think they could have bought it this round itself, but instead, given the fact that most of them had those rifles, electing to stick to it and build up their economy, then go for the operator when Smokey goes down. And in such rounds, you expect that Jet to get aggressive, just like Smokey is doing right now. Almost sacrifice his life in return for a kill and potentially map control for his team, which he's got.
9-7, man. Velocity, they cannot let the sand slip away just like that from their hands. They need to try and hold on to their lifeline. Deadly 10 as well has the ultimate available. If Deadly 10 goes down, Reckoning Esports won't be happy for sure. Deadly 10 needs to stay alive. He's the main link for Reckoning Esports, and that's what they're going. Exact same play what we saw last time, see it? And this is what Reckoning Esports are doing again. Just let them have the B-side control. And once they start flooding through, this is when they will just start getting those retake happen. But yeah, Velocity as well, reading that perfectly and just going for a fake and right to ace. Catching Deadly 10, Resurrection out the way now.
I mean, you rightfully pointed out how crucial Deadly 10's role was in this round. If anybody else has died, maybe he could have resurrected them, but Smokey, the dash just barely not giving him enough ground, not able to get into cover. He gets taken down. Deadmaker happy to sacrifice his life because he was the one causing the fake, allowing Velocity to get in for the plant. And now look at this, the Sage on Velocity alive, which means they get that resurrection down. The Viper is alive, they have the post plants, and now trading those ultimates just to get those post plants. Velocity in cruise control to get this Rifty.
Oh man, beautiful snake bite though. Pixels will be forced off of that spike and wall. That shock
Oh,
dart
wow.
to close things off and right to ace. Oh my god. The old man shows a lot of experience. And this is what really matters quite a lot. Now, this is a question for chat over here. What do you guys think, chat? What's going to be the scoreline in the end of the day on this map? What do you think, Cecilia? Same question goes for you.
I'm gonna go for it. 13-9.
Esports.
No. I'm laughing because my prediction has been for Velocity. But honestly, if Reckoning pull out the win, as a person who creates narratives for a living, I would be so ecstatic. The amount of hopium they would give me for these underdog teams and the inspiration they would become for all young players trying to push through. The absolutely huge. Pixels talking about pushing through, gets through the Viper. Cloud picks up 2 crucial kills, taking down right to Ace and Deathmaker next.
Oh man. 2 men already picked off. This is the problem, right? Even if they do win 1 round, instantly Reckoning Esports is able to bounce back, and somehow they're able to put a stop. They're able to put a full stop to the momentum that VLT has. And now, 10-7 being the scoreline, Reckoning Esports. Still, they're going to be quite unsettled. Even though those 2 massive frags and also having a man advantage. That's going to mean quite a lot in the vault. That frags like that Smoke is gifting over for his team. That's going to mean quite a lot for Reckoning Esports. And Smoke, if he just keeps on falling up, if he just keeps on lining up these bodies, that's going to be a huge knock on the doors for the demise of VLT. And that's what exactly is happening. Amaterasu, the IGL final man alive, and he will be taken care of as well. Reckoning Esports, they're still alive in the game.
Very much alive. 10-8 now their scoreline. I predicted with that 39 that they would win 1 more round, so let's see if they can push through and turn that 1 more into several more. Try to find the win for themselves because, hey, all the Reckoning fans in the chat, I want to see you display that hope. I want to see you display that courage. I want to see you display the motivation that this team needs to try and pull off the win against one of the biggest teams in our region. Velocity Gaming right now under pressure, under the knife. The economy feeling that damage too. They're going for a bit of a force buy right here, investing into a couple bulldogs. A bulldog, a spectre, couple of light shields. So Velocity investing a lot into this round, but look at this. Gonna slowly walk into Ace, try to set up the drone and catch Pixels off guard, and they might have done exactly that, but he doesn't get tagged. So he's just gonna be able to bunny hop his way into safety.
Spam the toffee to help Velocity. 10-8. Velocity do have the rounds lead. But Velocity taking things really cautiously. Did realize the last time they tried to be a little aggressive, Reckoning Esports was just ready and waiting with open arms. Maybe this time taking things a little cautiously will help them quite a lot. Look at Bad Love as well. Look at how posted they are each and every single time. No room for error from both the sides, but still, when the execution happens, I'm pretty sure there will be either one of those teams at least crumbling under the pressure. I do want to see what now VLT will need to come up with a new game plan because Reckoning Esports, they're just able to always adapt to what they're doing. But a beautiful nade from Rubor finds the trade onto Deadly 10, and that's a big trade as well.
Oh, right to Ace able to take out Bad Love as well, which means that even though he gets traded out, the plant will not be an issue, and that will allow them to take full control of the area the Viper's Pit has got for themselves. Now, the recon from Rio does reveal Deathmaker's position, but he's able to quickly reposition himself. Still, knowing where he is, Rio trying to put pressure onto them, will find the kill onto Deathmaker, make it a 2v2. Now, I don't think Rio has the drone or the recon, so they're gonna have to play just purely on trades. Rio trying to find the spam, but instead he just reveals his position, and now Hellfighter should be able to easily take him down, and more than enough time for Amaterasu to clutch this out.
Oh,
that's exactly what's gonna happen. 11-8, and right there, I mean, Huge plays by Right to Ace. Taking down that killjoy is so crucial for that round, because even if that Nano Swarm delays the plant for a couple of seconds, this round goes completely different.
Oh, indeed. The round definitely goes completely differently, but Smokey, he looks quite scary there, but finally Amaterasu was able to close things out, luckily. 11-8 being the scoreline, a little bit of room for error still again. Moves on forward for VLT, but still, this late in the game, if there's any errors being made from either of the sides, they're going to be punished hard. And now I want to see Reckoning Esports just punishing VLT in all the mistakes they're making. Beautiful shutdown of the recon darts, so Smokey's position not compromised just yet. Smokey taking things really safe and sound. Pixel finds his good spam, and his spam will connect onto Deathmaker. Deathmaker's not going to be happy after that for sure, but Right to Ace is right there in the corner. If any aggressive pushes comes in through, it's not going to be a good thing. And the Owl Drone does not really spot him, and this is what Smokey exactly realizes. And he's going to be finding one, but Right to Ace is there to try things out, but still the man advantage is heavily leaning towards Reckoning Esports.
Look at this though. Reckoning seem to have the right read on what Velocity want to do. They've got both the Nano Storms to deny that B plant, and they're playing a heavy stack on B nevertheless, because that's the read. They expect Velocity to come over here. Now, we've seen this exact position being utilized in the map before, and I really hope Velocity don't end up walking in to the crosshairs of Deadly. And they do not, but the ball finally going up. It's going to be up to Velocity to try, and before they plant, check their ground, take down the Nano Swarms. And they do exactly that. Right to Ace with the perfect shock dot that takes down both Nano Swarms, just eliminating the pressure. Wow. A beautiful spray from Hellfighter. The Reaver is not something I usually see sprays with, but hey, Hellfighter makes it work.
I was about to say, that frag initially also equalized man advantage, but with that resurrection, not anymore. But there we go, with another frag, that did happen. That was a 2-on-3, that's the problem. VLT, they're just lining up bodies like it's nothing, and they're just able to steamroll it through. And Reckoning Esports, not looking that great. VLT, they're so close, and one more round for VLT to close things off. And Reckoning Esports, the pressure you can clearly see on their faces, they're unhappy.
But how many, I think it was like maybe 10 milliseconds that Deadly was away from finishing off the defuse. Look at this, he's almost done. No, actually, what am I saying? Reckoning won that round. They get the kills through. Yeah, I was confused for a second. The defuse went through for Deadly. From 11-8 to 11-9, Reckoning secured the round in the bag. Pros do not fake, and Deadly, he may be young, he may be 18, but he's certainly a pro.
Oh my god. I guess it's slow brain hours for me for sure. But yeah, I did get that defuse through, and that's huge. I mean, your predictions were 13-9. I mean, Reckoning Esports already have 9 rounds in their bag, and now VLT, there's no room for error anymore. One more round and Reckoning Esports will be on 10 rounds, and that's not what VLT needs. If I'm VLT, I do not want to see my enemy team on 10 rounds. Just trying to gain as much as info as possible. As always, VLT taking things really slow. Classic VLT moments. But Reckoning Esports as well. They're doing such a great job realizing what exactly is happening. Showstopper out, but this time it'll be shut down instantly. Before was able to find one, but look at the bodies that are falling apart. They're just hitting the deck instantly. It's a 2-on-3 now.
The spike's been dropped in a precarious position, but fortunately the wall came up right before it was dropped, so able to easily retrieve the spike now. Should be able to get the plant. If you notice, Hellfighter has both of his mollies ready, but I don't think he's planting in a spot that he has a lineup for, so instead going to use those snake bites to try and deny the choke points, to try and deny the entry and play on a crossfire with Right to Ace.
Oh man.
One enemy remaining.
They're playing really safe, but Reckoning Esports trying their best to fight back in this one, still trying to keep their hopes alive. One more round, that means it will be match point for Velocity. But no, says Reckoning Esports this time. It's Pixel taking HellFF out and keeping the lifeline alive for Reckoning Esports just still. Oh my god, look at that. Did you see that huge sigh coming out from him? Clearly, Reckoning Esports, the pressure is there.
Yeah. Very much so, right? Because they're so close to the finish line now at 11 to 10. There's definitely going to be moments in their head where they're like, guys, we can win this. This is no longer about taking down Velocity. This is more about the fact that we need to secure our spot in the semifinals. They most definitely believe, and you can feel that Velocity might be thinking along the same lines because the timeout now coming out. And the question really does become, can Reckoning create history, take down one of the biggest teams in our region? Or will they become another victim similar to God Particles? Will they fall at the finish line? Will they stumble when the pressure is nigh? I'm excited to see.
Me too. As you mentioned, are they going to be able to create the history? If they are, I'm pretty sure everyone will be talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
Every single person, CA, will be talking about this moment. Because Reckoning coming out of nowhere is just able to take down a huge team like VLT. Indeed, this is a David Goliath fight. It's neck and neck and pretty close.
I feel like I've said this one too many times perhaps today, but I do feel proud of all of these almost tier 2 teams, I guess you could call them, where they came into the tournament looking like tier 2 teams, but proved that the gap between a big team as compared to an upcoming team or an underdog team, it's significantly lesser than it used to be back in VCC 1. And they're just performing admirably. Win or lose, again, Reckoning, you definitely earned a place in our hearts. So I'm excited to see how this roster keeps progressing, not just through this map, but through the in general itself. But hold on, because right here, Velocity trying to make a quick execute happen, but that late wall was brilliant by Deadly.
Oh, the late wall indeed was pretty well organized, this wall. But Deathmaker, again, the man advantage is in favor of Reckoning Esports. This means quite a lot. Beautiful lockdown to try and force him back out of their spot. And the problem is the spikes dropped on the site. VLT is such an awkward place. Hunter's Fury being utilized to try and counter the lockdown, and that's what exactly happens. Viper's Pit being used from the side of attackers. And HellFF is trying his best to fight back till the last breath. Rio walks in. Rio's guns get spotted out, and he will be taken care of instantly. Deathmaker in the front, trying to find an opening, but unfortunately gets dinked by the man in the back. It's Bad Love. But look at this, what's going on. The man of the rope who finds the opening. Right to Ace will trade it out, but it doesn't matter. The trade's not what they need. They still need to get the spike down. The time's running away from their hands, CA.
Exactly. Very little time left, but given the fact that Smokey and Bad Love are quite separated, it does give an opportunity for them not just to get the spike planted, but to figure out positions they want to play in, ideally in a crossfire. Having said that, the recon going guards from right to Ace, trying to garner a little bit of information, but only tell him that there's one player towards screen. Still no idea where Smokey is coming from, and I believe Smokey on top of 410, now making his way towards Jen, trying to catch out Hellfighter. Okay, it's all about Bad Love giving him the information. Bad Love will find Hellfighter, the Viper's Pit goes down. And Smokey for Reckoning Esports equalizing the scoreline at 11-11 Necro. The smiles turning up on their faces. Reckoning are feeling it. So am I. I've got the goosebumps. I've stood up from my chair, and boy, oh boy, I just want to say, chat, Reckoning fans or VLT fans, show your love for both of these teams, because what a match we have. What a match.
What a show. What a show. No matter what, these teams have given a lot of content for sure. 11-11, neck and neck. Reckoning Esports able to make the comeback happen. Spam some hearts in the chat. Come on, do it. Both these teams deserve it.
He said chat. It's like, yeah, exactly. It's exactly what I was thinking. Like tak, but like maybe the next stage we should say chat.
Oh man. But after that comeback, I'm pretty sure VLT, there's going to be a lot of emotional and mental damage for them. It's going to be hard to get back, or at least it's going to be hard for them to bounce back from that. 11-11 being the scoreline. Deathmaker as well. You can clearly do see the sign of worry. Amaterasu still has a neutral face. He's not really happy. He isn't really sad as well. He's just focused on the game. Robor finds the turret. Oh no. Could have been taken out, unfortunately, but luckily was able to get back in time. That's why he's going to be able to get back to safety. Yeah.
It's a little weird that both the entry fraggers are actually watching the flank and faking the mid entrance, but it works out brilliantly for the side of Velocity Gaming because you see all of the presence is attracted towards them because that's what Velocity have done in every single round before this. Where Jet and the Rays go is where Velocity usually turn up. So this small change actually confuses Reckoning for a second, Necro.
Oh, man. So intense. Such an intense matchup. Reckoning Esports. Deadly finds an opening. That's not a good news for Velocity. Leaves them in a 3-on-2 now. Oh my god, I can feel my heartbeat rising. And Reckoning Esports, they're not leaving. No room for error. Viper Walls comes in through. A defensive wall as well. Deadly has found himself so deep inside the site already. Wall comes in, and they're going for a defuse with the jet smoke as well. There's nothing Velocity can do. Yeah. They're going to crumple down. There's nothing they can do. We're going for a match point. Are we? He's gotten 50% defuse yet. Oh my! No, luckily, right to clutch strikes in, and the experience shines through.
My heart is just boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, Reckoning, deadly, 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 deadly. Reckoning, you better make sure you don't lose this squad or this player because there's certainly going to be eyes on Deadly after this. It's not just the aim, right? Because he certainly got that in the bag. It's the brain. And it's not just about brain in the sense that like an IGL has a say in terms of thinking about the rounds from a third-party perspective. It's the simple fact that the in-game awareness for Deadly, the spontaneous decision-making, it's on a level that an 18-year-old should never have. But he does.
Man. I mean, someone said it right. Age is just a number.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, the beautiful Hunter's Fury being utilized as well to try and deny the plant. 2 tags being found. No kills yet, though. The damage is there, but still, certainly, as I mentioned, no kills being found yet. 12 rounds from the side of VLT. They only need 1 more. A lot of pressure on both these teams. And let's find out who's going to be the one to get it. Counter Hunter's Fury being used as well to try and find out as much as damage as possible. Every single piece of damage matters a lot. Amaterasu on a 3K. He's just shining it off. He's able to get another one before finds another one on Rio. But it's Amaterasu with a 4K to close things off. And VLT, it got quite close, but it doesn't matter. VLT just shine through like a bright diamond.
Ooh. That was an intense one. But hey, Velocity pull off the win against all odds, and Reckoning Esports, oh man, I feel bad. They were so close, but not able to make it happen. Bye-bye, Ace. I'll see you tomorrow in the semifinals. Reckoning Esports, again, just like God Particles, you're safe right here in our hearts. Wait, that is
my
left.
god.
Yeah, that is left.
I lost my voice.
Just checking my left to right.
Smiley
for a
face.
second there. Well, yeah.
See it. You're cute, man. But yeah, overall, an intense matchup. Intense day, I would say. And I'm pretty sure my voice should be the speaking truth, the life truth for that. Intense day, astonishing day, whatever you guys like to call it. Reckoning Esports, such a close matchup. I would say this was closer than the first matchup we saw with God Particles and Global Esports. And I'm just so glad that I got the opportunity to cast it with CA.
Yeah, 100%. As a series, I would agree that this match was considerably closer. That map maybe split takes the map winner in terms of how close it was. But as a series, Reckoning were consistently on the right behind Velocity. And when I say right behind, I don't mean it in a bad way. Think about it. This is Velocity Gaming, one of the biggest orgs in India, and an org with 5 of the best, no, scratch that, my bad, 6 of the best players in India. So they have a ton of resources for Reckoning. That player especially, Deadly, I think he picks up the match MVP. He's not going to be happy about that though, because his team, they're not able to pick up the win.
Oh man, I mean, at least they gave it all they had. They gave it all they had. They still have second chance in the India Qualifier too, but that's talk for another day. But over here, we need to celebrate the victory that VLT had gotten themselves. These big teams, we'll finally see them struggle. I mean, I don't want to be mean by saying I love it, but this is what I wanted to see. I wanted these big teams to struggle, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing some new uprising talents coming in.
Oh, absolutely. We want that competition. We want that situation in our region where Sure, a big team might be a big team in the sense that they are able to pull out the win against all odds, just like Global Esports and Velocity Gaming did today. But it's not about the win itself, it's about the journey they took to make that win happen, because these teams, they're going to learn so much more because of this. Because of teams like Reckoning, our entire region improves. And when we go face off internationally, well, that's when we use all of this knowledge, all of this experience. But hey, the overall best of 3 MVP, not a surprise at all. It goes over to Deathmaker. Hellfighter might have taken the glowing skin in Breeze, but Deathmaker's like, hey, you might win a battle, I'm gonna win the war.
Yeah, man. Deathmaker, yeah. In the end, I did realize that Deathmaker, somewhere down the line in the map of Icebox, the way he was taking those duels, he was able to find those initial kills, but then later on, he was getting traded off. And that's what I found really off about him, right? Because Deathmaker is a star player. And if you talk about him, okay, I understand a star player cannot make star plays happen every single round, but at least there should be some pop-off rounds. And Deathmaker wasn't just finding that sweet tuning, but then later on they were able to kind of tune it through. But overall, this is how things really look like. Deathmaker pretty much crossing that 100 kills barrier, getting himself that 104 kills, 68 assists, and 68 death and 17 assists. That's quite huge.
Look at the headshot percentage between Deathmaker and Hellfighter, though. Two of the best friends, like one of the best brotherhood I've seen in our Valorant community. And I mean, you can see why they connected in the first place. Both of them cracked as hell.
Oh man, not just both of them, the entire team over here is cracked. And not just team, even Reckoning Esports. I would say both these teams are pretty much equal to each other. If Reckoning Esports, they just gain a little bit more experience, I'm pretty sure they can give Velocity a way much more tougher competition than what we saw today. But yeah, this is how the top players of India Q1 on day one, these are the top players in front of you guys. Knight Rider with 115 kills, just crossing that barrier from God Particles, coming through with some astonishing stats. And then you have Paradox as well from True Rippers with 110 kills.
Yeah, and the fact that 3 of the top 5 players are from teams that, 2 of the top 5 players are from God Particles, it shows how good the teams that almost made it today were. And it's an astonishing fact, because that tells you the literal difference between teams like God Particles and teams like Reckoning are that Velocity and Global are just more complete teams. They've not necessarily got better players, they've just got players who are more in line, more synchronized with each other, and therefore able to compensate for when their star player falls off. Like we saw Right to Ace pull off that last minute clutch. It's these small things that help Velocity, Global, and I assume Enigma tomorrow become that top 3 team in general.
Okay, so he is already like predicting stuff over here. He's already on the Enigma bandwagon. He's probably just like banging the drums, and he's like, Enigma, I want you guys to win. Yeah, what's up? What do you got to say?
So I made a bet with Enigma actually, where RVK came on my stream. We'll talk about the bet tomorrow, but TLDR, just know that if the Sova comes through for Enigma on Split, I have to get a Chelsea tattoo.
Oh, where are you gonna get it though? That's the question.
But I don't want to get a Chelsea tattoo. I'm an Arsenal fan. Like, no.
But if you do get forced to do it, where are you gonna do it?
Where will it be least visible, but also less painful? I guess on my back.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I put it on my back and be like, that's where Chelsea needs to be, behind Arsenal. Yeah, I like that.
But yeah, as you take a look at the brackets as well, there are 3 teams moved in the semifinals, and as you mentioned, tomorrow there's a competition between Enigma Gaming and T69, and that's going to be quite an intense one as well. We have intense days ahead of us, and hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are ready as well for what's about to come, because tomorrow it's going to be jam-packed, and I'm hoping to see you guys get back again in the chat, because I absolutely love you, and so does Sia, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best part about things like this is having the wholesome chat that we usually do over here on the English stream. So a big motivation for us. Keep coming, keep giving us the love, and keep sharing your thoughts, opinions, also ever before. Now, I believe we have a player lined up.
Yeah, exactly. We have a little interview lined up for you guys, so don't go anywhere.
Vibhor, कैसे हैं आप? How are you doing? Congratulations on the win सबसे पहले.
Hello.
Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I mean,
How did you like the game?
we enjoyed the
We
game,
enjoyed
but
it.
मैं थोड़ा confused हूँ क्योंकि आपकी टीम हमेशा आती है, we expect a dominating performance. इस बार काफी close हो गया.
Yeah, too close for comfort, but I am happy that we were able to close it out in the end.
जी.
जी एंड कल के दिन की अगर हम लोग बात करें, देखिए एनिग्मा T69 लाइक उनका भी एक कॉम्पिटिशन हमने देखा ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स और अभी रेकनिंग के अगेंस्ट आपका परफॉर्मेंस था. सो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं व्हाट इज योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि जो
Oh man, we didn't really get to see the interview completely. A little bit of technical issues, but I'm pretty sure Vibor, he wasn't really completely happy after that win, right? He just had the neutral face. It's like the classic Vibor face. It's hard to tell if Vibor is happy after winning, or if Vibor is sad after winning, or Vibor is just I don't know. It's hard to tell about a person's feeling when you just have a neutral face all the time. But overall, a little bit of technical issues. That was the problem. That's why we weren't really able to see the interview. But overall, I'm pretty sure Vibor's going to be a happy man, and they will try and I'm pretty sure after that gameplay, they have realized what are the holes that they really need to fill up with, and I'm pretty sure they are going to try their best to try, just fill them up and overall work on their team synergy more.
Yeah, 100%. I do think Vibor will be happy, but perhaps not content or satisfied with the way that map has gone through, because as you can see, even the Hindi desk, they were expecting a dominating show. But I'm very glad personally that this has happened for both Velocity and Global Esports. This wake-up call very much necessary for both of these teams to remind them that they can't not just take the underdog teams lightly, but also each other. Because we expect when these teams do meet up, if these teams do meet up, it to be a blockbuster of a show, but way better than what we saw in VCC1, because all of the teams are in general, as you witnessed today, it's shown incredible growth in these past 6 months.
I mean, if you talk about VCC1, I mean, the quarterfinals are way better than what we saw back in the day in VCC1. It was pretty much like, I think the quarterfinals were pretty much like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 most of the times. And we were just like, there were a couple of matches that got pretty close, but still not this close. It was just an absolute astonishing day. I am still surprised. I need to wrap up my head. I'm pretty sure CA is probably going to be doing an analysis stream as well after this, even though he's really tired. He just doesn't have any other choice. But talking about what we have for you guys to give back, and look at this time. The winner for the giveaway is going to be Pranav Kulkarni, and then we have Saffron Minor as well.
No, that's his tag.
Who has that's his tag. Okay, my bad. Okay, we have Pranav Kulkarni from Mumbai who actually won this giveaway. So congratulations, man. We hope you enjoy the VCC merch and all the goodies that you're going to be getting in your house.
Yeah, the pop socket especially. When you do get it, I believe it'll take a bit of time for the entire process to get done. Do tag us and let us know how you feel, how you're using it and stuff like that. It's always nice to interact with with y'all in general, because we don't get to read the chat or talk in the chat. So after the stream, if you do come over, it's always pleasant having conversation with y'all.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, man. Just let us know. Just tag us on any of the social media platforms that you prefer, and just give us a picture as well. I'm really excited to see what you're exactly gonna get yourself, because me and CA, we didn't get anything. Like, we didn't get informed by NODWIN, we didn't get informed by Riot, like nothing. We got nothing. We're just over here sitting casting without getting anything. But yeah, with that being said, CA, it's time to conclude the day as well. Do you have any last words for our chat, or overall what you witnessed throughout the day?
Yeah, this was day one, baby. It's just gonna keep wrapping up. So don't you dare miss a second of the action. I'll see you tomorrow. Actually, I'll see you later tonight on this stream tomorrow.
But yeah, with that being said, guys, that's it from me and CA. It's time for us to take a leave as well. It's time for you guys as well to go ahead and rest up, get those good night's sleep, because you guys will have to be back on the same YouTube channel, and I'll see you guys here. But until then, it's going to be me and CA signing off.
I drop bombs, Now let me see you go off like a bombs.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine. I got to be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, on in politics, and scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room. I don't wanna kill a few with that. The shit that is inside my cop. Look at the drop, taking it bigger than now, taking it part of the crowd. Don't wanna pop, I don't want anyone down. Better be kicking them out. Look at the box, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own, y'all. Look at all the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at all the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, oh, party on my own. Party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it stupid. Got my music in
You're the superstar above me when the sun goes down. The one and only who could light this town. And when you're feeling like you're burning out, I will remind you that you're a superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar. You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. You're a superstar.